and I was hooked. And then I came back and went to ConCarolinas. So ConCarolinas was my second con. But yeah, it was like 75,000 people the first year. So coming to this con of like 1,500 people was a much like reality check. Oh, and the second panel I went to was Eric Estrada from Chips. So I was like, what is this thing? But he was doing something about cyber safety because I don't know if you remember, there was like a surreality TV show where they had them go and pretend to be cops, him and LaToya Jackson and a couple other people. And so he really got into being a real cop, and so he got. But anyway, but sitting there because I'd had surgery on my arm, and I see these two really big forearms leaning on the chair next to me because he's sitting behind me, and they had these really cool tattoos on it, and I turned and looked, and it was Jason Momoa. And he said, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm like,
Look it up on YouTube to this day. You can find it. There's this great group that does a lot of cons called Geek Radio Daily, and I partnered with them to do the original Con Survivalism video. In it, we have a few simple rules for conventions. This is kind of your baseline starter. The first and foremost would be 2-5 rule, also known as the 521 rule, however you want to do it. But it states that each day of a convention, you need at least one shower,
please.
2 meals, and 5 hours of sleep. You might think you can get by with less. You can't. We've all tried. You cannot do less. By the way, know that every one of these rules is established because someone did it and messed it up. So don't feel alone. The second rule is, of course, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Pace yourself. If you go too hard on the first day, especially if you go partying too hard on the first night, you're going to burn out and you're going to be sick in your hotel room for the whole weekend. I've seen it happen. Especially hydrate. Hell, hydrate. Please hydrate. Please. It is June. You're in North Carolina. That's enough. Also, if you're drinking, you need to double hydrate. And the fourth and final rule is don't be that guy or that girl or that person. Anyone of any sex can be that guy. Don't be that guy. That's it. It's pretty simple, right?
5 minutes, we're done.
That's all we need.
Any questions? All right. What Wanda happens to be a tarot card reader, and she's doing tarot card reading in the dealer's room. What are some con survivalist tips that you would say for people who are stopping by a fan table or walking through the dealer room as your top etiquette points, or just how to navigate those situations?
Talk to everybody because they want to talk to you. They don't care really if you buy anything. They're just glad you stopped.
Yes,
and
they
talked.
do.
Well, they care about it, but they don't care about it as much. Them just grab everything on the table. Some of the stuff's really breakable and expensive for some of the tables, so that can be very unfortunate. Or kids could get hurt because some things are sharp. So and that's a thing, believe it or not. And I think I can make that myself. Well, you can, but you didn't. You can think it, but don't say it out loud.
Yeah, or don't yuck somebody's yum. Somebody put a lot of passion and effort into it. So don't sit there and say, I don't like that. That's not my fandom. I would never go to that convention.
When we eventually release the revised edition, your don't yuck somebody's yum rule is definitely going to be on that list.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, and that's a double-sided thing. If you're in the audience and you come to a Doctor Who panel and you hate Doctor Who, shut up.
Why'd you come?
But if you're on the panel and you don't like Doctor Who, all these people. Anyway, I'm supposed to moderate instead of opinionate. So let me go back to asking other people. All right. So, Charlie, what's some of your con survivalist tips that you would give?
I've had this happen, so I've been to every level of con, from the small little 200 Con, which is super intimate, to the Dragon Con, which the biggest one I capped out at was 85,000 people. End up talking to somebody cool, you're going to end up sitting at the bar next to somebody, and you're going to end up having that really cool con experience that's going to be worth you missing the thing you scheduled. Yeah, you're bummed that you didn't go see the really cool panel that you scheduled, but you had a really cool con experience. So don't tunnel vision yourself into, I have to have this entire schedule I've laid out, and then make yourself very disappointed that you missed it. Other than the panels that I absolutely have to be on for whatever con I'm attending, everything else is kind of free flowing that I go to attend the con. I hang out with my con friends. I hope to meet new people. I go have new experiences. I wander the room. I talk. I people watch. I enjoy the experience more than anything else. And that is more, I see people that get so wrapped up, whether they're looking at their app or the program book, and they're like, I have to get here. I got 5 minutes to get here. I got to go over here. And especially like big ones at Dragon Con, you're not making it across Dragon Con in 10 minutes to get to the panel. So you just have to like go with the flow. You might walk past a room that they're talking about something that's super interesting and go, I'm going to wander in here. That sounds cool. The hell with what I live. So just live in the moment, experience the con for what it is, and you will have a lot more enjoyment than if you suddenly like, I have to follow the schedule routine.
Susan.
As the science fiction literature director for Dragon Con, I think if you're a con runner, you have to be even more focused on the rules, as Dave said. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you don't overdo yourself, overextend yourself, get too tired the first day, and then you don't want to do anything the rest of the day. So that's what I have right now. But he's got it.
Yeah.
By the way, you just brought up an excellent point to my mind, and I'll just drop this one too. Little known one that I wish someone had told me this personally years ago: wear comfortable shoes. Because I used to bounce around these cons in my Doc Martens, and my feet would be killing me by Sunday, and I never knew why until one day I was like, you know what? Maybe if I stop wearing boots all the time. So yeah, comfy shoes.
Teens are your greatest friends in the world.
Yeah. Mobility aids are not detrimental. They're mobility. It makes you move. So take them. Sean.
So I always wear my boots. That's just my thing.
We're not judging you silently
No
in our
judgment.
heads at all.
So remember too, one thing for all adults here is that you might end up having adult interactions with people. So obviously is the number one important thing in that regard. But if it is in your mind at all that you're going to have some sort of physical intimacy with strangers, which is fine, no judgment. Prepare for that. Come prepared for being an adult. Bring whatever protection you need. Have a make sure your boundaries, things like that. I know people are like, oh, we're going to talk about sex, but people have sex. Adults have sex at convention, then they hook up.
Surprise.
Yeah.
No, that's no. You can do, and it's important. It's important to know.
It's not in the program, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's not all-
Panel is that?
those are the late night panels.
No.
Yeah, there are those panels too.
Yeah.
And obviously, too, hydration helps with that.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But I'll picture my people in the game room because I run the play track at Multiverse. That people who think they don't game, you do game. There's a game in there for you. It's a great way to relax.
Yes.
It's a great way to take a breath between what is normally a hectic schedule for everybody. Go in there, grab a pack of cards, play games and money. Like most gamers have Uno or something like it. Game rooms are great for you to get in just a few minutes, but not necessarily quiet, depending on the game room. But certainly a few minutes away from the hustle and bustle.
Yeah, it's a good room for decompressing, but it's also probably your easiest way to talk to other people. Which is sometimes a hard thing when you're going around and you're socially awkward and there's a bunch of people doing really cool stuff. So how do you talk to those people? Again, consent. don't just reach out and touch their Doctor Who scarf that you want out of the front row. You say, that's really cool. Did you make that, or did you buy that in the dealer's room? Or is there somebody you could hook me up with later to buy that from? But, as somebody who sits at a fan table a lot of times, the easiest way to start a conversation is to ask them about their fandom, which is usually displayed on their t-shirt, on their bag that they're carrying, on something they just bought in the dealer's room, something. So just kind of talk to them that way as well. But yes, adult time is important, consent is important, and that's also where you have to make sure they have hydrated and can make sound sentences, which brings us to yeah, and have had that shower. Yeah. Um
1,
But-
2, 5.
yeah, the one is not the loneliest number. If you don't do one, it will be your loneliest number. So the next thing we need to talk about is, respect at a con. And there's a couple different ways that we can talk about respect. We can talk about respect in a panel, in a panel room. We can talk about respect for your roommates and for people in the hall. I am going to defer. Oh, and the only other thing I wanted to say, and Wanda and I are best friends, if you didn't know this. So I'm going to disagree with her slightly on the dealer room. I'm going to modify. Can I modify? Yes, all the dealers in the dealer room want to talk to you, but if somebody else wants to come up and buy something and you're just there to talk, move out of the way. If somebody's there looking at the postcards for a upcoming event or a fan group, move to the side. Let them do what they're there for. They're happy. I am happy to see all of you, but if I am trying to get to a panel and I've only got so many minutes to do that, be respectful of that. Same with costumers, cosplayers. A lot of times they may be going to a costume contest or to be a speaker somewhere. Just be advised of that. So let's talk about room respect. Dave, party rooms?
All right, party rooms. So, and can I give a quick aside too with the dealer room thing?
Yes, please.
Okay. One thing that I just want to mention, just throw it out there, and this isn't pressure on anyone, but just try to keep in mind, try to be mindful of the fact that like 9 out of every 10 vendors you see, this is how they make their living. Like this is their job. You are at their workplace. So if you're able, try to support them, you know? Anywho, with when it comes to party rooms. So the general kind of accepted all purpose rule, and always check anyway, but the general all purpose accepted rule is open door, open party. If the door's open and there's a party going on, you're a con guest, feel free to come on in. That's kind of the universal code for this is an open room party. Come on in, grab a drink, have some fun. Most times there'll be somebody maybe hanging out the door. Usually, at least on the East Coast circuit, someone with a booze crew ribbon might be checking your, or even a con staff member might be checking your ID.
What are some don'ts?
Don'ts. Okay. So don't come up and remember that the room party is just that. It's someone's room, your party host room. Don't come in and trash the place. Accidents happen. If you have an accident, clean it up. Don't come in and act a fool. Don't come in and start shit with other. I'm sorry. Don't come in and start stuff with other people. Like start fights or start yelling or something like that. Leave your drama outside that room. You dig? And if they got a tip jar, tip them.
Yeah.
Because booze at room parties is free. So if there's a tip jar out, do what you can. If they accept tips, you should tip. Period.
And typically, people who are hosting rooms are doing it to promote something.
Yeah.
So don't be the person that comes in, grabs a box of pizza, a 6-pack of beer, and walks out. This is not the green room.
Yeah, that too.
This is a party. And if the door is closed and it's 2 a.m., that
I
doesn't
should get
mean.
to that one.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
If the door is closed, but there's a party in there, first ask yourself why there's a party in there. Did someone invite you specifically to that room? Then cool, knock on the door. If there's a party in there and the door's closed and you weren't invited to that party, you probably don't want to knock on that door because, like my man down here was saying a minute ago, guess what adults do? It might be one of them parties. You never know.
Yeah.
And I will add one thing onto that, depending on the size of the con you're at, most hotels, like this hotel knows this is what's going on this weekend. A good chunk of the majority of the hotel is full of Carolina people. I've been to other cons where the hotel is hosting the con and the other half of the hotel is full of their normal people. So you don't want to have a room party next to the airport Hilton where the pilot is trying to get some sleep. So be mindful that not everybody on that floor is with the con. So yeah, I'm fine if I end up with a room next to the room party. I know I get to get my 5 hours of sleep and roll back out to the con. That poor person next to you might be on the business trip, might be flying the plane. So you might have to shut that party down earlier than you want just beware of the surroundings that you're at.
If you're gonna host a party on that note, check in with the con first. It's usually a good policy. Just ask where their party floor is. They have one. If they're a con worth their salt at all, they have one.
If they've done it more than a year.
And if
they
they've
have
done,
one.
yeah, if they've done it more than a year, they've got one they know. Just be like, yo, I'm gonna throw a party. Where's your party floor? But don't be like up on the quiet floor throwing a party. That's not cool.
Yeah. All right. What about, so I want to bring up something just because it's not happened to me yet, and I don't think it ever will, but it has happened to people I know. So there's two other things when it comes to rooms. Don't come to a con for the weekend out of state without a room and assume you can sleep in the lobby or you'll be able to crash on somebody's floor. That makes it awkward for everybody. If you have roommates and maybe they're people that you met on the con board and don't really know, that's not a good time to do adult activities and lock the room for 3 or 4 hours so nobody can get into it. I literally had somebody come crash in my room because her room was occupied in such a fashion for literally 16 hours. Nobody could get in the room. And she was a panelist. She had cosplay she couldn't get at, all sorts of things. And it was not a primary, it was not the person on the hotel room. It was somebody who had arranged through a con board. So don't be that person. Don't be that person that comes in and occupies that room. So um Susan, are there any other, I mean, at Dragon Con, what is your biggest Dragon Con tip?
Um, my biggest Dragon Con tip is, I think, make a plan. As Charlie said, sorry. You're not going to get to everything you want, but make a plan. One of my roommates tends to decide, oh, I want to see this, this, and this, and it's all in the same hotel. Dragon Con is over 5 hotels now. So she goes there, and if she can't get into one panel, there's something else that she wants to do in the same hotel.
Yeah, and Charlie made an excellent point about that.
Once a blue moon,
Yeah, no. One of my favorite Dragon Con experiences was I wandered into the side panel in the Marriott. So Marriott's where they would hold like the huge artists that you would wait 2 or 3 hours for. And the only way in would have been like the last row, and that's fine because you see them on the big screen and sometimes it's better. But right next to them was Richard Hurt. Now if you don't know who Richard Hurt is, that is fine, but if you watch the original V series on TV, he was the Commander John. If you watch Seinfeld, he was one of George's bosses at the baseball stadium. And he used to call himself the poor man's whatever. He was like the poor man's whoever they were trying to get, like the poor man's Lorne Green or the poor man's Walter Matthau. He would be the one that they would get when they couldn't afford to do that. So there was probably 10 of us in that room. It was a tiny little room. Walked in, and I am originally from New England. Found out that he used to do summer theater every year in York Beach, Maine, which was a place I used to go to all the time. And he was talking about places, and I was nodding my head because I knew what he was talking about. And this guy started rattling off stories about Ernest Borgnine, Barbara Stanwyck, all of these silver screen and 70s and 80s artists that I adored. He was in All the President's Men because somebody backed out at the last minute. Well, and it's like he was in these major, major movies and films and had an amazing time. And when we were done with the panel, I think my boyfriend at the time, it wasn't Matt, don't tell him. No, he knew. Was wandering off to the bathroom. So I was standing there waiting, and he came up and he said, "Where are you from?" And I told him. And we became really good friends. And I used to email him. Now, unfortunately, he passed away a couple years ago. But my very first Geek Gala, he actually signed a script because he was in Star Trek. And I had gotten a script donated from an assistant director. We were trying to raise funds for the gala, and Richard, Richard in the artist alley at Con, he would have all of the Star Trek trading cards that he was in. That's how he remembered which episodes he was in. And then he was also in Quantum Leap and different things like that. So I went up to him with the script after I'd met him upstairs, and I was trying to get um, somebody else's autograph. I can't remember. But I was trying to get somebody else's autograph, and this guy was just talking to a fangirl, and just like he was not to be interrupted. And so I went over and I asked Richard if he was in that episode, and he was. And he looked at it and he said, "You know who else was in that episode? So and so and so and so, including the guy who played Dwight Murdoch on the A Team." And he's like, "Go down and tell him Richard said to sign this." And I said, "Okay." I walked down. Now these guys are charging $50 to $100 an autograph. They all signed it for free. And the first Geek Gala, I was able to donate that for charity, and that was because I walked into a small panel. So, and like when he passed away a couple years ago, his wife and I were chatting about him, and she sent me some stuff for galas after that. So that's what happens when you go to the small rooms. So don't avoid them. Come and see us small players because we say stuff too. All right. What questions do you have about survivalism, or what things would you like to contribute that maybe we haven't covered? And if the panel has something they're dying to say, please feel free to speak up as well.
I don't think we've touched on like panel room respect.
Okay,
We
yeah,
haven't
yeah,
done
yeah,
that.
absolutely. We
That's right.
started off with room party room. You're
Right.
so right. Go ahead.
If you're late coming into a panel, come in the back. Unless it's like this, but try to be as quiet as you can so you don't disrupt the panelists or the audience, and don't have conversations loud enough for other people to hear, even if you are in the back, because it can distract people. Um,
if you're drunk, and you will be, guess what? Adults get drunk, and cons party hard. We throw some of them. Come on by tonight or tomorrow. I don't remember when it is. If the door's open, come on by 302. But if you happen to be in the middle of partying, don't just bust up in a panel to go make that whole panel join your party. They don't want to. That's happened to me before.
Yeah, don't try to conga line a panel. We've seen that.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
unless it's the end of the panel, that's different.
Unless it's like a party panel, then
Yeah.
absolutely bring it. But
Yeah.
also, yeah, there's a thing for panel etiquette. Know what track you're going to. Some tracks are adult tracks. They are 18 and up only. Don't show up in there with your little one. Don't do it. You don't want to see it. Your kid don't need to see it. Everybody's going to feel awkward.
And if you're not on an adult panel, don't make it an adult
Yeah.
panel if
And-
there's kids in the
Yeah,
audience.
if
This
you're-
is
if
different,
If
Sean.
it's in all
there was
ages,
nobody
you
here,
treat it
but-
like all ages, especially whether you're an audience member or a panelist. Just follow the rating.
That's what we're going to try to keep it as vague as possible.
Yeah, no, you did good. You did good. I thought he handled it well, didn't you? Now the other thing about being on a panel is respect that you have other panelists on the panel. If you're asked to be on a panel, this is not your personal time to take over the panel. As a moderator, I should not be talking this much, by the way. But I'm working on it. Y'all pay attention. But if you're out in the audience and you're not on the panel, guess what? This is not your panel to be speaking on. I literally was at a con last year where somebody on staff sat in the front row and monopolized about 30 minutes of the panel.
I would have left the panel.
I had to say something, but I was trying to be start off. I believe they were slightly on the spectrum, so I was trying to be acknowledging of that, but then I had to be mean. And then I had to go confess to the con runner what I had done. But I had to cut them off and be very blunt about it because they weren't picking up the cues. Because again, I believe they were someone on the spectrum, and we all are, right? But they were a little more so than the rest of us. So, but yeah, so don't do that, and don't be asking questions about Space Ghost if the panel's about Doctor Who, or vice versa, which I heard that happen too at a con. So
kind of dovetails that. If you were an expert in the panel, in the top of the panel, but you weren't invited to be on that panel, or you're not a guest of the con, I think it's great that you can offer up your expertise, but don't interrupt the people in the panel. Don't constantly disrespect. I won't say disagree. You can disagree. That's okay. Don't constantly disrespect the people who are on the panel because they were invited and they are up here. And that doesn't mean that you're not an expert, but you're not the person that they're here to listen to. You know, the people here are the people they listen to. So.
yeah.
No, I'm laughing because my first year at my second year at ConCarolinas, I went to some panels and there were people that were talking on the panel, and it's like, no, that's not actually how it happened. It's better than that. And the next year, I became a panelist.
Right.
Better than that.
Right. Yeah. If you
That's
think you
actually
can
a
do
great
better,
point.
apply to be a panelist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think you can do better? Come on, do it.
But if you're not a panelist, that doesn't mean you get to hijack the panel just because you think you should be on it and you're not. Great point, Sean. Great. You also do well. You and Charlie both get stars. So Susan too, but you know, we already have stars and you have booze, so we're good.
I consider being on the panel.
But I wanna be in the
I
flag.
actual flag on all the cons that I'm on, so I feel, you know, it's not like some of them are like, oh, I hope they invite me back, and everyone's like, we like you, you're in, but you have to go through the application process, you have to produce your like results, like, this is who I am, this is what I do, I'd like to be back, and we hope you liked me from the last time, so I consider it an honor that they invite me back and I get to do this stuff. And even the stuff that I submit, like, this is what I'd like to talk about, if it doesn't get accepted, I'm like, well, man, maybe next year I'll apply again. So I want to make sure that I do a good job, everyone's entertained, that everyone likes me, so I get to do it again. So I work hard to make it entertaining for everybody. So
Yeah. No, excellent point. And so then on the other side, as Susan was starting to say, if you come in, try to come in quietly. If it's not your gig and you want to leave, or you get a text message or a phone call, try to also exit quietly. Maybe don't walk in front of the camera that they have set up. Maybe don't be like, oh, I'm out of here, and get up and make a fuss. Sorry, flamingo down. Or do any of that stuff. I've seen that happen before. Not okay. I've had people take phone calls in the middle of a con, and I've just stopped the panel and waited, and then they said I was rude. No, that's not how that works. So you know, I get it. You get a text for 911. It's an emergency. Absolutely, get up and walk out. Or if you have to answer because you're afraid you're not going to be able to walk that far before you get there, answer it. Say hold on and walk out. Like there's ways to handle it, right? So, and like Sean pointed out multiple times, we should all be adults here, so it's you should know how to do that. So, other things we haven't covered? Yes.
Well, remember to be respectful of the other people in the con.
Right.
If you bump into someone, say sorry. But if someone bumps into you and they don't say sorry, let it go.
Yeah.
Everyone's here to have fun.
Yeah. And you know, we talked about consent, but there's also assistance and then there's not assistance. And we talked about mobility, and you have a cane. I have a scooter. You know, there's others who have canes and stuff here, rollators and stuff. If somebody needs your help, they will ask you for it. Don't push their wheelchair. Don't take their scooter. Don't try to lift up their bags, because we kind of have this figured out how it works for us and our balance and all that kind of stuff. So if we need your help, I will tell you, if you see me at a double set of doors, please open the door for me. I will appreciate that. But if I'm in the middle of handling it and you jump in front of me, I may run over your foot. I am not a good driver. And I don't mean to, but I have done that. So just, let me do what I need to do. Um, but just be respectful of that, and also be respectful for people on scooters, wheelators and stuff. I'm 5'10". On that, I'm not. And I can't see over ahead of what's going on. So just kind of be mindful of that, because it's a long con. So if you see somebody waiting for a scooter, for an elevator or something like that, and they've got a scooter, let them go. And it's not just because I want to go on the elevator, but also be assistant. So I will never forget the one time I was at Dragon Con. It took forever to get an elevator. I finally got on it, but I had to drive straight forward, so I could not see the numbers above. And I asked the group if I was on floor 3, and they said yes. And I backed off, and I was on floor 2, and I could not get back on. The person who was waiting with me had gone up the escalator. I couldn't find them. And there was no cell phone reception in that building. So I couldn't tell them where I was. And it was like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. So, I realized that it might be nice to get us off of the elevator because you'll have more elbow room, but just let us get to the right floor. Don't don't lie to me. So anyway, so great point. Great point. Be respectful. If you've got wings and things, be aware of what they do. Yes. Yeah, offer. Yeah, exactly. Offer, don't assume. Yeah. I will take an offer every day. I'll thank you even if I don't need it. But when you grab it and think you're helping me, you're not. So
By the way, the party floor is 3.
so
Just
now
so everybody knows.
so now the numbers are 1, 2, 3, and 5, right? Party on 3. Sleep on 5.
Just to get back to consent and actually cosplay real quick. Remember too that because I have a Dragon Con horror story like we all do.
Yeah.
So I got into an elevator, which was crowded, and the person trying to cosplay had a boot box in it and started wearing it. And it's a small elevator to begin with, and then it's crowded full of people. And it's just like, you know what? I didn't want to hear that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't interested. And people who cosplay have a rough time. They want, you want people to notice you. You have these great costumes that you either spend a lot of money on or work your ass off for. But at the same time, remember that some of us are not there to see your cosplaying. So if you could leave room for us who are not interested in that, that would be great. It's getting hit in the head too many times at DragCon. I'm just like, no, I'm done with your. It's frustrating because it's just, I'm done with your cosplay. I'm not stopping it so you can have a picture and things like that. And it's bad attitude to have. The frustration is coming out. We really all want to respect one another and what we're doing there. But it's got to go both ways, right? It has to go both ways.
Yeah.
One thing that anybody who's been to several Dragon Cons can, enjoy. And if you don't get it, just ask me and I'll explain it. But around Dragon Con back in the day, we used to call it the Guar rule. And if Guar can follow the rules and be respectful and do what they're supposed to do, then you can.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
freaking Guar is following the rules.
I am a big guy. I am 6'1", way more than I should. I walk through the halls and I'm trying to do, excuse me, pardon me, because I bump into people and it's always like, you give them a hip check. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I've been stabbed in the eye more time by a pair of fairy wings.
Been there.
And I'm like,
You really don't need those glasses. They're just purely for protection, right?
I'm just like, what is this? So.
Yeah. As a person on a scooter, I've been backpacked and winged a bunch of times. And if any of you know my husband, Matt, he is the sweetest, quietest, gentlest person, unless he gets starting doing his Ed McMahon impression, but that's something else. And if you've never heard it, it is glorious. That and Jimmy Stewart, and you have to ask him. But anyway, Carol and I were trying to navigate, and this guy with this huge backpack hit checked us both, and Matt's 6'3" and weighs more than he should, and he just squared up like a football player that he's never been, and that guy went off the curb. And the guy looked at him and he's like, "Yeah, you just did that to two ladies. Don't do it again." And that's about as mean as my husband gets, by the way. But he, to know that Matt was mad was a thing. So yeah, that just be aware. Just be aware. Be respectful. Be aware. But go.
So what I want to bring up is kids at cons.
Yes.
Be encouraging. I don't care how bad that cosplay is. Tell them it's the best doggone thing you've ever seen in your entire life, because you're growing up a new nerd, and you want them to come back, and you want them to do this someday.
Yeah.
So be encouraging of the kids. On the other hand, if you have smalls, the con is not your babysitter. Do not drop them in the game room for hours upon hours and not check back in.
Or your elderly parents. That's happened to me too. Yeah. For those of you late to the con, this is my stepmom, and it's her first sci-fi con. So, but also she's my stepmom, so she's only 14 years older than me. So I would not call you elderly. So, no, but I literally had a guy who at Comic-Con, and it happened. You were there. He dropped off his mother, who was wheeling his grandmother around, and dropped him off in front of my fan table in the middle with her in a wheelchair. And they were just picking up all the free swag that was for the kids. And they left him there for like an hour while he went shopping. But yes, it's not your babysitter. Go ahead.
And, create boundaries for your kids as they're growing up at cons. I did that with mine, and made it. I wasn't going to do that, but okay. But made it appropriate for his age. Okay, I'm going to come back and check on you in an hour. And the rules are you can't leave this premises with anybody, and you can't go in anybody's room. If you change rooms, you have to tell me before you do that. That was one of our set rules, and it worked. But again, at a certain point, you got to let them a little more space as they get a little bit older, but still check back in, because again, the con is not your babysitter. Comment. Well, which one particular do you want to bring up?
Don't make us guess. We're old. Just tell us.
So he's talking about if you're chaperoning a group of teenagers, it's not easy. It's exciting and fun in some ways, but it's not easy.
We'll agree to disagree.
But one thing I required from them up front was all the information: their names, their addresses, their phone numbers, their parents' names, and emergency numbers. And I told them right up, if you step outside the line, I will call. And so if you got somebody else's kids with you, have all the information that you need if something goes wrong. That's very important.
Yeah. No, I think that's very valid. And it's true. I mean, if we want cons to go around as we get older, we've got to encourage the next generation. So this is not the time to fanboy or gatekeep or tell them that they're not allowed to like it, or that's not an accurate description of what Rey looks like, or Rey is not a good Jedi, or whatever you're going to do. Don't be the father that goes up to a fan table where there's two girls and make them prove that they're geeks, that we're beyond that. Yeah, just be respectful.
The best story I have was my friends and I having her uncle by just being a part of the family. The little kid, she was in the Target Halloween costume, Superman, just off the shelf. It was awesome. But we were walking around Dragon Con, and a cosplayer literally looked like Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman cosplay, walked up to her, got down on one knee so she could see my little niece eye to eye, and was like, "Oh, Supergirl, you are my favorite superhero." And her face was just like, "Wonder Woman's talking to me," and I turned to my friend and was like, "I got her hooked."
Yeah.
But I was like, things like that, just like she was sold. She's like, "Wonder Woman's talking to me. This is the coolest thing ever." And I was like, "See, we got you So little things like that are cool. So I really like, and as you said, I really chase off like gatekeepers. I'm like, look, I am a sci-fi fan. I like Doctor Who. I have no idea how hot those people are. That's cool. You know, I don't care. It's everyone loves whoever. I absolutely despise the little ones that run around and go, well, I know every single Pokemon. And I'm like, I don't care. Good for you.
That's
You know?
amazing.
You
Yeah.
know, yay. You know?
It costs you absolutely nothing to encourage a young artist, to encourage or be nice to a young person. It costs nothing, but it could cost everything if you're
Jerk.
a jerk. Thank you. If you're a jerk to them, that's not the word I was thinking.
I
of.
know.
But no. Example: when I was first starting out in film, my stuff sucked. You know what? Guess what? So does most young artists. We all suck when we start. You don't need to tell them that and upset them and hurt them. You could tell them it's good. You can encourage them, and they'll do better, and they'll make better stuff, and they'll be around when you're old and gray
Yeah.
to be running those cons that you're too old to run now.
Yeah, when I started the Charlotte Geeks back in 2008, which was exactly a year after Dragon Con, so I'll tell you the impact that had on me. Um, I will tell you, I am not the expert. I am not. I just am fairly decent at herding cats and organizing events. And but I learned so much from others just by observing. I never knew how all these cool games outside of Parker Brothers before I started going to game nights. I never knew all of the doctors until I started hanging out with doctor people. I am not as trekkie, but I know and appreciate it a lot more having hung out with truckers. So, it's valuable. But I have seen fathers and others make little kids face completely fall by crushing their dreams. So don't do that. Don't do that. All right. Perfect timing. All right, so we're in our final 10 minutes and there's 6 of us, so don't be greedy, but go down and tell us a little again your names, what you're here as a guest for, and where we can find you next, and where we can buy your stuff, in the words of Hartness.
Good save.
Yes.
Where am I supposed to be next?
Go
It's not a bad question.
ahead, Charlie.
So my name is Charlie Kaufman. I am on the Science and Tech panel. I'm an environmental scientist that does a lot of natural disaster studies. I work for the government. I don't have my flashy fifth thingy, so don't ask me where. But I am going to be tonight at Who's Con Is It Anyway to do some improv. Tomorrow I am moderating the How to Destroy the World panel. And then on Sunday, I am on the Is That Even Possible with Science and things you say on science and TV real or not. So come check me out. I don't
Awesome.
have anything to sell, but if you want to give me money, I'll take it.
All right.
I'm Sue Phillips. I'm here on the Geek Life track. As I said, I've been the director for the science fiction literature track at DragonCon for the last 12 years. And I've been in fandom for much longer. I believe the next time I am on a panel is tomorrow at 2:30, and This Is the Way, Star Wars fans.
This is the way.
Awesome.
So my name is Dave Harlequin. As I said, I'm a filmmaker and screenwriter. You can find us on the socials at A Stranger Concept Films. So you can find any of our stuff there. We've got several things that are up on Amazon Prime and I believe AMC Plus right now. And you can find me all weekend back there and about around the ConCarolinas Film Festival at Hotel 2. I'll be on all the film tracks over there. I'll also be tomorrow. I'll be doing the Geeky Rants panel. And then tomorrow evening, I'll be doing the Podcasting Live Streaming 101 here, as well as the most popular panel I do, which is this One Time at Con, which is an 18-up panel. And it's where we share the most insane, wild, definitely age-appropriate, and I mean like over age appropriate con story panels. So come by. It'll be a lot of fun. Also, Booze Crew Room Party is 302. Will at the very least be open tomorrow. If you happen by the 3rd floor, you see our door open, come on by. Grab a drink. Have some fun.
And I'm Wanda Harward. I'm in the vendor room reading tarot all weekend. So if you need a tarot reading, I'm your girl. I'm on some of the paranormal track and some of the geek track. Next is Let's Start a Cult at 5:30 and Ethics of Divination at 7:30 today. And then Saturday I have the paranormal from a pagan's perspective.
Sean?
I'm an SM film professional and an author, but I'm also a con volunteer. I run the sci-fi track at Jordan Con. I run the play track at Multiverse Con. Run the video games track at Nerd Draw is where all in Atlanta. And I will be at 7:30 on Anime Panel, and at 10 I'll be moderating Screen Movie Panel.
Nice.
And you can go to wickedvoice.com. It's all my social media, and my new book that I just got out, or just published a few days ago.
Awesome. And I am Joey Starnes. I am the founder and organizer of the Charlotte Geeks, which I could not do without one of my assistant organizers, Nick Crook, back there.
Woo!
And then also, Wanda didn't give herself credit for being one of the assistant organizers for that. I'm also 1/3 of the Merry Mayhem, 1/3 of Guardians of the Geekery, and the new organizer of the new and improved Geekery Market, which used to be the Bungles Market, but J.K. Rowling is not very friendly anymore. So we will be announcing that soon. But I am tonight on the Growing Your Social Media Presence. I used to be a full-time marketing person for a number of years, so I'll be on that. And then tomorrow, Diversity in the Nerd World at 6:00. And at 10:00, I'm going to be with this guy on This One Time at Con. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah. And I will.
Moderating that one or am I?
No, I am not moderating.
Because
that.
that's the
I don't
running
think
joke
they put-
is there's no moderating on
There
that.
is no
It's the Wild
moderator on
West.
there. But I'm interested to see what stories Janet has to tell because that's
Holy bleep word. Janet's on that panel?
Janet.
I'm looking forward to that one.
Janet and Jean Marie Ward. So, yeah.
Man.
So, yeah. And then Dave and I have seen different things at different floors. So it'll be interesting.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Not for the faint of heart or the serious of temperament, by the way.
Yeah, if you go to that panel, you can find out what happens if you don't follow the rules we told you about.
Yes.
1,000%.
And for the record, styrofoam is not your friend. Go ahead. No. Gloves are off. No. I am dropping her off at her friends before I come back for that panel. Yeah, so not that way.
No judgment.
My lovely husband, Matt, will be with me the rest of the weekend. He's just working right now. If you did not get a chance, I do have pronoun tags up here. I also have Simply Flamazing and Flocking Fabulous badge ribbons. I also have fidget spinner thingies and bracelets and pens and shiny things. So if you like shiny stuff, come get it and have a great con. What's the rule? 1, 2, 5. Everybody say 1, 2, 5.
1, 2, 5.
All right. Thank you all for being here. +3.
Stand up.
Thank you.
I'm not in a rush.
Yes, we will erase. Thank you,
I
Sean.
got a
I'm
rough
sorry
pick
about
anyway.
that. I don't know.
This is the guy.
I'm going to blame
Hey,
that
how's it
as they clearly muscled you out. So
Oh, thank you.
Good to meet you, man. Sure,
here's the
man, sure.
pronouns. People need them. And then we also have the markers if you need to fill it in.
Good to see you, my brother.
Right? Because you're part of the flock, right? We're all a little bit different. You have to learn how to balance,
10:30 tomorrow.
stand in hot
Thank you
water.
so much,
and
sweetheart. I
they
appreciate
are
you.
pens. Would you like one? Just know there's a little white ball in the end you have to
Charlotte's
take off
finest
first
right here.
because sometimes people are like, mine is broken. Like, no, it's not edited.
Yeah, I like Sycamore okay. I hate the brewery itself.
The geekery, like get thee to the
I haven't been
geekery.
to the new one, but it looks
And it's
worse
like it's all
somehow.
fandom with a Charlotte
I don't like
Geeks.
South
It all
End,
goes
guys.
together.
Oh, I love
I bought
South End
all.
is too-
I bought
it's
the
too
4
crowded,
main
It's too crowded.
domain
It's too. densely packed.
extensions
I
like
get
Com
uncomfortable
Net
there,
or
man.
for Geekery Market and the Geekery Market because just the
Not
Geekery was
in years
taken.
now at this point.
And I have been getting random spam
Now,
calls
OFB
all
is
week because
generally
of it.
packed, but
But
at least there's some spread out
yeah,
space
but the
to go.
logo, Greg's working on the logo, and then now that we have that, now I feel like I can sign a
Yeah,
contract that
Charlotte's
I
is
can do
getting
that.
too damn big for me.
Muggles
man.
Market was great branding, but it wasn't very inclusive,
should.
and that's not me. So
I
I
should.
was
I got a lot
like,
of
we
good
gotta
friends
stop
down there.
that. So
Little James just opened.
Hey.
Pineville, right?
yes, yes,
Oh, no
yes.
shit. Okay.
You're welcome.
I
Hello.
gotta make sure I get me some
Good.
swag.
How are you doing?
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everything's going okay.
Yeah, man.
Would you like a
I'll be
pen
around.
or a
Come party with us.
keychain? We have slinkies. You know you want one.
I need a flock bracelet.
You are flocking fabulous, by the way.
Thank you. I do what I can.
Thanks for letting me on the panel. I appreciate it.
Oh no, I think that was awesome. Thank you so much. It's a little fidget spinner so you can pop the bubbles if you get anxious. It's a way to keep your hands busy during a con. Yeah, pop it. Thank you.
Now that I'm standing up, I just gotta wait for the rest of my hip. Comply with me.
Yes. What do you think of my shiny new vehicle?
That is the dopest.
It has one more thing. It has bumpers, like a rolled metal bumper that will go around so that if somebody runs into it or I hit a wall, I won't break the blue. So, but all right. Well, thank
have
you, my
questions,
friend.
my friend.
Did you want anything before I pack it up? All right. Hello.
Nice.
Oh no.
Cool.
Elbow isn't quite right.
And I had scraped all my skin off.
Oh no. Oh my gosh.
Not
Yeah.
like
Goodness. Don't do that.
I know, but mom was like,
Well, it was good to see you. We're having a geek gala again in
Oh, wow.
24. So
Yeah, no, I've been.
we might
I've
do
been
it in
out
the
of loop
spring
with
though.
UTM
We
since
might
I
be
wrote
doing
for
it in
'em.
conjunction
I've
with some
been
other
playing fifth
activities.
edition
So I'll let you
lately.
know.
I'm trying to help them with their Charlotte by Night
It's good to see
campaign.
you, and I'm sure I'll see you around the con.
Trying to build a
multiple
setting. Yeah, they're doing the Vampire LARP over at the other hotel.
I can't believe the film festival's in the other building.
You gonna do it? Hell yeah. What are you playing? Cool. So under V5 rules, you'll be going Anarch?
Figure things out.
Right. Anarch.
Anarch. Original game was
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck I'm going into kind of shit.
That's a very gangrel thing. It's a very gangrel thing to be a sire and just drop your child or anywhere. Like, oh yeah, figure it out.
Yeah, I did this. I gave her the thing with the side said, you guys want someone who sires can judge.
I do. I remember last year at ConCarolinas, I had to stop. I had to pull one of the players, one of the LARPers to the side.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can I just offer one bit of advice? This chick is running around diabolizing everyone. I'm like, how many times is that?
She was
She's like,
doing what?
in the game Vampire the Masquerade, she was diabolizing people.
Oh no.
And I'm like, every time you diabolize someone, you're first taking them into yourself, and second, you're going down a generation.
Yeah.
If you go too far, the beast will consume you, and everyone's going to try to kill you. And like, you have diabolized people 4 times now, so you are like 4th gen now.
Yeah.
If you do it again, everyone is coming to kill you. That's the Camarilla, the Sabbat, and the Anarchs are coming after you. You don't want to do this. So unless
now before it's too late.
So if you want to do it again, you better go swear that Sabbath oath right now. Because the Sabbath's the only ones that'll tolerate it if you're one of them.
Yeah.
But you better go swear your oath right now. Otherwise, so you'll find some cool LARPers with a weird little symbol drawn on their hand, and they're coming for you. And then she's like, "What is that?" I'm like, "That's this symbol." But holy shit! I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not actively playing, but I will. But I will if you keep deauthorizing. Like, I will blackhand your ass right now. Rest in peace. What a great clan they were.
They still are.
Giovanni's dead, man.
You think they're dead?
They're dead in B5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're dead in B5.
Sorry.
They got slaughtered by the Second Inquisition.
So I'm playing some more, and the time we're playing is like 1893 and stuff.
Oh, okay. You're in Endless Ages. Okay.
Yeah. So we're doing the D20 rolls with it.
I love D20.
I've enjoyed it a lot more than I expected, and I get a little bit confused with that when I use that roll.
Yeah, new 5th edition basically it doesn't undo anything, but it progresses past the Second Inquisition came and it happened.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. A lot of the smaller clans are dead. They've combined some disciplines.
They made it a little bit more simple.
They made it a little more simple in certain aspects. They made it a little more complex in others.
I mean, that's how systems work. Because
Yeah.
Like look at D&D.
Yeah.
Second edition was complicated.
As
Fifth edition
hell.
was complicated even more.
Yeah.
Fourth edition.
3.5 was like what 3rd edition should have been,
Yeah.
and what Pathfinder is.
Yeah.
And yeah, then 4th edition sucked.
Have you seen Pathfinder second edition yet? Are you looking
I haven't looked into that one yet.
It's gotten stupidly complicated.
Yeah, like you guys should have just stuck with being a D&D 3.6.
Well, they
Like-
were trying to do it because they were trying to avoid copyright.
Yeah,
So that's-
but they were worried about Wizards pulling some bullshit, and they were doing that long before Wizards did.
Yeah, so they were
So-
they knew it was
So yeah,
coming.
Paizo knew it was coming before anybody, but that's because Paizo's the most successful people to use the OGL ever.
Yeah.
Like they literally took the OGL and ran with it and made Pathfinder. Like 4th edition sucks. We'll make D&D 3.6,
And we will
and
add
it was
more to it.
great. It was great.
I love it.
And then yeah,
So much stuff I can say.
then 5e came out and everybody loved it. Everybody dug it. And I haven't played a single game of it yet, but I've looked through the book. This is pretty simple. It's pretty streamlined.
It's very streamlined, very simple. And the thing beyond it makes it like you can go from making a character in like 3 hours to 30 minutes.
That's amazing.
That's a
That
big
is a
deal.
big deal.
Just 30 minutes, make a character.
How
Done.
much? I've always like.
And
It's
it
funny. The
takes-
one gaming
the best
panel.
part is it takes 30 minutes for a new player, not
That is so
an
cool.
experienced one.
We should get out of the way. They're trying to set up for their next panel.
So that's one of the things.
So what would you say?
Test, test.
Yeah, I think it's just the fog. Looking at it, it looks like most of them have close to 5 minutes. Beyond that, they should be able to overlap enough now that we can get to the body.
And like I said, the other two over here, they'll leave it red. Because we use one white bag. Split them up.
They sounded pretty okay.
And they're small ones.
That's fine.
Because it's so big.
They got real quiet. I think that's fine. Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
get to pick your own thing. Alright, we know where you are, so we're gonna go up and.
You don't want to start a cult with us?
I'm gonna start.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
We're gonna, I'm gonna take him up and drop him.
We're starting a cult. These are my followers. See? Don't worry, I have Kool-Aid.
It's gonna be a good cult though. Okay.
We'll see. It depends on how it goes.
Neutral.
Yeah.
How about a better cult?
How about a chaotic group?
I'll take that.
Handle that.
I'll take that.
We're gonna drop his stuff off and we'll be right
Oh yeah,
back.
this given.
The advanced Bonowitz cult leader evaluation framework to make sure that our cult has the needs. Yes.
Oh.
We had a little rogue. I should have brought her. So we could have been matching it.
Misty couldn't make it because she and her husband are in. We're friends with her.
Okay.
My mom and my dad have been best friends with her since years ago. They did Friend Fair together.
Oh.
So I know her.
Is she on the way or?
No, she's not gonna be able to come because she's in Charleston with
Oh.
her husband and kid. And I was like,
Yeah, that's a different location. It's okay, I made buttons. Can't get them yet because you gotta wait till we make the cult. Hello. Are you making a cult?
I am indeed.
Then you are
Every day.
every. I like that. I'm Jessica, the Geek Tractor.
Jesse.
Jesse and Jessica. Okay. This is gonna work really great. We know our names. All right. Put your name.
Can I handle him? Thank you. Sorry,
Cult leader. I'm the moderator. I make the rules.
Are you putting your last name?
Huh?
Are you putting your last name?
I put my last name. You don't have to. Oh, I brought Diet Coke.
I brought
I need a
scurvy.
coffee. I've somehow put my wallet somewhere, so if I get a little anxious, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, handy dandy notebook for us to make our notes. Tell I'm a librarian because I'm like, I know, right? It's the best invention. But it says, I'd rather be buried in a good book with a little zombie hand. Your pen's nicer.
That pen was still underneath here.
Hello, lovely. Oh, I did have caffeine. Y'all are so lucky. We have. Sorry, I have a lot of accoutrements.
I'm just trying to get myself organized.
I had to bring Kool-Aid packets because, you know. Mhm. Oh, you need some? Oh. If y'all expected a serious panel. Okay, good. I was like, wrong room.
You should be up here.
Yeah.
You'd be good at this.
Good, you
None
can
of the
offer.
folks I've started in turned a profit at all.
No, look, we got our token boy. Come on.
He's actually started a cult.
We say church.
That's part of the thing. What term
Is that
do we
for
want to
tax
call it?
purposes?
I'm not wrong. You know I'm not.
We did this very month make our last payment on that land.
Ooh, it's all yours.
And
Fantastic. Now what we gonna do with it?
pretty much what we're already doing.
Good enough.
We did invest money in for
Somehow in between walking in the door and going to my hotel room and back to my car, I put down my wallet. It's fine. I'm a teacher. They shouldn't expect much out of it. They find it. They'll actually probably leave me money.
That would be nice.
Yeah. They'll be like, oh, bless her heart.
R. Well, yeah, but
That's a future problem. Right now we got it.
You can't have a button until we make the rules.
Can I be the secretary?
You can't be the secretary and we make rules. We're
Raise your
starting-
hand if I get voted secretary.
Do you have a piece of paper?
Majority rules. I didn't count. Listen.
Already my leadership is being undermined.
Yes, I got a bigger
Wow.
notepad.
Wait. It's fine. Mine has a sticker on it. now.
You're my favorite. You don't get the poison Kool-Aid.
Or she gets double. Yeah, there's no rules on this panel, guys.
I figured as much.
Okay. Because that was like shenanigans.
Of course.
I wasn't ready to be secretary. Can I have a pen?
You're still on the pen back already? Damn it. I believe in blending in.
Casual.
Yeah. Totes cash.
But honestly,
those are camouflage.
you should not
Yeah.
have
It's so I can blind you and then just slip away like a ninja.
You know, if you're dressed kind of wild at a con, you are in camouflage.
That's
Let's be
true.
honest.
Mm.
You go walking through here not dressed up, people are gonna be like, who are they? What they doing?
Ooh. Or if you have like a sports shirt on, they're like, ooh, you don't belong here.
I think you're lost.
Is that Quidditch?
Is it a sticker?
That's the button lady.
I looked, but I didn't buy because I knew if I was with you again.
Yeah. As soon as I find my wallet, I'm gonna go and see her. I need to spend money. How do I do that? I've been teaching all day, so I'm ready for this.
It was my last day of school. And I do online homeschool, so I was working on schoolwork in the car. And I'm done. When we got here, I had to do like 2 things. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. Let me have fun now.
I was like, I'm gonna teach you guys, and then the other neurodivergent kids, we're gonna come over here and we're gonna play with Legos. aka we're sorting them by the color and size. That is my new therapy. I was like, this is nice. That's true. I highly recommend. Because I have like thousands of pieces, and each box has to have a certain amount before we send them back. And I was like, guys, this is a lot. The kids were like, can I help?
Is it gonna come to that Lego exhibit, like the Lego art thing that they're doing in Atlanta? I think it travels around with like the huge sculptures. Legos?
See my Ben?
Anybody seen that?
Oh.
Yeah. Art of the Brick. That's what it's called. That is cool. There's like huge, towering, like realistic Lego sculptures.
I get so jealous of other people's skills at based on everything. So.
It's all one guy's art.
So far we have
There's
15.
That's
like
a
a
good number.
wildlife room where there's like a almost life-size, fully built out of Lego tiger that looks like almost real. There's a gorilla, giraffe, elephants.
Nice.
So Misty's not going to be here.
Right.
So I'm waiting for 5:30. Yeah. Everybody, deep breath.
I feel kind of. I was like trying to save space for everybody, but now I'm just gonna.
I like that we completely ostracized the boy. We're like,
I feel like y'all have labeled me a suppressive person.
he's the other in our cult. It's fine, guys.
Well, I mean that's one of the requirements, right? Like there's got to be an out group.
There
so.
does. Oh yes, he'll be our sacrificial lamb. It's fine, guys. He'll be.
The week
He'll...
I had, I'm down with that.
All right, we are officially starting. Hello, my name is Jessica Reed. I am the Geek Life Track Director and the Con Secretary. So I get to create all of these lovely programs that you are seeing. Don't go to any other tracks; they're boring. Just go to Geek Life. It's fine. There are panel surveys. There's little QR codes all throughout the hotel. We would definitely appreciate your feedback. You will be entered into winning a free badge for next year. We're going to be giving away several badges for people who, because we just want your feedback on what the panel was like for you and what future panels you'd like to see. Because we want to keep it fresh. Next up.
My name is Amber. I am technically the con's social media director. I've been doing horribly at that, so I have reassigned myself to the emotional support human. This is my first panel ever, and I'm really excited to form a cult.
Hi, I'm Wanda Harward. I'm doing tarot readings in the vendor hall this weekend and doing Geek Life Tracks.
And I'm like, it's Geek Track.
It's Geek Tracks and paranormal. So that's my two areas.
Yep.
I already like that we're all supportive. This is nice.
Everybody's getting into, already starting to get into this group think mentality.
Yeah. If anybody class, everybody else has class.
Everyone join us. Join us.
Lots of people.
These are my.
So I'm Jesse. I'm one of the co-founders and co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta. The other one, co-founder and co-chair, sitting right there, Allison. And yep, we're here for the weekend to do panels, and also in the pre-function area, we have a table if you want to stop by and get some candy. Come see us.
See, I love it. We already got this. So we are going to design a cult, and we do want feedback from you guys because we care. I wanted to do this after I took a survey for work, and everybody else's survey was like, "Oh, we're emotional people, and we like to help people." And my survey said cult leader, and I was like, "Yes, geeks." So that is the how this all began. So welcome to our cult. Our first thing that we have to do is, what is our cult name? Do we want it to be a basic, just ConCarolinas cult? And yes, we do have buttons. You will get a button.
What does it already say on the button?
ConCarolinas cult, because I'm basic.
That's the point in its favor.
I think there's like, you could write on them with a Sharpie though. Like when we come up with the name, you could write it above ConCarolinas. Like parentheses.
Yeah, we're not going to be a classy cult, guys. There's no matchy-matchy.
That's it. Classy ConCarolinas cult, because you do all the C's, and it's really cool.
CCC.
Ooh.
Okay, so classy, clearly. ConCarolinas. Sorry,
We
we
need
have.
to add something that sounds like official and fancy, like the Order of the C4 or something like that.
The Order of the Four Seas.
It's got to sound like half mysterious and.
That sounds like a pirate.
The order of the C4.
But you can't go through an airport and say that. So we do want to travel sometimes.
Ancient and worshipful order.
No, then people are gonna think we're old. But we need to bring in the youth. Okay. For labor, I know, but we need the youth. We're old. Free labor. So
We got suggestions.
because we clearly need institutionalizing. Yeah, that's why we're not C4.
It's because we're the bomb.
We'll just do.
That's good. I like that.
Let's do the C3. We'll just classy ConCarolinas cult. So that way we can. Institute of the Classy ConCarolinas cult.
Yeah. and that way-
ConCarolinas is one word.
Can you say that 5 times fast?
It's one word. It is. Look at.
I agree
Look at
with
your
C3
badge.
over I think C3 is better than C4 because that way you can wear your cult shirt and you won't get randomly selected at the airport.
Some of you look really sketchy, and we're just looking out. Okay, not me. Okay, so we have our name. Rule number 1. Okay. Rule 1. Not a sex cult.
No.
Sorry, guys. I know it's disappointing, but this is a family convention.
Not a sex cult, but it's okay to be a sexy cult.
I think that's kind of unavoidable. I mean,
Yeah. Look at the pamphlets. Like, okay, so sexy, sexless. We gotta work on that, guys.
Yeah, I think we got to workshop that one a little bit.
I like the ish. Nope.
Sexish. I think that's- I
No.
don't like that word at all.
Right, and don't leave me behind.
Ordinary sex adjacent organization.
Told you you wanted on the battle.
We are a sexy cult, not a sex cult.
This is gonna be the longest button you've ever seen. We're gonna have to wear like little billboard signs. No, not having children. We're not. No.
And that's why the men do the tokens.
Yeah, you're getting a token, not a button for that. We've already had enough rights taken away. That's a different panel. Okay. We got one rule. Not a sex cult. Okay.
You may tell Walt to, but it just, it's not.
There's already dissent in the ranks on this one.
Not a requirement.
We do the weird things. How about that?
That could just go on the back of the t-shirt.
That does the slogan right there. That's the slogan.
Yeah, we do the. I like it. The
We do the
slogan.
weird stuff.
We do.
Yeah, because it's just vague enough to be accurate in a lot of situations.
It really is.
Right? So excited for this. No.
No, that's rule
No.
What's rule number 1?
No.
There's all kinds of weird stuff.
That's reading my paranormal smut. That's different. I only read.
That's spicy.
That's spicy. Okay. Now, some other cults have attirement requirements. What are your thoughts?
Well, it needs to be shiny.
We do like shiny.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Oh,
Shiny.
what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, if you want to wear shiny, you can, but it has to be some sort of nerdy attire. Perhaps we need to create a pin.
But it has to be a shiny pin. There has to be something on your body that is shiny.
All right, so
Jewelry
Well,
counts.
Oh.
Valid
Depends on
You
question.
the
have to
Everybody
buff
knew
it.
that
You
does
have
a
to
bald
buff
head
it.
count.
So
You have to
I
put
guess
glitter
my
on it.
question
No powder.
is are we like a democracy or does the cult leader get the final say? Are we putting things to
pretty sure
vote?
it's not, 'cause
Are we?
I get the final say.
What traditionally the inspiration come from some document only you were allowed to read?
I write fan fiction. So I'm gonna let you read my Veronica Mars fan fiction, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, let's start a cult." Right? Team Team Logan. If he is, ooh, that'll be my statue that we all worship. I could worship. Yeah, you're not my boss. I know I did. That is my mom. So technically she created this, but she's.
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
We have a hand raised in the back.
Yes. Could have been my
All right,
princess.
we got a question in the back.
I think so. Is that one? No, well, hang on. Let me talk with my panelists. Well, we have official writers. Ooh. It could be AO3. We'll just say AO3 because we've all. Yeah. Words. I'm a librarian, so all the words.
What is rule number 1?
At the beginning of every, we're gonna, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What hidden tags? Well, see, at the beginning of the cults, you have to be like really interactive, and I have to suck you in, right? And have to make you feel like you're one of us. And then I lay down a hammer and say, "Suck it."
I thought it wasn't a sex club.
It has to be ostensibly democratic, so we're going to pretend for now like everyone
It's not-
gets to say.
It
And
is
then-
a hammer.
Right. Then the doctrine will change as edicts are handed down to her in visions
Yes.
that she receives.
As soon as somebody hands me a special treat, I'll get a vision.
None of us are qualified to correctly interpret the fan.
Right.
I will show you the way. Who's gonna be my number 2? Fight.
I think he should be number 2 because we need a balance.
Oh, but he's the
Well,
boy.
we need an ostensible balance. We need the appearance of balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
He is number 2.
Very small hearing, but I think it'll work.
He understands. He understands his role.
He understands his role.
Again, not a sex cult.
He goes and gets snacks. That's his role.
He gets.
Look at this.
He gets the snacks. Yeah.
Who knew the number one difficulty of starting a cult is convincing people that it's not a sex cult?
Damn it, guys, it's not a sex cult. Oh, sorry. There's no children. If you brought your child to a cult, she's not a child, she's a teen, it's fine.
I mean, there's no better age for indoctrination.
Yeah, you came to a cult thing, like, it's all downhill. Okay,
So we had a vote earlier. I'm the secretary. There's no changing that.
okay. What role would you like?
Let's see. I am your divination specialist.
Ooh.
She gives me the brownies. And then I have my vision. And
Precisely.
she interprets them.
That's right.
Oh, I'm so scared for y'all. Consider you.
I have a suggestion. Could we recap what we've decided so far? Just to make
Not a
sure
sex cult. Institute of Classy ConCarolina cult. Oh, that looks like an N instead of an L. That's
Shorthand C3,
it's
right?
definitely not that word. Family friendly ish. We do the weird things.
People have dogs as part of their family.
Yeah.
Can interpret that.
Your family's a cult.
We do the weird things. And then attire, did we decide on just like
You have to
anything
have
shiny?
you have to have one shiny thing on. That is our identifier.
I need to do penance of some kind because I am currently unshined.
We can fix that. There's glitter.
I need to get a glitter bomb to start.
These.
Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah.
He might be a really good designer of things on the fly.
Can you design the things on the fly? What do we want on our graphic? We need books because fan fiction is literary, clearly. So, what else do we need on our graphic? Pyramid. Yeah.
Pyramid book. I heard swords.
I heard swords. I'm a little scared right now.
Bigfoot. Bigfoot holding up the pyramid with the book at the top. See? No, that is copyright, sir. We're not getting sued.
What are you reading? The news.
Wait. People in the front, shh. Oh my God, Bigfoot eating edibles, holding a pyramid with the book on top.
Ah.
We could put it on a t-shirt with the slogan on the back if you want.
We do the weird things.
I'll literally we'll design that if you want.
Shut the front door. You know we want it. I'll buy it.
So one hand up holding the pyramid and one hand down holding the cookies.
No, we want balance. I think the edibles has to be as big as the
Should
pyramid.
Bigfoot then be standing atop the pyramid?
Huh?
Should Bigfoot then be standing atop the pyramid
With a little pirouette type.
with a book and edibles?
Okay.
Yes. Oh my
Balancing
God.
the book and edibles while maybe pirouetting on top of the pyramid.
Like, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. I got this. Pyramid. Oh.
Maybe like some diamond stud earrings, just because you can wear. I mean,
Yeah.
accessories. to
Or
it, just-
do we want a nose ring instead, or earrings? Or the. That's true. He's hair, and it's not the lip.
Yeah, it wouldn't show through. I used to have one. It won't show through here.
It could be the boobies.
He could have pasties.
Pasties.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're classy. No nudity, guys.
Perfect.
Yes, I love it.
So like this.
You were such a good artist.
I know. Yeah.
That's
Those
why she's
are
the
pasties. They're not boobs.
Okay, I was gonna say. Okay, so we have our graphic. How are we going to recruit?
That's illegal.
Graphic.
Got a suggestion in the back there.
Other con cults that I belong to focus around a certain event that has occurred. Is there an event from ConCarolinas that is famous in folklore that we all know about that we can focus around that?
Oh my God, we should all just like go to Tally and Valentine Wolf
Yeah,
and be like,
did
hello.
somebody fall into the lake? Did some like drunk guy trip down the escalator? Did some story? See,
No, that's because of a table.
well, then somebody does an event we all know. So I'm talking about the famous carpet cult and the cult of John from Dragon Con that many of us probably also belong to. There's an event that signifies that we're a member of that cult. So is there a ConCarolinas event that we could rally at that point?
I think it's good. No.
There are leeches.
Wait, I got something for you.
Okay.
So the year that.
Hang on.
So there's the year that.
Please hold.
There's a year the Charlotte Geeks had a table over here, and we had a big standee of Edward from, the Sparkly Vampire. And
No.
Someone
Okay.
stole him, and he ended up in the lake.
I swear it wasn't me.
So
Probably.
Edward in a lake. No one has to know it was cardboard.
That's right.
Edward in the lake. I kind of like the leeches though. No, no leeches. He doesn't glitter anymore.
He would go
He'd
for
be
it.
so mad. That'd be scary. Wasn't that a scary Colt? Huh?
That's worse. If you live, just let me know.
Yeah, that's
Fuck no. I want to live. Huh? That's how he dies. We get the amount of glare that'd be in the carpet. Like we'd probably get in trouble from Karen too, and she'd be Karen. No, guys, we gotta. So he wants us to create like no, there's no theme. There's no theme. It's just ConCarolinas. But I do think we should all show up at Tally's panel. Y'all know Tally, right? Like everyone knows Tally. With Valentine Wolf, where they're gonna be singing creepy and be like, and we'll just stop it like, come join our cult. What did they come up with? Oh, Valentine Wolf should come up with a theme song. Or Mikey. Okay, do we want Valentine Wolf or Mikey to come up with a theme song? Or somebody else? Oh. Huh? Who is? They are. I think they fit with our vibe because does Mikey even wear shiny things? He has a shiny head. Huh? See, we are including bald heads. You're welcome. Okay, so Valentine. Yes. It's a mascot, but we are creating our cult.
No, I know, but like, shouldn't the mascot?
We're our own thing. Cece's too sexy for us. We have 3 C's. She only has 2. Wolf song. Okay, we got our song. Okay, because we got to know who to sing Kumbaya with. All right. We're not a sex cult. Guys, we're really going to have to put on our listening ears. I mean, they bring in the furry crowd. But do we want that? It's not a sex cult. Some people think that's. Ooh, I don't like touching. This is not a sex cult. Photo booth. Selfie with Bigfoot.
Today, Bigfoot got a woman pregnant whose husband's killed.
not a sex cult.
Good for her. Sir, he's waiting patiently.
Questionnaires are smart.
There has to be criteria. You can't take just everybody.
So I love surveys. Okay. What? So okay. Yeah, personality. What do we want our questions to be? Does anybody have a good question? What is your name?
So for cults, you got to appeal to like whatever. You got to appeal to whatever people's problems are.
Do you read? Because fan fiction, if they don't read, they're out of our cult. I'm sorry. That is my line. Audiobooks count. Audiobooks count. Are you? Wait, what is the song? If I was a fish,
When you caught me, you say, look at that fish.
There's our song.
Then it's done. Or, but if I was a Bigfoot and caught me.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. What are your thoughts on sex cults? And then they're like, I'm all in. Not with us. But if you're, we don't need to know about your issues.
I had 3 apples, how many apples would I
What if
have?
they're colorblind? Like we don't want to discriminate. Yeah. So we got. What was the one good thing I said?
Do you read?
Do you read? Do you
Do you
read?
even read?
Do you read? That's what we do.
That's what we do.
It's literally going to be on our shirt. We do the weird things.
That's right.
Or if they're talking to us.
The question is specifically, do you do the weird things?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
But then they might tell you what weird things they do. And
That would be filtered out with the previous question of, do you like sex dolls?
Right. It's a filter.
And if they say yes, we could just be like, toss it in the garbage.
do you like sex cults?
Ah.
But I also want to be like, please tell us more. It goes to the fan fiction. It's fine.
That's the essay question.
It's optional. Oh. Oh, what is your favorite fan fiction? Sorry, this is how we get to know everybody. What is your favorite fan fiction? Would you?
Would I read? Well, okay, we've already gotten onto cryptids, so that's what I'm thinking. It's probably have to
Who's
be
your favorite
cryptids.
cryptid? Is it?
You know, it varies. Mothman fan at the moment.
I knew he's gonna be Mothman. He has Mothman vibes. Oh. Fluffy things are a must. Yeah, and by fluffy things. Fluffies. Oh, sloth. Okay, sorry. What is your fan fiction of choice?
Sailor Moon and Deadpool.
Wait, together? I have questions.
I'd watch that. I want to cosplay that.
I've seen Sailor Deadpool costume.
See, and you thought it was weird.
That's shady.
Well, it
We
is.
do the weird things.
We do the weird.
So clearly, I love Veronica Mars. It's my passion. And I love reading true crime. So that's kind of fan fiction, depending on who you're reading.
Ask all the questions of the boy contest. We're not any replicants.
Oh, what is your fan fiction?
It depends on what's on at the time. I like to watch fan fiction for movies and TV shows that I'm binging. Right now it's Scorpion. I like the nerdy guys.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we have our songs. We have what else do we need? We need more rules. We need to have rules to kick people out.
Wait, what is rule number 1?
Not a sex cult. Say it. No, we're all gonna have to say it. I'm gonna count to 3. Okay. After I say 3, that's when we say our first rule. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Not a sex cult. Okay. I know everybody. Author's Alley's going. They're over there taking notes, like, dear diary. John Hartnett's going, who's throwing glitter at me? He's gonna be fine. Okay, so we need rules to kick you out.
Yeah, what could someone do that would get them removed?
Apparently, that's double dipping.
Legit.
It just depends on who the person is, though. Like, did they deserve it? I feel like they probably did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that actually that gets you the Kool-Aid.
Not the cool Kool-Aid. The death Kool-Aid.
Okay. What else is our? Yes. What is your rule? I mean, I'm okay with like a healthy discussion though of it. So as long as you're not like full like you're crazy if you believe it, but if you're like I haven't seen it, as long as you're like reasonable about Bigfoot, if you
So like denying the existence of Bigfoot would be
He has purdy hair. We all know
He's a
that.
bath.
You know that. He has
What if
purdy
it's?
hair.
I don't.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I don't believe in the paranormal. Ooh. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely.
I was just thinking of like denying the existence of Bigfoot. That's good. That's a step too far. Like you can have the healthy
That's his line.
discussion, but
Yes. If
Not
you.
a sex cult.
Oh. The book is better. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. We can't have that as a rule.
Yeah.
Princess Bride just kicked it out. You can't quote Princess Bride. You're out. Wait. If you can't, I was about to kick all of you out. I was like, how dare you? Inigo Montoya?
I don't think this is what they meant, but I dressed up as Wesley. I was in full black, and my mom made a mask for me to wear.
I love it.
What was the theme? It was like
Don't ask questions.
I don't remember. This is like what is like beginning of April, end of March? No, it's beginning.
What was her theme for why she dressed?
Like Wesley.
Why not?
It was like heroes and I was like gray hero.
Okay. Oh, that might be our other motto. Why not? That's true. No, I like hockey.
Yeah.
I like me some hockey. I'm a little weird. What was it? Okay. You don't push your sports agenda. How about that? If you start pushing your sports agenda, ooh, if you talk politics and it doesn't agree with my politics, you're out. Agree with me. They're family. I can yell at them. It's fine. Politics. Okay. What else? What other rules? We need, guys. You have to have rules to kick people out, especially the boys.
We could borrow rules from other clubs, like maybe we can't talk about Fight Club.
I don't like talking about Fight Club. I want to know who got punched in the face.
It is a really good movie, and you can do a whole panel.
Ooh, you have to have some type of mental illness. I think we're all clear. That's what I thought. Yeah. Oh. Oh, canon isn't real. Can we just say that? Canon. Because we're fan fiction. We make up our own rules. Logan doesn't die. It's not real. Canon isn't real.
that can be rule number 2.
I think that should be rule number 2. Canon isn't real. Because that's important. Most of the time. That goes with my politics. So that's fine.
Good. We're saying that it isn't real. Then
Yeah.
That in rule number 2, I think that covers it pretty well.
Pretty well.
It
Yeah.
just doesn't exist.
You got another one?
How about part taking your road to be a part?
Oh, sorry.
Recite a passage of fan fiction.
Does our own count?
That's the only one that counts. It has to be a passage of your own.
It's on AO3. It's published. We are Eisner Award winners. Like, we're fine. Yeah. You can just read it. Okay. There's no judgment. You got to read it with passion, though.
We have to look one up right now.
No. Well, I don't know. I think I think it should be a movie quote though for our oath. What is your favorite movie?
Which genre? That's a hard question.
I know.
Don't look at me.
Dang it. We need a good movie quote. That'll be our oath.
My favorite movie is Donnie Darko.
I got a sticker for you.
That sounds like a threat. No threatening. Oh, that should be rule number 3.
I got a bad feeling about
No. It's a happy tingly feeling.
I have a draft.
Oh my god, I love it. That is amazing. Come look at the okay. You gotta go show the audience. Look at our first
Go
draft.
number 2.
Yes. And that's a Veronica Mars too. Don't mess with the bulls. Get the horns. Oh my god. We would. Oh, it's not a rule. It's just kind of a given. Isn't that amazing? I do love that as a t-shirt. Yes.
Nice. Got our merch and everything.
We got merch. We're official. Oh, well, hang on. That's a good thought. Colors, guys. What?
Because then we'd have like sort of a uniform if everyone's wearing the shirts.
Yeah, okay.
Field trips.
I like that the front row is like, we want black. I know. Well, we have to have one basic, like everyone has to have it type, and then you're allowed to. Okay, let's vote. Not you people. You people are these people.
You're the minion.
What color would you like?
I'm going with black. It goes with everything.
Just to throw another boat into the pool, I'm gonna go with blue.
Okay.
I like black or purple.
Black. Mainly because I feel things. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa.
Wait, we could bring in the colors with the buttons.
Rainbow pyramid. Wait, Star Trek, what?
Like in Star Trek, where each color means something.
Red shirt
I
guy.
don't.
Sorry, but we're keeping your wife. She's like, cool.
That's the only reason you're number 2 is because of who you're.
Oh, we're keeping. Sorry, I thought you. Sorry. Well, you're
Awkward.
wife. Because y'all have the same thing.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's okay.
I just didn't get what you were saying. I was like, I think I got lost somewhere along.
That's part of our other motto.
I was like, when the red shirts die in Star Trek, they keep their wives. I don't remember that.
You didn't read my fan fiction.
That I would read.
Yeah, it's not part of canon, as we know.
Canon's not real.
Rule number 2.
Okay. We need more rules. I need to have rules to kick people out. They have to be real rules.
Yeah.
But that kind of goes with my politics. But okay. Well, but if we throw them in the lake, we get arrested.
We could burn them in a giant wicker man. A lot of cults do that.
That's
But
murder.
The smell of burnt flesh gets into my hair, and it stays for days.
I like how we go from no, we can't push someone into a lake, but we can set them on fire. That's fine.
Well, there's probably cameras.
Oh, yeah.
Rituals and meeting place.
Ah,
We kind of know the meeting place.
duels.
Okay.
To establish it. The rituals.
Rochambeau. Yeah. There's not a lot of cliffs, guys.
No murder.
Look,
No.
I've seen our energy level. We are not making a.
That's another rule. You can't be a murder cult.
No murder cult.
No murder cult.
Not a murder that we got caught. Cold.
It could be like not a murder, just like maybe.
Not an official murder.
It's a religious entity.
It's a happy accident. Okay. Not a sex cult.
We help a lot.
Okay,
We
we
give
need.
a lot of assistance.
So we need rituals. We also need
Heavily
rituals.
assisted.
Please don't say about the spirit.
My spiritual leader. What should be our first ritual?
We have a communion. And it's
With snacks.
with snacks. Like cheese. Like, yeah, cheese. Edibles. We gotta have edibles. Wine. Yeah. We need wine.
Tequila is only for special occasions. Well,
Sparkling apple juice.
Ah.
I'm getting hungry. Oh, and burritos.
The holy nachos.
Holy nachos.
I think we do need burritos at our communion. All right, what else do we
Is
want
this
at
a
our
communion or a cookout?
Ooh, our ritual is a cookout.
Oh, I love that.
Cheesecake?
Sacramental barbecue.
Burn. Boozy keg.
Ooh.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. There's going to be a bonfire. What are we burning?
Marshmallows. No.
Not a murder cult.
Well, we have to, like, I think there needs to be some. Rejected drafts of fan fiction or. Oh, I'm not in tune with my emotions, so.
We don't process it.
That's what the drugs are for.
That's what the wine is for.
So we're all like, F emotions.
Yeah, that's rule 3.
Huh? See, as a librarian, I have a big issue with burning. I know, but burning written work. Ooh, burning books that are political that do not agree with our ideology.
Isn't that how burning books?
Fine, no burning books, no burning books, no burning fan fiction. What if we burn little dolls of people we don't like? Because it's a little murdery. Huh? You have to ask my spiritual leader. I feel like we don't.
Depending on the person, I think so. We have to rule.
Yeah, the panel has to decide if that blessing can occur. Okay. Burning people dolls.
And to make you happy, we can put them in baskets.
Oh, and they go to hell in a basket.
Yeah.
She already said marshmallows. I love it. This is the Veronica Mars call. Yay! Marshmallows. And I will have marshmallows for the camp out story. Oh, fudge. I left the marshmallows at home. I bought them. Oh man. I'll be enjoying those Sunday. I'll think of you guys though. Of my cult followers. Okay. A meeting place.
I mean, obviously.
ConCarolinas, guys.
I'm going to go ahead and veto Arby's, I think.
Oh my god, I love Arby's. Did you say Arby's?
She said Arby's, but I was saying maybe veto that as a meeting place because then we have to leave here.
Yeah. It has to be within walking distance.
Beer and hilltops far from the domiciles of man.
Yep. I don't.
or the
That's a
lake.
lot of work.
That's a lot of work.
And a lot of buses.
Yeah, that's what I say. Are we gonna like carpool? Are we gonna-
Mm. But
We can't recruit children.
we can't. Yeah, we can't. If we show up on a playground, we get arrested.
Mm.
I still say Tally's ghost hunting panel. We just show up, be like,
Okay.
"Is that cool, guys?" Tally be like, "Get the hell out." No, he'd be happy because I brought people, and that's how we get Tally in. What?
This would be a fun event to find a meeting place. So we go to the woods and Bigfoot will lead us there.
Okay,
Is that?
but here's the thing. You got to stay out of the woods because you know what's in the woods. This is gonna be part of my true crime panel. No, it's clowns, it's serial killers, and dead bodies, and meth bears. Big
That's the sequel to
meth
Cocaine
bears is real. No, it's meth bears. Okay, no, because our mountains have a lot of meth heads, and when they die in the woods, the bears eat them. This actually did happen once. It did, and so I think if it happened once, it'll happen again. So don't go in the woods. That's our other motto. Don't go in the woods. Yeah. See? All right. I'm so glad we're not meeting in the woods, guys. Clear field. Well, no. It'd be hot. Well,
She's got a good point for a bonfire.
we need a bonfire. Sad. Yeah. Do you have land? Damn. I mean, we do the weird thing, so that could be like a field trip
That could be like
event
an
that
annual
you
thing.
sign up for.
That's like our big annual festival.
But some of us are poor, so I want to be mindful of that. Okay.
Meth bears are free.
Oh, there's enough of us. We could probably just toss a couple. That'd be fine. I know. I was like, okay. If you are a minor, yes. It depends. I'll have a list of all of your allergies. I want to make sure because I don't want you to die unless I want you to. Huh? I'm trying not to murder you. Probably. It's a happy accident. Bunny ears. Yes. Well, the official meetings, and then there's the bonfires.
That's the.
She has land. It's fine. We got this. Stuff. All right, we got bonfire for our just annual meetings, bonfire and celebrations, and then for yes, I love it in the library meeting room. We do. It's not until it's cleared out. Right now, it's woods. We're really lazy. Okay. So we now have our name. We have our logo. We have a potential person to make the song. Guys, we've started a cult. I love this journey. Oh my God. It is the Institute of the Class C, ConCarolinas cult, or Institute of C3. Because we're almost the bomb. Oh, you're just
Look like the word ice with the E reversed.
you're adjacent to me, and clearly
Call back to the meth bears, the ice.
yeah. Stay away from meth bears. That's how we stay classy.
Oh yeah.
That's how we know it's a secret handshake.
Is this our secret handshake?
Whoop. so.
All right.
And that's how people may not come near us. They were like,
Wait, so do we have a secret like handshake or something?
yeah, well, we have this. This is what he's saying. We do this, so it's not a secret handshake, but it's how we recognize each other. It's like, see,
Yeah.
through, yeah. Be like, what up? You'd be like, that's my Twitch. Oh. So we have basically 1 minute. Okay. I will not be going, but I will be watching the live footage.
That's a good idea.
What? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But we'll also, we're gonna turn it. Yeah, that you pay for. That's how we get some money, guys. I know, but we want other people to pay it. Yeah.
So that's our fundraiser event.
Fundraising is fundraising. I know you can't do anything. I know. Oh. Meth bears. Guys, this cult, it's epic. That's part. We even have a list of food we're eating.
Do we have a way for the folks in here to when we actually have like a logo or whatever done, a way for them to should we post it somewhere? Or like how
We'll
would we
post.
do that?
So we'll post the logo, and if they do make shirts, if you want to buy a shirt, because I am, we'll post it on ConCarolinas Facebook. The link to it. I do have buttons up here for the official cult members, and then if you want, I have these little tokens that you can give out to help make other cult members. They're just little positive things because we're pretending like we're a positive group. As we just be like, we do the weird things. Come to our meetings. We are going to do a brief reintroduction to ourselves so you know who we are. You can follow us because it's important for you to know your leaders before we kill you.
I'm Amber Barnhart. Again, thank you for my first panel. It's been it's been
Hi, I'm Wanda Harwood. I will, come see me for tarot readings, and I'll tell you your future in the cult.
She is our spiritual leader, so we actually would like for you, we encourage you to go see her.
Wanda, where are you located? Where can they find you?
I'm in the vendor room in Lakeshore.
What's your next panel? Oh yeah, let's see.
What is my next panel? That's a very good question. It's after this one. The ethnics of divination.
That'll help if you want to go to the spiritual side of our cult. That'll probably help you get your foot in the door. What room?
It's in Burnham.
Burnham.
I will whenever I'm at my table. Tomorrow is Saturday. Tomorrow and Sunday mostly.
Our cult is not good at schedules, okay? Yeah. But we try. She did. She has her schedule. And it says where she's going to be in a different room. Uh-huh.
All right, I'm Jesse Adams, and my con wife and I run Multiverse Convention in Atlanta. So come check us out. We have a pre-function area table. We have free candy and lots of stuff. Find out about a fun convention to come visit in Atlanta. My next panel will be back in here at 8:30 for What Are You Binging? Some recommendations.
So that way you could, because let's be honest, our cult's really lazy. So that's why we're based on reading, but also on the binging. So I definitely highly recommend that, and not just because I created that panel. It's fine. Jessica Reed, Geek Track Director. I am so sorry for me, but you guys are the weird ones who are like, yeah, let's go start a cult.
Look at the turnout.
I know, right?
All those people. It's crazy.
Suck at everybody else. Everybody else started with like 5 members of their cult. We're like, no, 30. Let's do this. I will be. Sorry. I'm going to be at whose con is it anyway? pray for me. If you know Chris Shrewsbury, he's going to be the one leading it. You're in that panel as well.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that I was supposed to like watch you and Mikey Mason, and I was supposed to like monitor you guys. And I was like, we are out of luck. Yeah. It's basically like whose line is it anyway, but for geeks. So God bless us all, one and everyone. You may leave now. Our first meeting is adjourned. I do have Kool-Aid packets. I swear they're probably not poisoned. There are buttons, and I have my tokens. Well, it's not open, so if it's poison, it's not by me. Oh, Shrewsbury, we weren't talking about you. What? So rude. So rude. So some of the buttons have unicorns, books, Bigfoot. It's like I knew.
Can I have a book one?
You want a book one?
Oh, thank you.
And there's fairies. Oh yeah. I got a bun machine, and this is my first time baking them. All right.
Remember, we are recruiting.
And they're not really even because we're not a straight cult. Let's be honest.
Recruiting. Look, you can influence the world.
Yeah,
by
you're
recruiting
influencing
someone.
people, and you're like, here, come to see.
It was fun.
This is my ADHD panel.
Yeah. This is a great start. Yes, recruit. Oh, what's that?
Oh my god. How funny will it be if we show up at Tally's? Yeah.
When's Tally's? When's Tally's?
Tally's is
Too many things.
Tally's is tomorrow.
Okay. So 9 to 11. What time's our thing?
Which one? 10:30, right?
Oh. Is it? So we could go.
Hang on.
Be a cult at the party.
I don't get that. My schedule.
And I just graduated my son in December.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Now,
You're
the
great.
next step is, are you employed?
I was, and then in Greensboro, my job got furloughed, so.
How do I go?
I love y'all. Get out. They're talking to someone.
Dang.
Where
Oh, wait. I have
We gotta erase our names.
I started
I have
with I
her
love you.
notebook. No.
I started with I love you.
She left and I have her notebook.
All right. Where are you?
Oh, we'll find it. I'm gonna go search my car for my wallet.
I have to go.
You got your button?
Yeah, I got my button.
Do you want to? Hey, sir.
Do you want to join our cult?
We have a cult. I'm giving you a button. It's not a sex cult. That was our
That's rule number one.
Rule number one. But our motto is we do the weird things. So if you want to,
We have a
It's
t-shirt.
not. It's non-sex.
Yeah.
no, you have options. It's not a sex cult.
Oh, so you can still have sex.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about butt stuff?
Well, it does say we do the weird stuff. So that's all in there.
That's true. That would qualify. That would qualify.
So I'm giving you a button. Do you want a fairy or a dragon? Oh, that's my fault.
Mary Dieter does
Oh,
it.
listen to the husky voice.
My mommy's maiden name is Hussy.
Husky. No, I said husky. I didn't say husky voice.
Oh,
I
my
said
bad.
husky.
Oh,
As in,
you call me fat?
how are you?
I got my-
No, they. Oh shit. It's black.
You're fucked.
You're a green disco ball. I could give a shit.
And you love me. Here you go.
I do indeed.
I got a picture of you too.
Carolina's cult.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you have to send it to me because it's my.
Where do you want to sit? I'll move your chair for you.
I'll get it.
Are you sure?
I'll take care of it.
Oh, look, I got Amber here. That's what
I
her
know.
job is.
What am I doing?
I've got.
Oh yeah,
this.
the secretary. My bad.
I have.
Did you erase your name?
No.
That's okay. Somebody else can be you.
Yeah, they need to know who won the secret. I am leaving the.
Wait, you forgot the.
So what are those name? Are those your all's name tags?
So what you do is.
Oh, it's a
erase them.
dry erase. Oh.
Anna, you forgot to. You forgot.
Erase.
Oh, sorry, Terry. Sorry.
You're shiny.
Whenever you guys.
What? 80,000 things?
So which panel are you doing now?
Which con?
Okay, 7.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm on that panel. Don't tell me to get out.
Get out of here.
Seven.
This is my domain, not y'all's.
Oh, I'm sorry that I was in the picture.
Wow.
For a couple pictures. Sorry. Can you do one from my phone? Oh, sorry.
Just kept bringing the girls tonight. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna go sit in the hot tub. You having it here? Having it here? She doesn't listen to nothing. She thinks that my boobies.
I was talking about her breakfast.
I know. She loves them.
She loves them.
She made them.
Does she play with them all the time?
Yeah. Not that I know of, but I made them.
You made them so.
I made them.
One more.
Okay.
Yeah, that's maybe practicing because we're gonna have to move.
No, it's her moving constantly.
That's fair. Do we do that?
You should do the coffee.
Sure, that's what I have to do. Yes.
I'm sure they'll read those too. Please glitter. I'm going to my room.
I gotta go find that link. I stole her notebook.
Okay, then I'm gonna come with you so I can put this in my.
Get your swords. All right.
I really should pay attention.
Huh?
Which time is it?
Here
Oh,
at 7.
oh, 7, okay.
And Alex is tomorrow. What is that?
One, two, three, four, 5, 6.
Oh my god.
So there's,
You should have been on our whole panel.
yeah, I feel like good.
What I would have been what?
Great.
Oh, there it is.
I am, but yeah.
Smart. I am talking Henry Lewis Wallace, the serial killer from down the street. He literally.
Every neighborhood should have one.
Buy one, get one free. I feel like every neighborhood does. Pretty much. So Lee texted me they did not have my sandwich, and I don't. But he was calling me in the middle of panels like that. I'm making a call. All right, where are you going?
I don't know. What are you good?
I think I'm just. I gotta go back to my room, find my keys.
You do need to find your wallet. That's the first thing. All right.
So,
Step number 1.
so I'll meet you back here.
Yeah.
What
I
time
might
is it?
go browse.
6:30.
Cool.
6, 7, yeah. I don't know another snack.
And maybe bring me one in case I got that all over. It's like I'm a mom.
And I stole this notebook.
Stealing
I
things.
didn't. Well, I mean, it was offered.
You said, don't have it the move.
She said, "Bitty, bitty, boppity, boo."
Bring the moves.
I gotta go to.
Oh, what now? The night's alive. What she? Jessica! 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 You left your purse. All right.
Were you yelling at me?
Yes.
What?
You left
Yeah.
your purse.
I left that. I'm just running. I've lost my wallet, so I'm gonna go try to.
Oh,
look for
shit.
it.
Okay.
So I'm trying to not hold anything extra.
Yeah. Oh, no, I get it. I get it. Fuck. God, was it hard? Come on, Bobby. Why can't we have nice things? Well, 'cause you're an asshole.
Holy shiznizzles, that was a quick change. You are awesome and amazing. You truly,
Okay, of
truly
course
are.
I am. Why?
Just everything you do. Just everything.
We've
you're
had
doing.
somebody complain, officially,
About me?
seriously complain, no,
Oh.
that we don't have a wheelchair lift on the van. And I said, I'm sorry, I tried, I
Yeah.
called every shuttle company in the state.
And you're okay because you made the attempt and it was outside of the scope of the event. Couldn't do it, or it would have cost $80,000.
Well, the only way we would have been able to do it is a medical service.
Yeah.
And they don't do shuttle services.
No, no.
And so, what words? And I said, you know, how did you get here? Can you your personal transportation? And I said, you know, I'm sorry, we just don't have the capability. And he said, no, I'm parked. I'm not moving my car.
Do you know, well, you know, hey, look, if you can have a good parking spot out there, fuck it, I'm not moving either. That's why I come in on Thursday. You know who it was?
No, but it's the guy that we've had to fix their room 2 or 3 years in a row.
Oh,
Yeah,
main complaint.
yeah. It's like, there's nothing I'm gonna do.
No, and please don't stress the need to get over it either. Please don't. You made the attempt. You did everything the law requires and more. You're fine.
Well, more than what the law requires, I've
Yeah.
really tried to make it happen.
Exactly.
It just,
And there's and if an accommodation is outside the scope of the event, you're not held to it. And you're fine. You are totally fine. You don't worry a bit more about it.
wasn't even worried about ADA. I feel bad that I couldn't do it, but there
Of
was no
course,
way.
well, of course, because that's the type of person you are. That's that person you are.
No,
But
anyway,
worry not, sweetie. Worry not.
you know, I called.
I know. I'm sure you did.
And they laughed at me and like, look, we have a limousine. It's like,
Yeah, we don't do that. No, I hear you. Believe me, I hear you. Did you like my speech for Nicole?
Yeah.
You were
it
sweating it.
was.
You were sweating it. Oh, that's the most fun part of the weekend is watching that your upper lip sweat when you hand me a microphone. I love it. You're awesome. I know you're like, oh shit, here's the mistake.
But that was very nice. That was very sweet.
She's a sweetheart. I couldn't.
And I think she was surprised.
I think she was.
Even
think
when you
you got
started talking about her small press, I don't think it dawned on her that it was
That it was
her.
going to be her. No.
I don't think, because like when you said her name, she still looked like shocked.
Like who? Yeah.
Like,
You did good. You kept it from her. Good for you.
oh, I didn't have anything to do with it. It's John's the one who gets people dragged to the
Yeah.
opening ceremony.
Oh well, he had me involved. Her cable mate needs to do it, and that was what happened. Her cable mate got her there. Nicole Rebus. So.
All right.
Anyway,
I have to get food
go.
because I had breakfast at 7:30
Bless your heart.
and my sugar's not happy with me.
Yeah, my phone keeps going like, dude. So.
Oh, well, I don't have insurance right now, which is a long story, so I don't have a monitor anymore.
Oh no.
So it's just like, oh, I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I probably should eat something. See you later.
You guys ready? Roll on.
Go on, son.
You help me out. Bring that other chair over here, please.
We're not allowed to have chairs.
No, you have chairs just over here.
Oh, yeah.
If you would be so kind.
Whoops, look at that. Where would you like?
See those two?
Yep.
There's six on the wall. Yeah. 6 on the wall. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. That is the players area. And you'll be performing over there. So you'll be sitting in a chair.
Oh, okay. Can't do it. All right. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so these are press conference. Press conference, party quirks, press conference, party quirks. College and party quirks.
Understood. I get that. I really do. You're what?
I was in Charleston this morning. It's stiff.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So none of these things do I need right now. Sweet. This I do need right now. Moo-ha-ha. Did you find it?
I got my wallet.
Did you find it?
I got my wallet.
Yes.
I can like people now.
You can.
So we actually came up with a slogan for our cult. Like, we're very excited about our cult.
And you should be.
I was shocked because I was like, this is gonna be a weird cult panel. Nobody's gonna come.
Yeah,
And it was interactive. I liked that everybody was willing to jump in.
yeah, I was in the ghost panel was right across the way, and I was like 10 minutes late. I walked in, and it was damn near full.
The ghost one?
No, this
Oh.
there was hardly any NPCs in here when I walked in.
You called them NPCs? I love it. That's fucked up funny.
I think I am gonna buy a shirt. I love that desire.
All I'm saying is that is actually a shirt. I would have to buy one.
Right?
I would have to.
Especially we created that. We
Yeah.
did that.
That is fantastic.
When you're ready, you will be over there.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that. I'll go to my corner.
Go to your seat over there now. It's
Say it
great.
again. Say it again.
It's great over there. Truly, the weather's fabulous. Angus Pagorni coming over there now, baking a flan.
What you call me?
I said, your ass looks like two canned hams. Okay, somebody who's much younger than me explain this to me, and that includes everyone. Is there such a, or has there been in recent years a term of endearment or attraction called a yam? Calling somebody a yam?
Did someone call you a yam?
No, no, they did not. Thank you, Jesus.
Is this a new term you're coming up with?
No, I heard a parent talking about their child
Oh, well, that's just like sometimes you call
saying
people
it.
like, you're my little potato, you're my little duck.
Yeah, but she was thinking it was like a saying that kids had. I don't know. I've never encountered that.
It sounds weird. Maybe it's just from me.
Okay, it's somebody who's at this con, so yeah, their kid's gonna be weird.
Yeah.
What sci-fi do you read? Well, there is that.
I think that's more horror.
Horror. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Dystopian fiction. I was like, oh, that's been shaken up a lot today. I need to be careful with that. I was in the lake. I had a paddle boat, kept going in circles. As well as I would do. The sound of one hand clapping, screw it. The sound of one leg pedaling. This gonna be fun, y'all. This gonna be more fun than the time the pigs ate my little brother. And let me tell you, that was fun. Yes, that was more fun than baking grease on biscuits. Doesn't it though? No. Bojangles biscuits.
Bojangles biscuits, sliced open, with either a generous helping of butter, real butter, not that margarine shit. I'm talking oleo, or some Cracker Barrel white gravy on the Bojangles biscuit. Daggone.
We didn't do it.
I doubt it.
What's up, Skippy?
You might not have done it, but Chris sure did it.
That's right, and I got pictures. I did it twice, and I got pictures. And she's not going to prosecute. Don't look at me. I don't care. I'm not the one doing the silly shit. They are. I don't give a damn.
The extra mic working better? Not having to share one?
What? Because
We like loud.
how you doing, sir? I know it's hidden back here.
It is, and I went around thinking I thought I knew where it was, but that was like short.
I had to ask Ray. I'm like, where the hell?
Yeah, and then
As soon as everybody gets, where the gamers go? You're like,
it's been a long day, so
I've been
I
saying
took
where
my
the
glasses
patio
off, so I'm
party is.
looking.
Where the
I need to get close up to see it.
patio party.
You're all right. You'll be all right. Join the players.
Oh, this is what
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, the audience is a lot.
Yeah, I think that's
What are
more
the other
like it.
kids?
And
that was the plan.
and your performance space will be here. Feel free to explore the
So they
space.
definitely won't be looking at us.
No, they will because they can see you from. Hello. Hello. Let me see you right here. Huh? You'd be right here. There's not enough room, and then I'd have to back the table up, and there's wiring. And like right in here.
I mean,
Would be.
you know, depends on the scene.
Well, you know what? Again, use your instrument. Explore the space.
Do not use their instrument.
So there's that big old space.
I said instrument, not member.
Totally use your instrument. That's later on.
I said instrument, not member. Okay, there's a big difference.
Gonna be like 9 o'clock, I think.
For me, it's a very big difference. I plan on dropping an F-bomb, so I don't care. I will be F-bombing the hell out of this place, 9 o'clock or not.
That's free speech. That's fine. Just not using your instrument.
I didn't say play their instrument. That's a whole different deal. Oh, wait a minute. You're her mom? You're okay. You brought your mom to this? Your mom's here? Did I? Thank you. Okay. Remind me to apologize to her when I see her. She said, "Oh no, she knows you're a rampaging asshole. It's fine." Do you know how scary it is to be me and like meet somebody and they're like, "Oh, I've heard about you." That scares the hell out of me because that's never good.
You know how many people, especially when I meet nurses, and like tell them about your tablet with all your
Oh yeah, with the medical stuff going on.
Yeah, you tell them it's all connected to you and they believe you.
I mean, I literally I had some med school students in the cafeteria come up and ask me about it, and I'm slinging the bullshit with both hands. I mean, oh, it was, and they're like they're taking notes, and one guy's like, this is my research project, and I'm like, oh, Skippy, I'm gonna remember your name because I don't ever want to have you as a doctor. You're numbered in 2 fence posts in the rain. No. Yeah. And then y'all might have heard this story. I was at that Oak City Con in Raleigh a few years ago. And I'm standing there and I'm like watching something going on. And this woman comes up to me and her husband, and you could tell they were normies. You know, they had this like, what the hell's going on here? Look. And the lady's like, excuse me, did you tell me what this is? I said, yeah, science fiction and fantasy convention, blah, 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 blah. These people are in costumes of their favorite characters, maybe movies, maybe books, maybe comic books. And they're like, really? And I started, they're like, well, who is that? I was like, so, and who is that? I had to make up because I didn't know who the hell it was. And she was like, oh, okay. And we stood there watching because there's like really cool stuff going on. And then she said, and can you tell me about your uniform? I said, well, I am the chief engineering officer for the Sequest. It is a deep submergence submarine tasked with scientific research. We operate under the auspices of the United Earth Oceans Organization. And I'm just like slinging stuff straight out of the show Bible, you know. And it's a good looking jumpsuit with the patches and everything. I did well. So, oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Stood there a few more minutes, and she's like, well, we got to get back. So I'm gonna head out. She's like, can I give you my card? I said, okay. I said, yes. And she's like, I teach marine biology at UNC Wilmington. I would love to have you come down and talk to our kids about your work. It sounds fascinating. I would love if you could come down and just, for a couple sessions one day, talk to my advanced students. They would be fascinating. And I'm thinking like, oh shit. Yeah, they were great kids. We had a great time. No, I did not go. I mean, I'm having to explain to a doctor, a woman with a doctorate, that she's a moron.
Like, I would think, given that her field, that she would have heard of CCS. Even if it's not.
What the hell is the United Earth Oceans Organization? What the hell? It is not what you say, it is how you say it. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Captain Kirk, come over here. Yes, you're not, no, this is not relegation. This is players. That's where the players go. That's where the players go. I just got to say this. White people, Here. I'm not playing. You guys are playing. By the way, FYI to everybody sitting out here, I would still do this exact same thing if none of you were here. This torture is for my amusement. What they do is to make me giggle. No other purpose. You all being here, just a bonus. You're basically attending my birthday party. And no, it's not my birthday. Oh, of course. Of course. I think. Sir. Oh, yeah.
So, Lee Goldberg,
Yeah.
I don't think you met him.
No, I've never met him.
He's a really awesome. So my second cousin, I guess, cousin, my dad's cousin is also a writer. Lee is a writer. The two of them became really good friends, and so I know Lee through him. So
Okay.
But I didn't know Lee from I knew nothing about him other than as a writer, and then I learned about all kinds of stuff he did. And then he's like, yeah, I remember when we were creating Sequest, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wait,
You did what? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So anyway, it's very, it's not often that I meet people who are like.
I'm a Questie. I'm a Questie. Oh yeah. Good show. Good show. It basically Star Trek underwater.
Yeah.
And that's really why it kind of died, because Roy Scheider, he said, they're already doing this. It's called Star Trek.
He created that show, and then he wrote on the show Monk.
Okay.
And then it ended up becoming a writer because they had wanted to do tie-in novels.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, who do we get to do them and all that? But they didn't have anybody yet. He's like, if you let me.
And there was quite a few Monk
So
novels.
that started his writing career, and he wrote, he was a longtime writer on Diagnosis Murder.
Okay. Heard of it. Don't know much about it.
It was the television show.
Ted Asner. Tonight.
No, hold on. I've got the wrong show.
Okay.
She was his wife on his show. So Dick Van Dyke. So that's what. So it was in his later years, and he did this thing where he was a doctor and solved crimes.
Yeah, I remember that. That show I remember. Yeah.
So he's fascinating guy. Real nice guy.
Very cool.
And now it might be because they're on strike.
Yeah.
So
He might have some free time.
well, as he's had to explain to people, like we're not on strike. Novelists are on strike.
Right.
So he still has to write for that career, but he has to be on the
Big line for everything else.
for everything
Yeah.
else. And but anyway,
Cool.
most people have no idea who he is. But
Oh yeah.
if
Oh,
you being a
that's
fan, I thought you might know his name.
that's a name. Yeah, I get that. Oh my. Oh, is Nancy here? Oh yeah. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and any non-binary individuals present, welcome to underwater marble sacking. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong page. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Welcome to Whose Con Is It Anyway? That's right. The show based on the torture that you've seen for 21 seasons on television. But ours is more fun because it's geeky themed and we get to torture people that we know. So, my name is Chris Shrewsbury, so that means yours probably is not. You do not need to worry about me because I don't sell anything. I don't write, I don't sculpt, I don't paint, I don't sing, I don't tap dance, really. So I did once in a minefield. And too soon? Too late. No. And so I'm not after your dollars. These jokers are. I think almost everybody over here wants your money. So this is why we torture them. And again, this is for my amusement. My sole amusement, not yours. Okay. This will make me giggle. I don't care if you're here or not. Oh, I want to round this out. And I want to add a soul. We're fine. Oh, where's Samantha? Where the hell is Samantha? She's probably trying to find the room. No, she's not. No, she's been here before and signed up. So no, she hasn't. Would you take a quick look? See if you can find her blue hair. Oh, deal. If I'm going to draft an audience member to become a panelist. And that audience member is going to be right there. Miss Nancy, if you would please. Bring it. If you would grab yourself an empty chair and drag it over here to Vulture's Row. You found her? Boom. No, she's not. No. Oh no, you're still on. You are still on. Thank you. No, you're going to be right there beside the disco ball. How you doing? Hard to find, isn't it?
Yes, and my last conversation was really good, so it ran over. So.
I don't care. This is not the face of interest, trust me. You can move over. You're not separate. You're not special. All right. Now, folks, I'm going to let this band of miscreants who are continuously talking and talking and talking and talking. I'm going to start with my draftee, work your way down. They're going to give you just about a 10-second introduction to who they are, why they're here, and how terrified they are. It's what you're going to do. What you're going to do. What the hell? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's true because you're okay. I get it. No, I will not. No, you will talk. Okay. Say again.
I said I'm Nancy and I'm apparently abusive.
Outstanding.
I'm a writer, right around the corner, write fantasy novels, and I apparently have pissed off Chris in the past life.
Not at all. I love you dearly. Thank you. Nancy Dunn.
I think there's like 3 Nancy's. I want to make sure.
Okay. head back to your seat and we'll have
Hi, I'm
Lucretia
Jessica
Board here.
Hall, Jessica Reed. I'm the Geek Track Director and Con Secretary for ConCarolinas. I put on the Geek Track, which you should go to all the panels. Never mind all the other panels. I don't sell anything besides my soul.
Yoo-hoo! Stand it.
And I bought it. Yes.
You use Bitcoin, so.
My name is Sammy Castle. I am a North Carolina-based filmmaker and actor. I also do improv at least once a month at the Idiot Box in Greensboro, North Carolina. So if you're there and you're local to that area, come on up and laugh at us hooligans. And I have 3 movies in the film festival this weekend, including me in a porn. And
Sammy, I'd love you to wrap it up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stuart Jaffe.
Cops are here.
As the author of The Max Porter Paranormal Mysteries. I write a whole ton of other stuff. I have a big long table with lots of stuff, so come see it. And I will sell you books. That could have gone really
Yeah, when you said you had a big long, I'm like, oh God, no, please, no.
I'm Samantha Bryant. I write the Menopausal Superhero series, which you can check out at the Fall Staff.
It's awesome. It's a great series.
And I'm probably here because sometimes I make Chris laugh.
Very much so.
I'm Charlie Kaufman. I'm here on the Science and Tech panel. I'm a scientist by trade and geek in my spare time. I'm not currently selling anything, but I'll gladly take $1 if you've got one.
Standing.
I'm Mikey Mason. I make music that makes geeks happy, and I just released my first book right here at ConCarolinas.
Hey, dude.
And I just felt John Hartman Harris's nipples get hard from here. And I'm here because John is the programming director and my publisher, and he said I had to.
There we go.
Didn't we also fire you earlier?
The enthusiasm is incredibly underwhelming, isn't it, folks?
You think that was the first time he fired me?
Today. All right. Oh, we're going to have a little bit of fun today. Well, I'm going to have a little bit of fun today. Ride along if you want. All right. We're going to start our first game. The first game is going to be called Questions Only. We're going to be picking 2 players, and they are going to have a conversation that is made up of only 1-sentence questions back and forth. And if one of them takes a little bit too long, according to me and my judgment, because that's really all that matters, or they say something that's not a question or what have you, buzz them out, and the next person will come up and continue the conversation. Now, my question is, I need suggestions from you guys. Who are these 2 people? Or where are they? What are they doing? And not too many details. Let's leave it vague enough to torture them. What do you got?
2 explorers out in the jungle.
2 explorers out in the jungle. Okay. Ooh, lost in the jungle. I like it. And since he's so stoked about being here, I want to start with Mikey Mason. Over here somewhere. And because I don't like him, Charlie Kaufman. All right, gentlemen, and Mikey. What you guys, fuck you a little bit. So anyway,
Just the tip.
just the tip, please. What you're going to be doing, having questions, only conversation back and forth. 2 explorers lost in the jungle.
Where are we? Do you have any idea? You don't? What was that? Is that gum on your shoe? Have you seen this before? Does that look purple? You think that looks purple? Don't you?
Is that really a question you ask a guy with color blindness?
Do you smell something?
Why are you thinking?
There we go. Continuing our theme. Yeah, it's, continuing also, not starting over.
So, where's the
supposed to bring the map? Why am I always responsible for the pack?
Get the goddamn map and move on. Sorry. Hate when
Aren't
they do.
you the pack rat? Why wouldn't I say that? Do I complain about your game collection? When don't you? When do I? What day does it end in Y? Why do we have to talk about this now? Is there a better time to talk about it? When isn't a better time to talk about it?
I swear to God, gum on the shoes and instant sit down. All right. Yeah, I know, right?
So we're still lost.
That was the lesson you asked.
Do you remember what the last thing was?
I had an answer for
When
it.
isn't a better time to talk about it?
Oh, yeah. When is a day that doesn't end in Y?
He already said that.
I know, that was the point.
Oh, then sit the fuck down. No, 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 no. You don't get off that easy. Try again.
Don't you think we should focus on getting out of here?
Aren't we supposed to find the temple?
What temple?
Did you look at it?
Hey, goddamn.
Sorry,
Bring up, Sammy.
Why do you always get me lost? Why do you think I'm lost? You make a valid point.
Sit down. I expect more from you, Sammy. I expect better.
Wait.
Don't bail intentionally.
Do you still think I'm pretty?
Did you hear something?
Why won't you answer me?
Aren't we supposed to be focused on getting to the temple?
Have you ever known me to focus?
Is this really the time for this?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
What?
Did you not pack food?
Why am I supposed to bring the map and the food?
Did you not bring any of it?
When was I going to do that?
When do you not have time to do that?
When I... Oh, that's going to be...
Thank you, sir. Nancy, please. Jessica, please.
Oh, me?
Yes, indeed.
Like my shoes? Where did you get those? Where did I get those?
No. Ladies and gentlemen, that was questions only. Oh, now keeping with the same little elementary school theme, we're going to be starting from here, going down, 2 players again. This time, they are only allowed. They're saying, having a conversation, saying 1 sentence at a time, back and forth, and the sentences have to begin with consecutive letters of the alphabet. Yes, I'm a cruel guy.
Do we have a theme?
That we are about to establish a theme. Talk to me. Spaceball? Oh, nice. I like it. You are your astronauts both on a spacewalk. No, you're starting with the letter J.
Jessica is on a walk in space.
That's kind of the point of the game, is so they remember as well as they know their alphabet. You got it, Nancy. No.
Maybe you don't.
Only English, please.
Oh. Lick my.
We should have stuck with German.
Maybe you want to get something. Nope. Please, you go first. Really, I don't think
Nope.
that's not
Nope.
how the alphabet works.
That's not how the alphabet works. Exactly. Sammy. Now, Jessica, you are starting with Q.
Quiet, sir.
Really?
Seriously.
Totally bombastic asteroid.
Unique words you share with us.
Verily?
Way.
About ready.
X-ray vision is my superpower.
You suck.
Zero attitude out of you, young lady. Zero.
Nope. Now, you start with A.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart.
Asteroids require gravity boots. Boy, don't I know it. Couldn't you at least find a pair? Don't start with me again. Every time we come to an asteroid, Stuart forgets his boots. F you. Golly gee, he made a dirty word.
Fuck no, he didn't.
I feel really triggered right now. Just calm down. Look, it doesn't have to be this way. Maybe I want it to be. Not now. Oh, God! Patience. Quietly. Please, quietly.
We've already used quiet. Yep. No. Come back. Because we hadn't established that rule yet, so you're fine. Try again. You.
Quit holding on to me like that. It's kind of awkward. Really now?
Yeah.
I just processed the rule. Several moments later, too late apparently.
You're fine. Stay.
Right. Let's get started again. Stuart, this is an improper time to do anything like that. Twice now, you've told me how we're going to do things. Uniquely, though, I've said them uniquely.
That was two sentences. That was two sentences. All right. Okay, okay, Duck Dodgers. You are starting with U. The letter U.
Start with you.
Yes.
I was about to literally say something like that. Okay, we'll do it this way. Unknown quantities. Asteroid material.
Very small print.
Why would they do that?
Xylophones?
You are making no sense to me right now. All right.
Basically.
Cool.
Darn it.
Everything's going to be okay.
I'm sorry, after the last one, I did F and my brain went all naughty.
I understand. Good run. You're fine. Charlie, come on down.
You're just not going to let this happen for me. You're enjoying the torture.
Every bit. So she went out on F. So now you're starting with F.
Starting with that. Follow me. Good grief. Happy on the feet. Ideally. How is it you skip H?
No, you said. You said.
I said happy on the feet. I've been up here for like 7 people.
Well, you're right. Well, you can have a seat now. Hey, Stuart, I knew you would do well in that. I knew you would do well. All right, you are starting with J.
Jumping is fun.
Wallace jump.
Love it. Nothing's out here.
Ovoids floating in space around here.
Possibilities, though.
Clear sensations.
Nice. Last man standing is Mr. Mikey Mason. Good job. Oh, righty. Oh, I am having fun. I don't care about anybody else. Oh, alphabet. Who is ready for a party? We're gonna have a party. All right. Who is hosting? Oh, well, of course, Jessica has to be hosting the party. She's dressed for it. Look at her. All right. Now, Miss Jessica, you're going to be hosting the party. You're going to have 3 guests that arrive at this party. The 3 guests that arrive at your party are going to be, if I can get Nancy to stand up, please. If I can get Sammy, and if I can get Charlie. All right. Now, those are our 3 party guests. Folks, if the 3 of you would turn around and face the wall. Now, we're going to figure out, or I'm going to tell you who they are. Wait a minute. I'm doing it backwards. That's right. You turn around. The 3 of you come over here.
This is going to be
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris does not know how to play his own game.
That's okay, Coach. I can play. I don't need a helmet. All right. Sammy.
Oh my God.
You. No repeating it. This is who Sammy is. Yes, it is. And it's kind of true. And just because it's going to be fun, Nancy. Yeah. I was not raised right. That one's going to be easy. That one. Oh, here we go. Just for some fun. And for my dear friend, Charlie. Oh, shut up. All right. Now we have, yeah, now you guys are going to be over there off stage. Why? Hang on. Don't come over here yet. I have things uncovered here that need to be covered. No. All right. See, I told you it was going to be fun for me. All right. If I can have, yes, please set up your party.
I'll never have people for that.
her points for that one. Okay. Well, okay. Check their preparations real quick, if you would.
Once more.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, and there becomes a knock at the door, and it is Sammy.
You're here.
Why, yes, I am. And you're here too.
Good.
Is there a particular reason why you would be here?
It's my house.
Oh, interesting. And how is this house built? Are there secret passageways?
In the bookcase.
Is there a dungeon in the basement?
I'll never tell.
And Nancy.
Excuse me. You go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look around and see what kind of the naughty things there.
Yay! Finally, someone with a Hi. Better not if you're here. Oh, that's hurtful. Do you come here often? I hope not. Because it's in my husband had to explain.
Can I ask why you're here?
He's very nosy. That's why I don't like him. Well, one of them.
And Charlie.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
Come in.
you have a green dress. Her eyes were green. I remember that.
Always going on about her. We get it.
A black tablecloth, black like her hair.
She dumped you like 7 years ago. Get over that.
Oh, okay. She knows who you are.
Aha! I found you, Charlie.
Listen, Mr. Reporter Man from True Crime. Is it from a
Do you have
magazine?
children in your basement?
Are you from like the National Enquirer? TNZ? Element of P?
Oh, now she knows the alphabet.
I'm not used to getting paid, okay?
I understand
No.
from the local obstetrician that you tie children up in your basement. Is that true?
Not children.
Women? I tie women up in my basement. No, I don't. That was you. You did. You see that camera right there?
He is a,
You're getting ready to go to jail.
I'm not a prevert. You're a prevert. All consenting.
He is the host of To Catch a Predator. I'll give you that one.
Tell me more about you. How have you been?
I'm just really glad we're all gone. We want to go down to the dungeon.
Do you think I'm pretty? Do you like my shoes? They're Crocs.
Pretty.
She's a different kind of dirty pervert.
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
Okay. We're going to the dungeon.
Oh my goodness.
Are you going down?
You all had your chance.
Do you think I'm pretty? I don't know if she wants the relations or to eat me. Is she a cannibal?
Close enough. No, she only speaks in sexual innuendo.
I'll teach her the way.
Thank you. All right. going to have a game now. This is going to be interesting. Mikey Mason, if I may. You, for a moment, need to leave the room. For just a moment. Don't worry, it won't be for long. Not going to. Go so you cannot hear what's going on in here. They will. They will, sir.
He'll be at the bar.
All right. We are now we're going to be hosting a press conference, and you all are the media. What's going to happen is you all are going to craft questions that are not too freaking obvious. Asking him who he is. He won't know who he is. You will know who he is. Now, who is he? Suggestions. Pardon? That's cool. I like that. And any others before I said I like that one. What? No, that's too fun. That's too easy. Sold. Okay. Mr. Holmes, can somebody run out and grab him real quick? Run out and get him. That was a trot. Run. Dropping like flies here. What the heck? Is it not fun? Pick me, do I not bleed? Tickle me, do I not laugh?
Are you going to tell me what I have to be doing here?
I will indeed.
All right, excellent.
You, sir,
Aye, sir.
are a guest at a press conference.
I'm a guest at a press conference.
The guest of honor, the
All right.
subject of the press conference.
Sure.
So you are going to be addressing the media. And they're going to have questions for you.
Uh-huh.
And it is your job to figure out who the hell you are.
All right, you got it.
All right.
Do I need to
Ladies
know
and
anything else
gentlemen,
about the
welcome our guest speaker. Thank you all for coming. We'll now be taking questions from the floor.
All right, I'm opening up the floor for questions. You, Mr. Beard guy in the back.
Excuse me, sir. Is it true what is going on between you and your partner?
With me and my partner.
The allegation between you and your partner tying up the, you know what, all that. Getting the nasty, as it were.
We get it. Thanks.
Actually, could you explain that to me?
No.
Getting that mothering? What? Oh, yeah, okay.
Moving on.
Hopefully, someone with a question. I understand. Oh wait. So. Right. So I should be talking like this then. Is that closer to it? I don't know. Apparently, you're all British or whatever. You know, back in Oklahoma, we had a saying. Back in Kansas, I had a dog once, and it got out. And I'm taking it. I'm not Ted Lasso. All right, you. The fall. Well, I'll tell you what. I didn't have much of a say in it. To be honest, I don't remember much about it. Could you refresh? Where did I fall again?
No.
Oh, all right. My housekeeper. Well, I don't normally refer to my wife as my housekeeper. She takes umbrage, one might say. I don't know exactly what is. Oh, I'm sorry, umbrage. I mean, offense.
Thank you.
Sorry, what everyone takes when you speak. Look,
now,
you know what? I'll table that and I'll come back to it. Apparently, I have fallen and I have a housekeeper. We're waiting to see if I can get up or not.
Excuse me, my name is Jean-Claude from the Paris Times.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, what is up with that fucking hat?
This hat was given to me by a very special man, a dear friend of mine, comedy rock geek Mikey Mason. You may have known him from his newly released book from Falstaff Press, Confessions of a Geek Bard.
You've learned, son. You've been with John Hartness too much.
Do you not think there might be some issues if you keep pissing off Scotland Yard?
Well, you know, look, if they can't deal with a fiddle-playing heroin addict showing them up at every fucking turn,
outstanding, sir,
then maybe they shouldn't hire some jackass named Chris Shrewsbury to head up their division.
Yes. So you realize you are Cheech and Chong. Excellent. Wonderful. Good job, dude. I like that. I like that. Oh, my goodness.
This close to Ted Lasso.
Look, don't. I'm still hurting, okay?
I haven't seen the last episode. No spoilers.
Captain Kirk dies. All right.
You
Bastard, yes. We are going to be playing a little game called Two Lines. This is for 3 players. I would like Sammy and Samantha and Stuart. Go forward, please.
Oh, I see. You're discriminating against everybody who doesn't have an S as their first name.
Thank you. Exactly. Yes.
You better name start with S.
Oh, indeed. That's why I like it. So we have a little game called Two Lines. Now, what's going to happen is we have Stuart, and Stuart has freedom of speech, as it were.
I know this game.
He's able. You do, don't you? You know what? You have the harder part.
I know, but it's better than their part.
Exactly. There's that. Okay. Now, we have 2 individuals, and the only thing that they can say are 1 of 2 sentences that I give them.
Do we share sentences or just
No, like you're saying, you'll have 2 sentences, and Sammy will have 2 sentences, and you can, either sentence you can say as many times as needed, but that's all you can say. All right. Now, before we begin, remembering we have one guy in the middle here who's going to end up in charge. Where are they? Who are they? Who are they? Let's ask that. Who are they, folks? Nothing? What's that? You are a Roman centurion. This is their first day. They are CITs here, centurions in training. Now, Sammy. No, let me start with Samantha. Samantha. Your 2 sentences are, what the hell is that? And that's not what he said. Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Mr. Castle. Your sentences are, my God, that's huge.
That's what he said.
And I think he broke it. Remember your sentences, because I don't. So, that's not what he said. And
Sorry, end of day. I haven't.
what the hell is that? Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you. All right. This is their first day of training. Make sure they're ready to guard the empire.
Welcome to the All-American Roman Centurion finale. To make sure you 2 are going to protect this land from all them Visigoths, all them Oklahomans, and anybody else who wants to cover our precious land. You know that with me?
How the hell did Matlock show up? Jesus Christ.
The first thing you have to have is a sword.
My God, it's attitude.
Okay. Now this is a sword. I don't care what he said. He's an idiot. I am the one in charge here. I know. Hold on. Stay right there.
My God, it's huge.
Did you have your eyes checked before you got in? Do you need glasses? Everything seems huge to you. How's my fault?
My God, it's huge. Because I don't remember my other life.
My God, you're dumb. Because I don't remember it either. Because I don't. Oh, I think he broke it. I think he broke it.
All right. Just stay there. Hold the sword.
I think you broke it.
He made a sword. This is a sword. It is your voice because I chose it for you. It's the only weapon you'll be using until you know how to use it. Then we'll work on other things that are more different.
That's not what he said.
Well, that's what I said, and I'm in charge.
My God, it's huge.
It's the same one that just had in your hand. This is a handle. This is the end of it. It's really not even a sword. It's a dagger. It's a dagger.
I think you broke it.
I didn't break it. His sword goes this way, daggers this way. It's a dagger. A dagger. Sword, dagger, dagger, sword. This ain't complicated. Point to end goes in the bad thing.
I think you broke it.
No. Yes, I broke it. It's a dagger. Oh, that was Bob. I didn't even know he was there. He's broken. It's okay.
My God, he's huge.
Yeah, that's one of his many talents.
I think she broke it.
That's not what he said.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is, thank you. Thank you very much. That's one of my favorite games.
I'm Southern British.
Yeah, you from South England? What the hell? Holy smokes. All right. Oh, wait a minute. We need some superheroes. This is going to call where is Nancy, if you would please. I'm your friend, if you would please. I am indeed. I am indeed. All right. You are a superhero. You're on monitor duty in the Just Us League headquarters. Oh, come on, that's funny. Exactly. So you are monitoring the monitor, and you're a superhero, and we will tell you which one you are in just a moment. Now, the problem that arises, which we will tell you in a moment, is too big for you to handle alone with your superpowers. So you are going to have to call in some of other team members to help you out. You are going to call in Samantha. Samantha will come up, and the two of you will brainstorm just a bit in character, in your super character. And as she comes up, you're going to tell her who she is. You will think of a superpower that's totally obscure and ridiculous. Now, the two of you will not be able to solve this problem. So you will call up Mike. And you will tell him who he is. The three of you, darts can't get it done. Mikey will call Jessica. And you will tell her who she is. All right. All right. Now, what trouble do we have? What's the crisis? Go on, give me some ideas here. There's a broken lamp. That's great. I love that like cheese. That's perfect. All right, we have a broken lamp. Oh my God. Now, who is our on-duty hero? I love you. I think it's fair to say you crack me up. All right. You people are assholes. All right. All right. So you are Wedgie Woman. There we go. You get this game. You get it. And you are monitoring the trouble alert computer, and you suddenly see that there's a. Yes, indeed. Please. Who is it?
Leaf girl, thank God.
Leaf
Girl. I'm happy to help. What do I need to do? I believe there's a broken lamp. All I can see are trees. I can't see any light. That's why I followed you. I see. But without any light, we can't grow anything. No, we're going to need more help. Let's bring in Tambourine Man.
Often I just shake my dangly tambo powers and things. Just magically fix if I hadn't had this radioactive tambourine grafted to my hand, I would probably be able to actually change your light bulb. Guess we're going to have to turn over a new leaf. And call in reinforcements. Thankfully, I have on speed dial backwards talking non-binary person.
This is why I do this game. This is why I do this game.
How is lamp the
Broken lamp.
That's what I said. Tembo, no wiki wiki. I don't know how to. Backwards talking is not my superpower. Radioactive tambourine.
Ladies and gentlemen, our super team. That was fun. That was fun. All right. I cannot believe it's almost time to quit. I know. I know. I know. Well, what we can go a little over. All right. I need Sammy. Who did not play the last game? Sammy and Charlie and Stuart. Ah. 3 men and a baby. All right. I just pooped my pants.
3 babies. I'm getting ready to have it. You know how I know? His legs sticking out about that far.
Yeah, and there's a hole in his foot too.
Yeah.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be playing a game called Film Styles. Now, 3 actors, and I am the director. They are going to be, workshopping a scene. Give me a scenario where we could have 2 or 3 people, please. Any ideas? Ordering dinner. Do that shit in your room, not down here. My God. Bingo. A murder has happened. You are the detective. You are a witness. And you are a suspect in this murder. Now, I want to see a little bit of improv for a few moments. So play the scene straight, the way you would. Please. And begin.
All right. So what did you see?
Well, so he came in through that door.
Okay.
He came in running this way, and he said, which I didn't understand, because it's not English.
Yep.
And then he fell dead.
He fell dead.
And then that guy stabbed him.
So he stabbed him after he fell dead.
So he came in through the door.
Through the door.
And then he ran all the way there, ran all the way back, came all the way up here, and he said, guess what? Whoa! And then he fell dead, and then he stabbed him, or maybe he stabbed him. I don't know.
He stabbed him. So
It could have been. So the guy that did the stabbing was like 8 feet tall.
8 feet tall.
I mean, give or take.
Okay.
How much did you fucking witness, for God's sakes?
So
Your suspect is in Cleveland by now. You know that.
Yeah. And so he ran in and he went, and then he ran up and down, and then he stabbed him before and after he fell dead.
Something like that.
Okay, good. Pretty good. That helps a lot. So, did you stab anybody recently?
The world's most direct cop. Freeze. 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 Oh my God, this sucks. All right, what we're going to do, I want you to play it differently. I want you to play the same scene, same characters, but I would like you to play it like a romantic comedy. And begin.
Are you sure you didn't stab him? Because he's right there. Don't look at him. Just look at him. Did you stab him?
You cannot see the body. There is no body.
Are you sure?
There's a body right here.
No.
Let me tell you.
But I'm seeing the body.
All right, you two. The body is right here.
Are you sure?
I know this man so long. I know he would tell the truth. Even though I'm wrong for him, but we don't know that.
Hold on. Freeze, freeze, freeze. I'm not liking this at all. Don't like this. I like cars, I like trucks, but I got to be honest, this scene sucks. All right. I would like, let's try this. Let's work off this. Same scene, same characters, but do it like a Dukes of Hazzard episode. Try that. And begin.
Doggy! Look at that dead ass guy right there! Now you guys are sitting here because I'm going to have to get some chalk and I got to draw a line around this guy so we can You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Man, get in there, get in there, sit there in the boards, boys. I was about this tall.
Yes! Damn it, that's it, right there.
You know what? I'm pretty sure the hound dog stabbed him. I saw him. He ran out the door.
Freeze. The only good part of that was Stuart. All right. Let's try this as if it's a British nature documentary.
As we can see here, the dead body is reportedly rotting in place, and the suspect is standing here looking over it. Now, the witness is standing here, and we're going to interview to see what exactly did the witness see.
Now, this suspect is a very special kind of suspect. You would expect him to be more of a murderous kind of suspect, but that's not the case. He has evolved from a little suspect into what we see here today. As you can tell, the body is not a body, it is fertilized.
That was a body.
Which is what nature does to dead corpuscles. The queen loves roses, has some beautiful plumage.
Freeze, for God's sakes. Can't take another fucking accent. Jesus Christ. And what the hell is a body? Anyway. You know,
Southern English.
there is that. All right. What I want to do is let's play this as if it were a Godzilla. Begin.
Oh, Godzilla!
Freeze. Oh my God, that was more offensive to Japan than Hiroshima. Good Christ.
I'm Southern Japanese.
We're going to get letters, okay? I really,
Please, I mean no offense by my terminology.
I really like the characters. I like the action. I like the closeness. I like you doing this as if it were a Viagra commercial. It shouldn't be that hard. And begin.
If your dead body remains stiff for over 4 hours, seek medical attention. This is a romantic comedy.
You're half right.
Stuart, have I told you that I took my little blue pill today? Guess who I'm stabbing next?
Oh.
I don't know where the sword is. It's a dagger.
My God, that's huge.
It's a sword.
That's not what he said. And freeze. We cannot end on that. No, it really won't. Unless we end up as a Dr. Phil episode. And begin.
How does the dead body make you feel?
Well, it came in, it made a lot of noise, it fell down, I cried.
How about you? Are you really feeling this? I mean, don't sugarcoat it.
It's not my body! It's not my body! I don't care what she says! It's not my body!
Don't
That's
tell.
not what he said.
I think keep talking! I stabbed it! I'm so sorry!
Then tell these people you're sorry. You asking for their forgiveness.
Please forgive me for my dialect!
No.
Dead body on the floor that I stabbed with my Viagra.
I think we've made a breakthrough. I think it was him. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. Oh my God. I did not do anything racist. I did not say anything culturally offensive to anyone. When you write letters, them, not me, not me. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause. It has been a wonderful, wonderful time. If we can start with Mikey and do a quick rundown.
I'm Mikey Mason. You can come see my show tonight at 9 o'clock. And then...
Woo! All right.
John Kaufman, I've got a panel tomorrow and one on Sunday. You can find me on the schedule.
All right.
Samantha Bryant, find the menopausal superheroes at the Fall Fest. Yay.
That's right. Excellent.
Senate Castle, I have 2 movies playing in the Film Festival tomorrow, one tonight, I think I just missed. And I will be back here between 10 and 11 talking about my favorite scary movies.
Director. If you don't want to talk about scary movies during that time, we're playing Mary Daily Dump. It was a lot of fun. Also, at each of the panels, there's a little QR code that you can scan to rate your panel. Again, who are the racist ones, not me. But you get entered into winning a free pass for next year.
Outstanding. And my draftee. Woo. All right. And I'm Chris Shrewsbury. I'm doing some panels on God knows what. We're going to be doing a geeky rants tomorrow. That's a lot of fun. Going to be doing a Star Trek panel on Sunday and a panel on inclusive cosplay tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You have been wonderful. Outstanding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we dismiss, I'm contractually obligated to say one more time by my books.
There we go. This was the best one ever.
You always say that.
No, it was. This one worked. This one really worked. It gelled. This was awesome. This was
Thank you,
awesome.
sir. That was fun.
That was, you guys nailed it. Seriously.
These are not pens.
It was beautiful.
Do you have a pen I can borrow?
Yeah. Excellent.
Am I signing up, Jim?
Excellent.
I
No,
guess
you guys.
she's gonna get everything I can. That's fine.
Best one yet.
I can figure out
Best
how to
one
turn
yet.
the pen on.
Good job.
Did you call back?
Oh, please.
Game later that we
I kept forgetting to pre-order it,
Yeah.
so
You
I
guys.
decided I ought to just buy it.
Thank you. Please make sure to tell somebody that. Let everybody know.
Do the panel, the survey.
I guess I already
Sure.
signed.
Okay.
Please do.
It's okay.
Please do.
Thank you, sir.
You are
That
welcome,
was
sir.
very funny.
I'm glad. Thank you for
At your thing.
Rock and roll.
Thank you for taking your valuable time. I know you've got a million things to do.
No, there's a lot of fun.
You got sound checks and everything else. I get it. So thank you for
They don't let
being
me
here.
have a sound check for another half hour.
There's that. Thank you, sir.
But I do
You
appreciate
guys did
it.
a wonderful job. It's amazing. Hello. Oh, look at you. Thank you. They did a really good job. I do this a lot and get asked to do this a lot. It's never been quite that successful. That's when gelled. It was a good mix of people and it was a good amount of people. Normally I end up doing it with like 4 people and they just get worn out. So having that many to choose from was good. Yeah, they did. Oh, sure. Like a scavenger hunt kind of thing. Where is this? Oh. Is it how? If your pen does not. He goes, huh? You want to load them up? What? Yeah, there were a lot of good dialogue that they came up with.
Preacher's daughter, sister-in-law, and niece. I was like, I enjoyed it so very much. I'm not going to hear the end of that one.
That was awesome. Oh, the end of it? You want to see the end of it?
Thought we weren't going down to the dungeon.
I'll go down to your dungeon anytime.
It was awesome.
You did a good job.
He spent my life with one.
Oh my God, when you did that, that was perfect. Because that's what that panel's supposed to be. It's supposed to be you're acting like your superpower.
I've never
That was.
I have a minor in theater, but it was never.
You did well tonight.
But I can do it myself.
Well, yeah, because you have to. Because that's what ASL. I mean, that's what ASL is. And you were holding your own against Mikey Mason and Charlie Kaufman and Sammy Castle, who are all trained improvisers. And you were right there with them. Who done well? Who done good? Good for you. Good for you.
I gotta go.
Well, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Isn't it tomorrow? Is that tomorrow?
7 and 9.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. Oh no, I thought it was Sunday. No, it is tomorrow. It is. No, it is tomorrow. You're because I don't have any panels on Sunday, so it is tomorrow. Now just remember, we're going to be slamming that one TNG episode, Sub Rosa, the ghost fucking, where Crusher fucks a ghost. Yeah, that one's that's going to end up on the shittiest Trek episode in history.
I mean, nobody ever talks about my favorite iteration, which is Enterprise, and that's only because of
I get it. Exactly.
I was gonna say, you're not taking notes.
Much love. Be good with them. That sucked. On the back of your badge.
Oh, duh. I thought we were supposed to look like
No, on the back of your badge.
Are you serious? Why are you fresh?
You are. Thank you. Okay. I've got some healing yet to do, and a healing that won't be done. It's just, I'm 56. There's some things that aren't going to be getting better. They just, and I'm adjusting to that. Hey, lady, the chairs are over here, are over against the wall.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good to see you, darling.
Yeah, I'm
I wish you'd have been in here.
We just. It's been. We were eating some dinner.
Yeah, I gotta go do that because I have not eaten a thing today.
Yeah, we were getting like really hungry, so I think the kids went over with Charlie and them to Zapata. So
Okay.
I think they're just gonna get a drink.
Take care, sir. Have a good night. You too.
No, I'm on a panel, at least one panel. Of course, I'm not on the Star Wars panel, which you would think that would be a panel I would be on. I know.
There's.
I'm on the Star Trek panel. Actually, I can hold my own with Star Trek, so
yeah.
I'll be all right.
There's very little rhyme or reason to a lot of this. I'll be honest.
Well, I'm doing what are you binging tonight? And then tomorrow at 9 a.m. I have another panel. I think it's a ConRunners.
Somebody does that.
Then I have.
Oh, there's a hole in it. That's why.
Then I don't have another panel until 7:30, 8:30 tomorrow night, and then I have a panel at 10.
Somebody doesn't like you.
I guess not.
What the? Who'd you piss off?
I don't know.
Harness or Jessica Reed?
I know.
Who did you piss off?
I don't know. Well, the 10 one is one that Joey's going to be honest. I'd like to stay, but it's late. It's late for me. Man, I work at 6 o'clock in the morning, so 10 o'clock, that's past my
That's
bedtime.
just a crappy schedule, sweetie. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Somebody's just no. Somebody just not paying attention.
Yeah, well, there was, and then I saw, I was like, well, there was not, I think they added that Star Wars panel later, because that was not one of the choices, because obviously I would have chosen the Star
Sure,
Wars panel.
yeah.
Look at my bio, it's like, why would I do the Star Wars panel?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think that was an offer for me.
There were
So-
a couple that I think they did that with that I don't
Yeah.
remember seeing.
Yeah, and so it's like, well, and then there was a lot that you were doing that's like, well, I could do that one with Chris.
Yeah.
I don't think it was offered to me actually. I said what was offered to me was like some really weird tales of like, I don't have any. I have nothing to contribute. This one at 10 p.m. I really don't have very much to
What
contribute
is
to. That one time at the con, it's like most of the stuff at Atomicon, with the exception of the beauty contest thing, which was kind of funny. Nothing really.
Well,
Now,
and
there's
also,
lots of
you're not
stuff that's
somebody,
happened here.
and you're not somebody who's going to tell tales about the school either.
Yeah.
You're not going to be,
Yeah.
because you're a con runner. You don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what my mom, Michelle said. She said, "I said, come on, man, they should never put you on that page."
No, that's asking you to burn bridges.
Yeah, it's like
That's not cool.
now I could talk about old stuff that happened here in ConCarolinas, like the drunken pirate fest,
Old.
Vomit Con,
Old.
and
Last week.
and the time that the guy went swimming in the pond and got leeches all over him, and
Nice.
went into the hotel room. That was a pretty good.
That was before my time.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad.
I can imagine. Those poor leeches.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, that was a mess. Needless to say, he was thrown out of the con.
One would hope.
Yeah. It's like, why would you even? Well, there was drinking involved, obviously.
One hopes
Obviously.
that was an alcohol-based activity. We just had a really fun panel. I wish
Oh,
you'd have been.
sure it was.
I wish you'd have been here for it.
Well, we made you. Did they get you in the Kickstarter photos? I think
Huh.
you did. I know you're in the video. It's a cute photo of you holding up something from Who's Line.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's cute.
One of the signs to
Yeah.
tell them who they are without
Yeah,
them seeing
it
it.
was cute.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When I saw what space I was in, I was a little concerned. I'm like, ooh, is this going to work in the hallway?
This
Is
used to
the
be the
traffic and
gaming.
everything? No, I don't mean here. I mean at the Atomic.
Oh yeah.
It worked.
Oh no, yeah, that
It worked.
that space is well in the new venue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I have. Yes, I do. They have this cool cafe. I think we're going to put all our performance stuff there. It's on the second floor, so it'll be kind of quiet, but it's also like it's big. So it's.
I will be honest though. I like being in a space wherever it is, where other folks who aren't there can hear the laughter.
Yes, exactly.
I love that.
Exactly.
And this was SRO.
Yeah.
This was full.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
saw
I
it come out.
guarantee you could hear people out there, the laughter. It really worked well. I
Okay,
gotta
come
say.
on. Where did he take the pictures of the cafe? Is that it? That's it. It's this huge area. This is all a cafe.
Oh, wow.
And I think this is like a stage area right here. I have to go back and look at it and get better pictures of it and all. It's huge. It goes on over here. I think we're going to put the crafts over on this side.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, there'll be lots of stuff going on, but we have this area that's part of the deal. And so I think we're going to put all the performance stuff here. So even if people want to sit and eat and stuff,
All right.
they'll have a,
They'll be exposed to what's going on.
yeah, well, they'll have there's another, see, they have this little cafe and they have this little place where you can get vending stuff and all.
Uh-huh.
We're going to try and get concessions. We're working on it, but if we can't get that, we're going to get food. But you can see how far back it goes into,
huge.
It's huge. This is,
What is it? What property is it?
this is called the Aeronautical Training Center at Trident Tech.
Oh, so it's not like a Hilton or whatever.
No,
an
it's
off-brand.
no, it is.
It's a standalone.
It's a college campus. It's a training center for the college.
So now, what are we gonna do for housing?
The Candlewood Suites is about 3 minutes away,
Oh.
and it's a suite hotel. And we got like,
I don't like when you're not able to stay at the venue.
I know, but it's a cost thing.
No, I get it.
It's-
No, I
it's-
get it. I get it.
This is half the price of the hotel, and it's better.
Uh-huh.
And bigger. It's 3
That's
floors of let's see if this is like one of the pre-function spaces.
Nice.
We'll put like authors. I think this one's, yeah, the authors are going to be down in
There's
this
a
one.
ton of room.
Oh yeah, this is the other side of it. Um, that's just where we're gonna put. This is an area. This area that Michelle's walking in right here is like it's like 80 feet long. So we're gonna put like fan groups and stuff. And you can see it's all glass, so it's really pretty. Everything is like all the seats and all are like very Star Trek futuristic stuff. Oh, this is where we're gonna put the gaming area and this that's the pre-function. And see the pre-function place has glass doors. So the third floor we're gonna put artists, and then they're gonna go all down this way, and then this is one of the panel rooms.
And the floors are literally separated. They're not like an atrium overlooking or anything. It's
it's technically 3 stories. The first story, if we use it for anything, it'll be like lightsaber fighting and board racing. But most of the stuff's gonna be second, third floor, because it is, as you can see, the floors are like a vinyl stuff. So they're and it's a school, so it's got to be it's got to be disability.
Always can be
rated.
friendly. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. There's 4 big elevators. Like I said, because it's weird because this is the vendor room area. It's huge. And it has it's called a sky view room and has like windows all in it, so it's like really bright.
Very cool. That's exciting.
Oh, it's a beautiful venda. It has so much more room. So now we can bring a lot more fan groups. We can bring in. That's the big problem with the Hilton. We just didn't have no room. Parking is easy.
You can put more content, and that's That's what
and at half the cost. And see, we're going to 2 days as well. We're just Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, you're not doing it on Friday.
Well, and we're going to end at like 6 or 7 on Saturday, and then at like 5 on Sunday. So we have time for after hour thing. We may do that at the hotel because the hotel has this nice outdoor area. We can do a cookout or something. There's a Hooters right in front of it, so even go to Hooters. I picked that particular hotel because it's the easiest to get in and out of, and you literally can be there in like 3 to 5 minutes. And there's plenty of places to eat right there within riding or walking distance.
You should, unless you have a moral objection to Hooters, call them if they're the closest restaurant. Call them and see if they'll cater. That might, if you're gonna do an event. But that's wings. That's cheap. For prepared food, but also even at that, they love to do themes. So it's like, who would like the girls to be? Outer space, alien, fantasy, whatever.
Well,
because they dress up for like Halloween.
I've got Hooters. I got O'Charlie's right across from it. I got Olive Garden, Carrabba's.
Oh wow!
There's King Street Grill, which is pretty good in Northwoods. Northwoods Mall is right across from this hotel. And then you've got Bahama Breeze. You've got Carrabba's. Across from that is like Moe's and
Five Guys.
and then
kind of stuff.
Yeah. Then across from that, on the other side is Chick-fil-A, and then like every kind of ethnic food you can think of: Mexican, Thailand, Indian, Korean barbecue. I mean, they're just like right there. There's a Wild Wings Cafe across the street.
Okay.
Right across the street. It opens till 2 a.m. every day on the weekends, and then Bahama Breeze opens till midnight. And that was another thing. We could have had this place till like 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, people are going to be hungry. And there's no places open that late.
Yeah. Once dinner starts, it's time.
So it's like we really got to end it. I said if we ended at 7, we'd probably close the vendor room a little bit earlier than that, probably about an hour earlier, just to give them a chance to get out. I said that gives people a time to go get some dinner, and then if you want to have some kind of after party or something at the hotel at like 9 or something, you can do it. People can go back to the hotel, rest. Change your clothes.
Now, you said does the hotel have a bar?
No, it does not.
Okay.
But it is a suite hotel, so that everything is a suite. You get a full kitchen, all the utensils. It's in a stay basically place.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and it's $139 a night, so it's $10 cheaper than than the Hilton is.
Right.
Yeah. But it literally, you go out, you take 1, 2, and then a third light, and then you're there. There's another way to go that you go Northwoods Mall, Northwoods Boulevard. You cut across one light, you veer over to we call it Shortcut Road that just opened up. You go down that, there's no lights. You make the first right turn, and the center is right there. So, I mean, that's why we picked that hotel. There's there's a lot of hotels in that area, but they're hard to get in and out of. And it's like, I don't want that crap again.
No,
That was one of and the parking thing. It's like, we want to be able to have, and the Candlewood's been really, really good about, they're like, yeah, if we need to add more. Now they do have the option of you can get their studio suites, but if you want like a 1-bedroom suite, I think they said that they would get, was 179.
Mhm.
But it's like,
Which is still not ungodly.
well, the only reason why you might want that 1-bedroom suite is if you were sharing with somebody.
Right.
So somebody could sleep on the sofa sleeper, and then you would be in there, and you'd have a separate room, basically. That's what me and Michelle do all the time.
Now,
But
do you do your own social stuff, or do you have somebody?
we do our own socials, but we have somebody who's going to start doing our own socials. Jules, the Rocky Horror, one of the Rocky Horror people.
They need to slam to a nauseating level your new
Oh, yeah.
hotel and the new
Yeah.
space, because you're going to have folks to go back to the Hilton
Oh, yeah, I know.
or call them for reservations.
Oh, yeah.
So make sure that you blast everywhere you can.
Oh, yeah.
Because
And we've
that's
got
big one.
we've got the Indiegogo going on right now. It started yesterday, and what we're doing is because that was the only drawback. I had to pay for half the facilities up front, and the other half is in October. And you know how it is with a con. You get all
Yeah.
your money at the con,
Right.
And we didn't make any money at the con this year, so
Yeah.
it's already taken out of Jan's pocket, But and so it's like, this is going to come out of my pocket too. So we're like, well, let's see if we can do crowdfunding for a month and offer really good discounts for the vendors and for the attendees with lots of perks.
Yeah.
And maybe if we can get the money, we only need $5,000. That's all we need. It's not bad. And if we can get all this, then I'm free because I'll have film festival money. I'll have more money coming in, obviously, for other vendors as in pre-registration.
Are you raising your prices on your tables or vendor spaces or author spaces?
The author spaces will be a little more, but they're going to get a box lunch too, so really it's the same price.
Yeah.
And they'll get a bigger table. Vendor spaces are going up a little bit, but they're getting 10 by 10s.
Oh, wow.
And it's not substantial. I mean, with the crowdfunding, a 10 by 10 will be $225, but they also get a box lunch on Saturday, and they get first pick of the spot.
Mm.
And we'll do that as a sign up order.
Very
That's how we did. So we tried to make, and then they get all the other perks like the lanyard, 10th anniversary lanyard,
Yeah.
badges and stuff like that.
You're going after
Michelle
smart.
did the crowdfunding. She set it all up.
Uh-huh.
I kind of gave her some things, and so she set it all up because she knows how to crowdfund.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we've been doing pretty good about people. We've already gotten. You know what? I haven't even really checked since I've been here. We had an issue early because we had to add on a t-shirts and box lunches for people who just wanted that.
Right.
And, where's my? There we go. And we had an issue. It wasn't letting people add it on.
Oh, wow.
But Michelle fixed it this morning before we left. And
It's going to be a good event. It's going to be a very good event.
but yeah, if we can get that money, and then I know that I can take that risk of getting those. I'm gonna try and get Grady Hendricks as the author, and then we have a local celebrity. We have a couple local celebrities that we're gonna try and get. One is the guy who played Jasper Sitwell in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Okay.
and also Avengers and
Mhm.
Civil War.
Yeah, yeah.
And in game.
Mhm.
He actually lives in Charleston now.
Nice.
And he's a filmmaker, so we're going to try and steal him in from the film.
Do some media together. There you go.
Yeah. And Rough House Pictures, who does Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah.
They also do all the Halloween movies and all.
Mm-hmm.
David Gordon Green, who's there, he lives in Charleston too.
Oh, wow.
So
You got some people to pick from.
yeah, of course, Bill Murray. Maybe he'll show up for the 40th anniversary of Ghostbusters.
Oh, wow. Do something special with it.
We're going to try and do something. We'll do at least a cameo.
See if you can.
We're trying to get Ernie Hudson, but I got the person who said that they had his contact information. Doesn't have his contact information.
Here's one. Do a Guinness World Records, the most Ghostbuster costumed folks at the same time.
and do it as a Guinness World Record attempt.
Oh,
That's the kind of, that'll get you media, that will get you,
yes.
that will be an enticement to your celebs. Have fun with it.
We're also North Charleston Arts Festivals that weekend.
Mhm.
We're gonna get in on their. We're gonna get part of the art festival, so we'll get on all their advertisement, which which will be helpful. Also, it's Free Comics Day on Saturday, and I've already got an email from Frank's Cool Stuff. He wants two vendor booths, and he is a comic dealer, and he's willing to get the free comics for Free Comics Day. So we have that too. We can advertise that, hey, you don't have to miss out on free comics because we'll have a vendor here who can give you the free comics.
Very cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a great event.
So we're trying to get like lightsaber demos and droid racing and all that kind of stuff because it's Star Wars weekend. Yeah, we have a couple local droid builders. So.
And I'm gonna be sneaking out halfway, but not that I don't love you.
Hello.
Bring it out of everybody's way here.
That one is kind of at the legs. You need a short leg person there. My knees will never forgive me. Sitting in that spot. Hey, whoever gets here late, they get that spot. That's their penalty, right? All right, let me put on my.
I don't know what was happening here. Oh, that was Jesse's. That was the cult. That was the Mason's pyramid with Bigfoot with pasties and diamond earrings.
I was
There
gonna
you go.
say,
Edibles
that's
and
classy
books.
action right there.
I'll just turn it around.
There you go.
Next year we can all sign it, like,
Oh, that feels good here.
Then you need to do a meetup and get the pictures and. I mean, because
Yeah,
then
we went to,
you could start rivaling
Broadway
the
Billy's
dragon
and Boardwalk
cult,
Billy's,
so
whatever it's
the
called.
cult of John and the
first thing she did
carpet
was
cults.
give me a thing,
and-
a big thing of tea, and I was like, she's like, I guess I need to bring you some more tea. Yes, we do.
nice.
I've almost been hydrated.
Nice.
Probably have to go back to the hotel and drink a whole bottle of water.
What did Jessica do?
Don't know. I saw him walk that way, but I'm not sure.
He got stuck with.
Yep.
With the,
No? That's right,
And that's
right?
why I was the last one, so somebody else.
I have to think, what am I binging? What have I been binging?
here's the mock up.
Actually, I've been binging stuff that I haven't finished
That's
yet.
fantastic.
There you go.
Serious issues.
Now, are you gonna put the classy cult of ConCarolinas
You
across
got,
the bottom?
you got the four
Institute.
short for no leg.
What do I have here?
You gotta watch your knees.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Just put your microphone. Well, this is a pretty small room. I'm a loud talker anyway, so.
Quiet talkers.
Ah,
Balance each other out.
well, there you go.
I've coached before. I can project.
Yeah. So, just make
Hello.
everybody sit up front.
Ah.
I don't think that's on.
Yeah, they're on.
No, I don't.
Oh, you can erase it. Oh, that's pretty cool.
All right, I guess let's go ahead and get started.
Yeah.
All right, hi everybody. My name is Casey LaCourte. Today I'll be moderating our panel of binging, essentially. I do also not just TV. We can talk books or anything like that people binge, because I think as a society we've kind of shifted from the torment of waiting a week after week to I'm going through that right now because I'm deep in the thralls of Scandival with Vanderpump Rules, and they've been releasing it weekly, which feels like a hate crime. And
So I am reliving those old, having to wait a week for something to come out, and it's torment because I'm a serial binger. I think, what am I currently binging right now? Other than Scandal, I have been through, I'm rewatching a comfort show. We always do Downton Abbey occasionally. I have Supernatural like 4 times. We just binge things. And I think it gives us that instant gratification, but at the same time, I think they have to create more and more and more to keep up with it. So if everybody just introduce yourself and maybe mention what you've been binging lately.
Hi, my name is Jen Whitworth. I am an engineer, mom, and writer from Huntsville, Alabama. Right now, we're basically binging. I'm binging, rewatching Person of Interest, which has an amazing. It has aged very well, and is really relevant considering all the discussions about AI these days. Yeah, and then we're also, after she goes to bed, rewatching Letterkenny for like the 3rd time. No.
I'm Jesse Adams, one of the co-founders, co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta, which I'd love for you all to come to. The other one's sitting right there, Allison. And right, con wife, not actual wife. We established this in a previous panel. There you go. And I've been binging. I'm so glad to hear someone else say Letterkenny because that's a comfort show for me. I'll go back and rewatch that. Did you see the Victoria Day special? Okay.
Yep.
We're just gonna go ahead and get into it. And some other stuff that I was trying to think of things I've been binging that maybe folks haven't heard as much about. So, well, I'm sure we'll have more time to get into them. But I've been loving the show Severance. I just rewatched it all the way through, and just finished the first 3 seasons of For All Mankind. I don't know if anyone's watched that, but it's a really cool one about the space program. So I'll turn it over to the next one.
Janet Iantuano. I'm one of the founding members of ConCarolinas. I'm also convention chair of Atomicon in North Charleston, South Carolina. I have been binging odd stuff like Muppets Mayhem, which I went through that pretty quickly. I'm currently working on American Born Chinese, almost finished. I was going through The Expanse. Rings of Power, and then I tend to like re-binge Bones. I watch Bones like almost every week, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I watch 5 or 6 at a time.
Yeah, they nicely put them in a row for
Yes,
you.
yes. Well, then I find out that usually I'm doing it on BBC, but then I found out that Ion is also showing Bones, and also WeTV. WeTV, yes.
WeTV or Cozy or one of those.
Yeah, one of those. So between that, I'm watching Bones a lot every week. I probably have watched it over and over again. I'm trying to think. That's probably. I mean, yeah, because I'm basically stuck on that episodic thing. I watch a lot of Disney Plus, and a lot of times they, especially the Star Wars shows, they come out every week, so you have to wait. And we could get into the debate of whether that's a good thing or not with the society, but so yeah, every once in a while when they drop something that you can just sit and watch 8 episodes of, I usually will just sit and watch them.
My name is Sarah, and I'm also from South Carolina. I really love pizza, so I binge watch a show about all these different pizza makers who started their own pizza restaurants, and I got some really good ideas for different pizzas to try. But obviously, I did not make all of them. It was just fun to watch. I also recently rewatched Good Omens because I'm excited for new episodes of that to come back out. And I really liked binging The Great. It's loosely based on the life of Catherine the Great.
Oh, yeah.
It's got really great costumes, and it's mostly funny. It's definitely not historical drama. It's more funny and cool costumes.
A little over the top.
Definitely over the top.
Yes.
Fantastically over the top. I think I've been binging Elementary. Sons of Anarchy is a comfort show, oddly enough. And let's see what else. I do something that's strange when you're talking about the ones that come out once a week, like Disney Plus especially, because I don't have cable, I just have streaming. I will intentionally not watch it until they're all there. And then I'll also do something odd is I'll watch all of them except for like the last two. It's like binge watch edging. I don't know what it is. It's like I watch them all and I'm like, it's gonna be over when I watch these last two. So we'll get to them later. Just because I don't want it to be over. And then by the time I forget and remember, it's usually because the new season's coming out and I'm like, perfect. And then I watch the last two and I move right into the new season. But does anybody else like hold off on watching shows until they're all available?
I think you just came up with the hashtag for this panel for sure.
Binge judging, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you avoid spoilers doing it that way?
I usually just I live on TikTok, so it's just like when you see it, you just go nope. I've been doing that with the Vanderpump reunion because I watch it on Peacock, so you don't get it till the next day.
Yeah.
And so like it comes out Wednesday night. TikTok blows up. It's like, oh, this analyzing body language, psychologists weighing in. It's amazing. I'm just like, no.
So you said like you wait till the last ones come out, like just to hold off before you continue. And you mentioned also thinking of it just not like books as well, which is like I take a very different approach to those things because with a show they've already made the show,
Yeah, I
they've
don't
sold
do
the
that
show,
with
they paid the
books. I
actors,
don't do that
right?
because that's how
So
you don't get a third book.
Right.
exactly,
You don't get a
that's
fourth
for anybody
book.
who doesn't know that. That's
I don't read a series unless it's finished. I mean,
Right.
I
But then
won't
it
talk about
won't
that.
Exactly,
And
I
it's
just-
never gonna be finished.
Because if that
Sales
second
aren't
book
there.
doesn't sell, they're not gonna buy the third one, and then it's never gonna get
Yeah,
finished.
that doesn't
Yeah.
count for books. Agreed.
Exactly. Want to make sure that was
Glad
heard
you
for
brought
anybody.
that up.
Yeah, for
I'm
anybody who
proud.
doesn't know that, like the best way to support your like the writers that you know or any writer that you like, go ahead and buy it. If the series isn't done, like you may not see the end of it if you don't go ahead and buy the books because they determine like the publisher might not buy the next book if the first one doesn't do well enough. And that approach of like I'm gonna wait till the series is finished, it's kind of detrimental to authors. So there's just a point to make.
Yeah, no, excellent point.
I think you meant when you mentioned Peacock, I just remembered Poker Face. I totally binged that. And also I've started with also on Peacock, Mrs. Davis. I've started it. I have not
seen
finished.
the previews for it.
It's
on my
very
list.
quirky. It's interesting. It does have even Poker Face has kind of a sci-fi slant to it. It's a comedy. It's very funny, and especially if you watch the old Columbo shows, it's very much Columbo, but very inventive and stuff like that. If it gets me the first episode, then I will binge. But there have been stuff that I've tried to binge, and I've been one of these people who've like never watched an episode of Game of Thrones or Supernatural. But I know that if I ever do, I probably will just binge through it because, I know that Supernatural is like addictive. The people who've watched it, so I just haven't had time to do it.
That's a question I would like to ask all of y'all if you don't mind. Is do you ever like avoid a show or something like that your friends like or that you think you might like specifically because you don't have the time for it, you're gonna get sucked in?
Sometimes I'm not emotionally ready to get into it. Oh, I don't know if mine's on. I don't think it is. We'll share. Yeah. No, sometimes I'll just won't. I'll know I'm not emotionally ready, and I know I don't have the time and energy to sit down and give it. And I tend to binge like 3 things at once. So yeah. So no, I very much do that. I haven't. And it's a lot of the new Marvel spinoffs. A lot of the Disney Plus spinoffs. I haven't seen The Mandalorian. Like, and I know these are good, and I'm gonna get there. Okay, Janet, I'm gonna get there.
Andor even.
And
Andor, definitely.
like the new the Game of Thrones prequel, Rings of Power, all of those things that I know I'm gonna get like into the fandom. I'm like, I can't do another fandom right now. My heart can't take it.
Well, I think the interesting thing about Rings of Power is I'm not particularly a Lord of the Rings fan. I mean, I've watched the movies and I've tried to read the books, but I enjoyed Rings of Power for probably the reason it's gotten the most criticism because it's basically Tolkien light, and a lot of real diehard Lord of the Rings fans didn't like it. I enjoyed it because I'm not that invested into Lord of the Rings, so I just watch it as a story. So I think that's interesting why things are binge worthy or not as well. But also you have the factor, some of these apps I just don't have. So I don't have HBO Max, so I don't watch any Game of Thrones. And although, I have regular cable and I do have Disney Plus and Prime, but a lot of times Xfinity will have a week where you can get whatever for free. So when HBO Max was for free, I was binging The Last of Us. I got to see at least the first 4 episodes, and I've got to go and finish the rest of them because it was a really good show. But it wasn't enough for me to pay for HBO Max just for that one
Or you
show.
get the 30-day trial. And
There you go.
everything
Watch the
in that
rest
30
and-
days and then cancel it. before it
Yes.
charges you.
Yeah.
What about
yeah.
you, Sarah? What do you binge? Like, do you wait until they all come out, or you just got to get it as it comes out?
I usually watch it as it comes out. Yeah.
You're a better man than me.
Well, the binging, a lot of it depends on the episode lengths. If it's a 30 to 40-minute show, that's easy to get through. But if it's a 45-minute show and I've got 90 minutes in the evening to get everything done and ready for the next day, that kind of drives the scheduling sometimes.
I think that's why. I think that's why I watch so many at once. Is because some are you put on while you're on your phone. Like they require a different level of bandwidth. You know what I mean? Like some you can just be like, it's Bones. You know,
I can put it on.
and even if you
I've seen
haven't
it 8
seen it
times, but-
before, even if you haven't seen it before, it's like you get the gist. You're
Right,
kind of
you know
watching
how
it.
it's gonna
You don't really
Yeah.
care that much, but it's good background.
Yeah, which my husband gets mad at me because I'll be like reading a book on my phone while we're watching a movie together, and he's like, "How do you?" And I'm like, "Don't ask. Just
It's just
my
what I want
brain.
right now.
It's a slow, thought-provoking movie, and my brain required more. So
And it's great to have those comfort shows. Like I guess I kind of categorize them in certain ways. Like there's ones where if I've got a few hours and like I have the mental bandwidth for it, that I can watch, something like For All Mankind. It's sort of like Soprano style. Like you're invested in it. It's drama and everything. But if I don't really have that, I'll binge Bob's Burgers for 3 hours. I love that show. It just depends on depends on the mood and what you can handle at the time.
As someone who works for NASA, I have trouble watching For All Mankind sometimes.
Really? I don't want to take up the whole panel with this. I would love to get your thoughts on some other
Some
time
other
about that.
time,
Yeah.
yes.
There was another one that I think AMC Plus had Moonfall. Was it Moonfall? Yeah.
The movie?
No, it was a series.
No, not that series. No. What was that series? It was with the guy that was a Hobbit. Gosh, and it was in Lost. Now I'm just like totally.
Dominic Monaghan?
Yes. What was it called?
It
Moon.
was. I think it was Moon something. It was some sort of terraforming the moon or something.
Well, yeah, it was something. I sat and watched every episode of that. Like I just binged it. It was only a 1-season wonder, I guess. It was fairly interesting, but I think I basically watched. It was basically a cop show on the moon.
it's Law and Order on the moon.
Yeah, basically somebody died, and he was a police officer, and they were investigating how this person got killed. I mean, that's basically what the show was
Worst
about.
kind of crime? Moon crime.
Moon crime.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go off on a tangent.
But you can see it was so impactful. I can't even remember the name of it.
There are some shows that if we didn't binge it all the way through, we would have stopped. If there had been a season break, like because of the writing changed over the seasons, and it maybe didn't follow the same quality.
Supernatural.
and if we didn't have all 5 seasons just out on Netflix, we would never have finished it.
All right. So where are you watching? Like what are you binging? Like what apps do you have? What you stick with cable? Sarah, we'll start with you.
So, something I'm really looking forward to coming out this October is going to be Mike Flanagan's adaptation of The Fall of the House of Usher. I loved The Haunting of Bly Manor and The Haunting of Hill House. Mike Flanagan is going to be he loves to use a lot of the same actors, and he's probably going to use the Newton Brothers to score it again. I love their music. It's so good. So I don't know where that's going to come out, but when that comes out, I am definitely watching that. And if it's just an episode at a time, then I'll just do it that way. I won't be able to wait until it's all out. But if they drop it all at once, I'll probably watch it all at once.
I think that's probably going to
Take
be
a couple
Amazon
days
Prime.
off.
Wasn't the other ones on Amazon Prime?
I think Amazon
or
Prime
HBO Max. It was one of the. It was one of
was
the ones,
trying to get him, but I don't know if he signed with them or not.
I want.
Amazon, okay.
It is Amazon. I thought yes. I have Amazon.
We hate them. I was saying yes because we have it.
Yes. Yes, dude.
Janet, what do you watch on? So you already said cable. You've got Disney Plus.
Disney Plus, Prime, sometimes YouTube, but mostly just yeah. Actually, sometimes I have antenna TV as well. Sometimes I'll go and change it over to Me TV or Comet or some of the antenna channels and just binge Godzilla movies or Chips. For some reason, I have this weird thing. I like to binge Chips. They have it on every day. It's like 3 episodes. It's very nostalgic and it's really dumb. But hey, you know, it's probably the nostalgia part of it. So yeah, it's really pretty much it's those two now. I'm probably going to cut the cord in a year when my contract's up, and then I'm probably going to switch and add Hulu and HBO Max. Well, it's not HBO Max now, Max, Max and Hulu, because those seem to be really good stuff. Apple TV, my daughter's got that now, and she's saying that they have a lot of good stuff on. I think Succession is on.
That one's on
Ted
Amazon.
Lasso.
Severance, yeah, Severance is up there. I think she was binging that. Yeah, they actually have some really good stuff on Apple TV. It's just one of those things that I have Peacock as well as part of the, and now I'm going to have to pay for it. I like Peacock. Peacock has a lot of interesting first early run of theatrical movies that, you know, the other streaming services don't have. And you can watch all the NBC shows after and USA shows. And I think right now I've been watching, yeah, right now I've been watching this like Alaskan adventure race thing that comes on at like 11 o'clock at night on USA. It's like I'm in bed. So I watch it the next day on Peacock. I do like, if it's Food Network, Discovery Channel, or any of those type of shows, I'm all there, all the cooking shows and baking shows, because I like to live vicariously through other people, because it's like, oh, I love how they built this cake out of nothing. But yeah, I can do that. No, I can't.
It's nice to feel like you can.
Yeah,
well,
it's,
though,
it's,
right?
it's pretty cool.
And everybody wants Mary Berry to be their grandma.
Yeah.
What's that? I wish y'all could see it. The look she gave me was so intense. Like, how dare you? She is my grandma. So I have all the different, like, too many apps. Probably need to actually cull some of them a little bit. I did the Apple TV was the last one I got, like, most recent, because it felt kind of like they felt a little bandwagony to me for a little while. But then I got, like, I don't know why I tried an episode of Severance, and I'm just like, I can't say enough about that show. It's so interesting and strange, and I can't wait for the new season. And yeah, and they have a lot of good stuff.
My daughter said that was like the new Lost. It's so quirky.
It is.
She
It's quirky and strange,
she
and
just
it's like-
binged it, and she was telling me about it on the way here today, and she just loves that show.
Yeah, and
She
it's
says
really
like
super
quirky.
thought provoking. Like it just stuck in my head after I watched it through the
I'm
first
like,
time.
okay.
Where a few months later I was like, I gotta see that again. Like it was just so strange. It really will just lodge in your mind. I don't really use Netflix that much anymore, except for they have two of the most like comfortable binge shows, or one of the most comfortable binge shows ever, which is of course Great British Baking Show.
Oh yeah.
That's I could watch every season of that ever. It's just so like it's low stakes. Everybody's cool to each other. If y'all didn't know, there's a Great American Baking Show. It's the exact same show with American contestants. Like it's Paul and Prue, and like it's the exact same thing. And they even make fun of the fact that like how American cooking shows usually are and how it's all competitive. They try to get them to do that. And everyone's just like, no, we all like each other. Sorry. And the other one on Apple, y'all mentioned it. It's probably the happiest show I've ever found. Ted Lasso is just. I just finished the finale of it. I'm gonna go back and rewatch the entire series and probably just cycle that forever.
Yeah, we probably have too many as well. We've got YouTube TV instead of cable, and then the Hulu, the Apple Disney Plus, Netflix. Netflix, we tend to stick to some of the documentary type movies that made us, the music that made us, the nostalgia stuff that makes you feel old. And it just varies. We don't have Peacock, although we do want to watch Poker Face. That's a trial period thing. We did get Paramount that had Picard. Yeah, we did the first season of Picard. Trying to decide if we're going to go back and do the second 2 seasons. Another show on Apple TV that we really liked is Slow Horses. It's a British spy thriller based off of a series of books, and that's one that you really have to pay attention. Gary Oldman plays a burned out, washed up spy who don't underestimate. So, Slow Horses. Gary Oldman. And he said this is going to be his last role. When this series ends, he's retiring. Yeah.
Let's see. We have, I think, all the regular ones: Disney Plus, Amazon, Hulu, Netflix, Peacock. I don't have Apple TV, so I've only seen like a couple episodes of Ted Lasso on my free trial. That's the only reason I even signed up for it. But I just can't justify adding another one. And I've been trying to steal my mother-in-law's Max. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think she's changing her password. She's figured me out. But I keep trying. Okay, well, is there anything you binge? Like, I say this because right now I got into the kick of, I read the first book, A Discovery of Witches. And then I know then they were coming out with the show. It was forever ago, and I just kind of it blooped off my radar. So now I'm binge reading the series before I binge the TV show to kind of, compare and contrast. Do you guys ever do that with books and then for the show? And which ones were your favorite?
Actually, I've read all 3 Discovery of Witches, and I thought the series was very well done. I thought the series culled a lot of the really in-depth historical extra and really distilled it down to the full story.
Still, the research must have been a bitch.
Well, she's a historian.
Why? Still, she's like, "Yay!" I'm like, "Oh God."
But we did binge the first season of Dark Winds, and I've thought about going and getting those books. I just haven't had a chance to. I really enjoyed that series though too.
I found the Expanse books to be super bingeable. And I started I think I found the series and about 4 or 5 books were out. It ended up being 9, I think. So it was about halfway done, and I finished it and was just, checking my calendar every day. Are we one day closer to the next book? Just wanted the next thing so bad. They did an awesome job of making it just, you're waiting for that next episode, or the next book. It felt like the next episode, right? Yeah. And then the adaptation I thought was pretty great too. I would have liked to see 2 more seasons. There's more in the books that they could have explored, but I thought they did a pretty good job of wrapping it up. But that's one that I felt like there was pretty good parity between the books and the screen adaptation, because they were both enjoyable, just kind of in their own way. And as far as other adaptations, if we can talk about the elephant in the room, which is Game of Thrones at some point, if anyone wants to, fine, not
I
talking
never read
about
the
it.
books.
Yeah.
I couldn't get through the book.
I can't. Yeah.
Well, they're not done yet.
Well, I didn't even make it halfway
Too
through
many
the
big
first
dots.
book.
Yeah, I don't do my fantasy epic. I don't do it. I do it.
I don't do murder for the sake of murder.
Yeah, it was too much for me. Too much of emotion, like a time commitment. I think for the books. I hate to say it, but it was just
It's understandable, yeah. It's
not a beach read.
I can't think of it. I honestly, I have to be honest, I just don't read very much anymore. I do it for my job. And so when I get home, I'm too old. I just don't read. But there have been, I did watch the first season of Discovery of Witches. I thought it was good. But it wasn't enough for me to go back and finish it. There've been a couple things, like Wheel of Time was one of them. I watched the first 6 or 7 episodes, and I'm like, this has got me. Where I've heard the people who've read the books say that it was a really good series. I think probably, I just don't think I'm really a high fantasy person. I just don't think that's my thing. Although I did like the Rings of Power for some reason.
But like you said, that's token light.
Yeah, maybe that's why I liked it. Yeah. It just, I don't know.
not high fantasy. It's kind of like mid fantasy.
Yeah. And of course, I'm going to, obviously being a Star Wars fan, I'm going to binge everything. But there's actually been some series on Disney Plus, like the Visions series, which is kind of an anime take on Star Wars. I haven't been able to get through most of those. They're just they're very beautiful. Artistically, they're beautiful. It's just
To me, the second season was 1,000 times better than the first.
yes, I will agree with that. I mean, I forced myself to watch all of them because that's what you do when you're a fan. Yeah, and they're short. And they've got this new Young Jedi Adventures out, which is totally for kids. Totally for kids. It's not. I'm not the audience, and I'm just like I cringe. It's like I have not gotten through those. It's like this is, but they are like 15, 20-minute short. It's like I can force myself to go through this, but like nah, they're not really good. But obviously all the series, and they've done really well in all the Marvel series as well. Some are hits and some are misses. Although I'm very excited that Loki's coming back out. I love Loki, and I wish there would be another Hawkeye. I really like. But I'm a big Jeremy Renner fan anyway. But yeah.
There were books for Loki?
No.
No.
Well,
Right?
comic books.
Like they
There might be
probably are.
now.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's adaptations for Marvel. Matter of fact, we just had Greg Keys on our con last May, and he's done several adaptations to the Marvel movies and series. So there's actually books out there with a lot of the Marvel universe, full-fledged novels, and they really. I'm trying to think if any of the stuff was based. Now I think American Born Chinese is based on a novel. A graphic novel? Yeah. I haven't got. I have 4 more episodes to watch. It's very well done. I'm having problems with the subtitles. They're small and they flash on the screen too fast. And there's literally times where he'll be talking and it goes like that, and you're like, what did he say? So I don't know if it's a glitch with the program or what it is, but that's a little annoying because I really would like to know what they're saying, and I don't mind that they're speaking in Chinese because I think that's authentic, but I need to be able to read the subtitles. Yeah, I mean, I've watched a lot of stuff that are based on books, but haven't been nothing really that made me want to go read them afterwards. Yeah.
I always read the books first. I always love it. Well, I didn't know that about some of the Marvel stuff. I have not read a lot of Marvel comics. I will tell you though, the one exception though is The Witcher. I watched the show first, and Braxton has read all the books, and he loves the books. He loves the games. So he was like, we got to watch this show. Watch the show, and I loved it. And now I'm going to go through and read those books. But for everything else, I always read the books first.
I agree. I'm interested in the books for that one because I played the game first and then watched the show and haven't read the books. And it's interesting. There aren't that many that have like the triple adaptation because adapting video games is so notoriously difficult.
Yeah.
And
But
bad
they were
usually.
books.
Sometimes they don't always turn out.
Right, and turning books into a video game doesn't work either.
Well, that happened to me with.
He's like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just gonna need a minute. I promise.
Yeah, he was like, I can find people to talk about the show or the game with, but I really want to find somebody that I can talk to about the books. And I was like, well, I want to read those. The show was really good. It did inspire me to go out and read those. So as soon as I finish them, we can talk all about them.
Well, that happened to me with True Blood, with the Sookie Stackhouse series. I saw the first season, and then somebody said it was a book, and I was like, it's a book? So I said, and it was weird because if you've read the books and watched the show, they are so completely different. I actually was reading while watching as they were coming out at the same time, but it was similar storylines, but it was different enough that it was just not the same thing. You know, it was like the same characters, but someone dies in the first book and they go all the way through the series towards the end. Like they're so completely different that you're not even really comparing. Yeah, you're not really comparing them too much. So it was a very, very surreal kind of like, I'm reading this and then I'm watching that, and it's the same. Not really. So, all right. So, are there any shows that you have not binged, but that is on your soon to be binged list?
I think the Wheel of Time and the Rings of Power are ones, and then of course, find a 30-day trial on Peacock and watch Poker Face. I think those are our top three that we haven't binged.
I think Poker Face and Slow Horses are now on my list.
I was going to say Slow Horses and Severance.
Yeah, I say
I tried
Severance,
Succession. I
yes.
just couldn't get into it.
Yes, I definitely I would say Severance and Succession, just based on what I'm hearing. And also The Witcher. I've heard really good things about that. Yeah, those are probably what I would like to watch.
Are you going to watch season 3 of The Witcher now that it's Liam Hemsworth?
We are definitely going to watch it at least and give it a chance. But
I'm a little salty.
he's already like,
Season 3. I thought
he's
there was
not getting his
season
hopes up.
with, what's his name? And then Liam's getting season 4.
New panel idea. Okay. Whichever one is the Liam Hemsworth one. If it's, I'd watch Henry Cavill.
It's season 4 and 5. with
The
Liam
least,
Hemsworth.
the least billable Hemsworth.
I know, right?
Poor guy.
The creepiest Hemsworth.
No, there's another Hemsworth that isn't in acting.
Oh, that's right. There's a few of them.
Oh
Yeah,
wow!
yeah.
How big is the family?
I think it's just the
He's
3
not.
or 4.
I don't think they're as big as all the Mickelsons. Mickelson. Oh, there's like tons of them. No.
Yeah, I think he's probably doing all right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
he'll be fine.
All right. So, sorry, Sarah, I jumped ahead of you. Is there anything you're looking forward to binging?
I haven't heard about Poker Face at all. What is it? Will you tell me?
She is a. She
it's
is
the
a
girl
game.
from Russian Doll.
It's the girl from Russian Doll.
Yes, she is so funny. She is a gambler who gets in trouble with a mobster who is played by oh God. Now I just can't think of his name. The Beauty and the Beast guy. He played the Beast. Ron Perlman. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I love him.
And Ryan Johnson did it, who did The Last Jedi and
He's
Knives
good.
Out and all. So it's got that Knives Out kind of
Isn't
comedy.
it like she can tell when people are lying?
She can tell when people. She has a sense that she can tell when people are lying. She witnesses something, and this guy's after her. So she's getting off the grid, and she's going from place to place. And it basically is filmed like Columbo. You see the person die, and you know who the person is that killed the person. But then the rest of the show is her falling into these different situations and her figuring out who the person was and how she does it. And usually, and in most cases, she gets them in the end, and how she gets them is very clever. They've had and the guest stars that they have on this are just, some people are like unrecognizable. And then Nick Nolte played, there was an episode where he's basically playing Phil Tippett, who is a special effects modeler for ILM, and who actually left ILM for a while. And Nick Nolte is unrecognizable in this, but he is awesome. It's probably one of the best things I've seen Nick Nolte do. And so yeah, it's very funny, but she cannot help herself. But she even talks like Columbo. She'll say something. She's like, I want like one other thing. The way she just acts, it's so clever and it's so funny. And they basically said it's basically a homage to Columbo, the way she's acting. But just the situation she gets herself in, and not to be political or anything, but there is an episode where she picks up this dog and he's a Jack Russell. He will not stop barking in her car. She turns the radio, and the only way that he can stop barking is if she's on a right-wing talk radio show. So now she says, and she's like, I got this MAGA dog. And, he just won't shut up. And she ends up falling in love with this dog. But anyway, so it's just quirky little humor, and of course, the mob is still after her. So, and how she's trying to escape and how she finds herself in all these different situations. I think it's only 8 episodes. So it's not a whole long investment. They've set it up. I know they're already doing season 2.
It's funny, that made me think of Lie to Me. I've been
Mhm.
re-binging.
Yeah.
I've been re-binging Lie to Me too.
That
Yeah.
show is silly, but I will watch it.
It's interesting. Like it's like, oh, okay. And he's just such a jerk. Like, I love a good jerk character.
He can play a jerk.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sure it is.
Well,
But it's-
most of
it's
those
very
shows are.
technical.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's,
Well,
it's
it's their
willing to
comfort
suspend
show
your
again.
disbelief.
Yeah, it's like I know it's gonna happen. And I don't really remember every episode, but like I'll see something and go, oh, I can't remember what happens in this one. Maybe. Yeah, it's been a while.
What do you think makes a show like? There's some that are just more bingeable than others. Like, what do you think it is about a show that makes it where you'll let 4 hours go by and suddenly realize you've been watching it?
Cliffhanger endings.
Mhm.
Stranger Things does that really well. They know how to set you up. Like every episode ending, you're just like, well, now I gotta watch the next one. Like, and it's every time.
Wednesday
Wednesday
Addams.
was great for that.
Yep.
Yes.
My husband gets so mad at me because I'm one of those people that I can just turn it off middle of the movie. Middle of the show. I know. It's a horrible thing, but it's just like, I'm tired.
If
And
I
he's
know,
like, and he's not even watching it. He's doing something else. He's like playing video games over here. And he's like, how did you just, I'm like, I'm tired. I'm night. Like, I'm going to bed. And he's like, you could, there's only like 20 minutes left in it. And I'm like, I don't want to wait 20 minutes. I want to go to bed now. And he's just like, can you just stop it? I'm like,
if I know the season ends on a cliffhanger, I won't watch that episode until the next season comes out.
it's too hard emotionally.
I'm not waiting 6 months to find out what happens.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there's any particular thing. I think it's just pacing. And as long as it's harder to binge the slower shows,
Mhm.
the slow burn, other than K-dramas. The slow burn, like kind of thrillers of it's political, it's espionage, I think the actiony, the funny, the ones that are like go, 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 you tend to just
constant
kind of
motion.
keep going with it.
A good example of that was, did anybody watch Arcane? That one is fantastic. So it's based on, well, I guess loosely based on League of Legends, a game which I've never played. I know nothing about it, but it's an animated show. I think it's like 10 episodes the season that's come out so far, at least. It is just the most gorgeous animation I have ever seen. Like there's, especially the latter half of the season, you could pause it on any frame and it's a work of art you can put on your wall. It's incredible. But the story is really good too. That one, the pacing of that, it's action filled and just visually stunning to the point that I think I watched it the entire season in one day and just didn't even realize it. I was hooked, and then I look up and like I just finished the whole series. So it's called Arcane.
Yeah.
You're hip with the kids.
I think if there's a series that does something that you just really don't expect, that's quirky and unexpected, that tends to hook me. I remember watching Gotham when it came out, and it was like, this is a weird show. And then the one episode when Jada Pinkett Smith's character like pokes the guy in the eye with a fork and pulls it out, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is on network TV. This is like real, serious. That kind of hooked me to that show. That show, like any kind of show that doesn't go the direction you think it's going to go, tends to hook me. And I think that's one of those problems that you have with the weekly episodic releases is that, and I found this with especially this last season of The Mandalorian, was what would happen is the episode would come out and you'd have a week of people spewing their headcanon of what they thought was going to happen. And then when the next episode came out and nothing that they said happened, then that was a terrible episode. This sucks. The writing sucked, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, it's just you had a week to sit there online and discuss with all these people, all these theories of what you thought was going to happen. And when it didn't happen the way you thought in your head, then obviously you were disappointed. And I see that a lot with the episodic type television and with social media, so prevalent these days, is that people tend to just like make up all these stories and then they're so disappointed when it doesn't happen. That was terrible writing. It fell flat. No, it didn't. It was, if you binged it, you probably would have been fine with it because you wouldn't have had any time to make any kind of ideas in your head of what was going to happen and who the traitor was going to be.
Concocting preconceived notions.
Yeah,
and knowing it and
you would
being
just
like,
watch
"It didn't
it.
do what I said to do.
Yeah, and I found that a lot of people online, now that all the episodes are out, have gone back and watched all 8 episodes, and most of them are very short. They're 35, 45 minutes at most. And now they're like, okay, yeah, it was good. Really saw that with Andor, because that was 12 episodes. The first 3 episodes was a slow burn, and I had to like, okay, I'm gonna stick with it because I'm a Star Wars fan. And then it gradually got better and better and better. And then, the last 6 episodes were just awesome. But you really had to stick through it. And being episodic like that, you had that one week that this sucks. I'm not going to watch this. This is boring. Well, no, just stick with it. Where binging, they could have just fast forwarded through those boring first 3, and then just got to what they wanted.
I'm the
and-
worst for that. I'll skip through like certain storylines.
Mm.
It's like I just will. I'll be like, oh, they're back to this guy's stuff. Don't care, you're dumb.
Yeah.
I literally
Yes.
say that as I'm doing it in front of my kids. I'm like, he's dumb. We don't like him. I don't care.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Yeah.
You lived, you died, you got married. Okay, moving on. Okay, now back to the good people.
I do that with rewatches. I'm like, okay, I'll just skip the first half of this episode, watch that one, and then watch this episode, and then the end of this episode, and just tell the story I want to
And my
tell.
kids are really watching it. They just happen to be in the room and like watching the TV for a minute with me, and they're like, hey, and I'm like, this isn't your show. Move along. You don't have any stake in this. Like, keep walking.
I guess if I just want to watch the highlights of something, I'll find those on YouTube because normally it'll be like a popular song or something. So the highlights usually will be on YouTube if I just want to watch those.
Yeah, I'm the worst for skipping around. Have you guys ever like recently binge watched anything that wasn't streaming originally? Like for example, I binge watched Veronica Mars,
Oh.
and it was like, and I was like, oh, like I have to write a little female character like that now, like it's in my brain. But Veronica Mars-esque character. But anything like 90210, anything.
We went through Star Trek Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. It took us like a year to get through all of them, but we managed to do it before they yanked them off of Netflix.
Oh, nice.
Oh, they're gone. That's what's fun. I didn't get around to watching The Sopranos until last year, so yeah, did that.
How'd that ending feel?
I want to talk about it. No, I actually didn't have a problem with the ending. Like I thought
It was just kind of
it was intentionally
obscure.
ambiguous.
Yeah.
I get what they were doing. A little artsy. Like you could have just closed it up for us, but whatever.
It's like a bag in the wind.
Exactly. And The Wire. I did the same thing with The Wire, which was it's an incredibly good show. I love it.
I tried. I watched like 2 or 3, and I was just like, nah, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to stick with something really.
And
if you-
and he's like, how do you not like this? I'm like, I'm broken. I don't know. I just don't.
People like different stuff. Whatever.
Move on. But I'll watch Hoarders.
Oh, Hoarders
can't do
is
that.
like addictive, isn't it?
It's what when I feel bad about my house.
Yes.
I'm like, I
Yes,
watch-
you feel like you want to
And you know
clean
what?
after it.
I know why I do it. I know why I do it. I'm just like, I have 5 kids. I have a yellow lab. There's hair everywhere, and I was just like, I feel so defeated. You know what? You're not gonna find any dead cats in this house, though. So
Yes.
it's a mood boost. But I find the psychology fascinating, actually. Like
Yeah,
how they
I
just don't
agree.
see it, like the whole the mental illness behind it. I find.
I had an aunt who was a hoarder, so it's like watching that show is like now I understand a lot, like you said, the psychology
They
of
just don't
why
see
she
it,
did
and
it.
It's like building walls, and you go back to whatever
yeah.
trauma kicked it off. Yeah, it was a whole. It's a whole
Yeah.
thing. But
Yeah, that's
the
probably one of
root
those
it, the reason
guilty
it's
pleasure
That's
binges.
why I enjoy it. The root of it is me starting it because my house is messy.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. What have I binged that? Well, I know that Star Wars Rebels I had to binge because it originally aired on Disney XD, and I didn't have that when it came out. So once it came to Disney Plus, there was like 5 seasons or 6 seasons. I did binge those to catch up because I didn't have those before. Trying to think what else. Some of the shows that aired on like the Sci-Fi Channel, now you can watch them on Peacock, and so I think I binged some of those just to catch up. Well, Farscape. I saw Farscape originally, but it's on, I don't remember, Prime or Peacock. I can't remember who's. I think it's Peacock. You can binge all the episodes of
I did a
Farscape,
dual
and I will go back
watching
and
of
watch.
Buffy and Angel.
Oh yeah, Buffy.
Where
yeah.
like they told you online, like, okay, now go watch this episode of Angel. Okay, now go watch it. Like, so you were like in chronological order. It was exhausting, but worth it.
Mhm.
If I want to watch something fun, sometimes we'll put on Teen Titans Go.
Mhm.
That is fun.
Well, speaking of hoarders, are there any reality shows that you binge, or is it strictly like, fantasy? And I don't know, reality shows I don't tend to like. Vanderpump Rules I watched from the beginning, and then I took a small hiatus, and then Scandal happened, so I had like a season and a half to catch up on. But and then like Hoarders, and when I think when I binge reality TV, it'll only be like 2 or 3 episodes. I don't do like a full of anything. I don't think it's the same kind of payoff. But I'll watch Hoarders, Vanderpump Rules, and Below Deck are my 3 that I like for smatter across throughout the year.
I don't do much in reality TV.
That's fair.
Probably good.
I can't do it other than like specifically the Great British Bake
Well, I
Off.
was gonna say,
Like,
that's
other than
reality
that-
TV.
Yeah. Other than that, I can't.
RuPaul's Drag Race, that's all counting.
Oh,
I can
do
only
that
watch
too.
the ones where they're not like sort of like overly staged drama and where the people aren't terrible. So that rules out about 99% of the
I
shows.
never
Manufactured
watched.
drama
Yeah, I never watched any of the Bachelor, Bachelorette,
Mm-mm.
Survivors. I never watched any of those. I do. Do you guys remember Joe Millionaire?
Mhm. I
Like that was
remember
one of
that.
the
was a
old
thing.
ones. We
Yeah,
used to
but
have
he
Joe
wasn't-
Millionaire Monday in the bar I worked at, and we would have it on the TV. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was broke to begin with, so I don't know what they go for.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a mean one too.
It was.
Like,
That was a mean show.
that was a mean one, but you know, it was good for business in the bar. You know that. But so yeah, all right.
I think-
Anything?
I'm totally a vet show binger. I will go on because Disney Plus has like all of them. The Critter Fixers,
Isn't there
Doctor
like
Pole,
the Alaskan one.
the Alaskan Doctor, what's the Colorado Doctor? I forget what his is called. If it's a vet show, I have probably binged every episode of every vet show. I don't know why. The one with the Dr. K who has exotic things. I just find those interesting. I totally binge those and flipping shows. Any show where they're flipping my house, flip this house and zombie house flipping,
I used to watch
24-hour
HGTV
flipping,
back in the day.
you name it, I watch it. Again, I think it's just because I'm thinking, oh, look, they've redone this whole house. That's so cool. I want to do that with my house. No, I'm not going to do that. You know, it's just it's fun to think about. And every once in a while, though, you do get some good ideas of things that, you know, you do actually learn something. And, you know, having pets, watching the vet shows, you see some things. Sometimes it's sad when they have to put a pet down. I don't like that. But every once in a while, you'll see something and you're like, oh, that's why my dog does that. You know, I do sometimes watch the Caesar Milan one that talks to people and the one with the cat, my cat from hell. Yeah, I have cats. I had cats, I should say. And so watching that's kind of amazing how these cats, like how they train these cats. But yeah, I'm totally that. And Amazing Race is probably one of the few ones that I don't binge, but I watch it live. And anything really Expedition Unknown, I'll watch those every time they come on. I love Joss Gates. I just do. A lot, like I said, Food Network, the Great Food Network, the Great Food, what's it called? The Great Food Truck Road Race, and any of the spring baking championships and fall baking
My kids
championships
watch
and
Nailed It like it's their job.
oh,
They
Nailed
watch Nailed It on
Nailed It
Netflix
is awesome.
all the time.
Wait,
Yes.
do nature documentaries count as reality TV?
I
'Cause I
guess
watch the hell
so.
out of those.
It's-
Yeah,
it's
I'll watch any
not
of those that ever
scripted.
come out. Yeah.
Mhm.
All-
Oh yeah.
all those.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Especially if it's on Everest or
Oh, we
something
did
like
used
that.
to binge How It's Made.
Oh, how it's made. Oh, that's one of the most best filmed. The way they film it and the film quality of that show is just amazing. It has really interesting music and stuff too. It's like it's a cool show.
I'll have to check that one out. I have not seen it.
Oh yeah, it's pretty interesting.
You have any reality
No.
It's probably good too. He's done it.
Unless does It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia count as reality?
No, but it's
I
No, but
feel
it
like it
should.
is like a real place that I could visit.
Yeah.
Anytime we drive past uh, Pennsylvania, I'm like, we should stop by that bar. It looks like so much fun. I feel like it should be a real show.
There should be a
Yeah.
reality show.
Is there anything that you would like to binge that's not out there? Like for me, I have a hard time because I Doctor Who. But it's
Oh,
not- I don't. You know what? We are so weird, like me, but people in general now too, because it's on DVD at my house. Like I own it. I got tons that I've been buying more, trying to get the full set caught up. And I'm like, oh, I have to get up and change the DVD. It's like I have to go out and wash the clothes by hand. It's literally just. I go lay back down. And it's really annoying, but I don't pay for like BBC and that's the only place you can get Doctor Who. So that one's annoying. And also, Discovery of Witches isn't streaming anywhere. I'm gonna get those from those DVDs from the library. Not from
Actually, the AMC
like I
AMC will show it on cable.
Yeah, or like
That's how I
think
saw 'em.
Paramount Plus might have it, or I'm like I can't justify another
No.
streaming. I can't do it. So there's a few that I've looked into recently that I'm like, oh, and I think they were removed from Murder She Wrote. So I used to watch every now and then.
Me
Me and my
TV
sisters
shows it
used to watch that,
every
so-
day. Murder She
now-
Wrote every
I
day.
used to watch
That
Murder, She
Matlock,
Wrote.
all those.
Yeah,
Yep.
every now and then, but now I looked for it not too long ago and I couldn't find it. So, is there anything out there that you'd like to stream that you haven't really had any luck with, or?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
I'm bad though because I'll go on TikTok
Time.
and they show the little clips of shows. Yeah, or they'll like part 1 of 3, and so you'll watch like 4 of them, and then you're like, now I have to go watch this show, and you end up, and I'm like things like I've seen before, or I started watching Billions. It's like the hedge fund guy. It's the guy with the red hair, the actor who did Life, and he's done a bunch of stuff. I like him as an actor, but it was a few clips on TikTok, and I just kept seeing them because once you watch them, they show you more stuff like that. And then I'm like, and now I got to go find Billions, and I found it on Amazon, I think. And I've been watching through that one. I got through like 3 or 4 seasons of it. It's
We would watch more Doctor Who if it was on, if it was available to us. It is? Oh.
It's coming to Disney Plus.
See, now I
Is
gotta
it
get the
really?
Mother
Oh.
Monster password.
New season's coming to Disney Plus.
All the Doctor Who's or just
Well,
I know the
Does that make
new
him a
season.
Disney princess?
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to. I would imagine they probably bought the whole shebang. But I know the new episodes are going to be on Disney Plus, but they're still going to be running them on BBC.
Well, I know BBC's really, really strict with their copyright.
Yeah.
Like, off topic, I was looking for a weeping angel for my garden. I have a little spot when you walk up to my front door, like a courtyard, and it's got a tree, and it's a perfect little spot for some kind of statuesque thing. So,
Weeping Angel.
weeping angel, and you can't find them anywhere, anywhere. Like you can get some kind of like paper mache one for like $500, but BBC has that on lock. Nowhere. So I'm just like, man. Right?
Yeah. Like you can't use, like they can sue you if you use
I actually have a TARDIS, big tall TARDIS DVD holder in my house. It's one of the few I have like I've been a Star Wars collector for like 40 something years, and so I have like a Star Wars room. But then in my living room I have a TARDIS. I have some other non-Star Wars things. But I'm looking forward to Doctor Who's next season. When BBC America will have like the week of Doctor Who and they just show them all day long for 7 days, I will totally like come home from work. I'm watching whatever's on, and every day until
through it
multiple
times. But
I
it's
have
like,
doctors I
have my
prefer
little
better
text
than
next
other
to me that
doctors,
says,
but-
hello, sweetie.
Oh yeah,
We
yeah,
haven't watched
yeah.
since
If it's a
Doctor,
Tenet
so
or
we
Matt
can catch
Smith,
up.
I'm there. But
These are my favorite. Tenant.
oh yeah,
Oh,
Tenet too. I'm so excited he's coming back.
Although-
He and Donna for the at least 3 episodes. So it's like
I'm
3
glad
specials.
I saw him as the Doctor first before watching Jessica Jones.
He
because
does
I
such a
don't-
good villain.
I don't
He
think
does
I could
such a
watch
good
him. I
villain.
could
Yeah.
not watch him as the Doctor if I'd watched him as the villain first, because he's got that voice.
He gives good villain, man. He
Mhm.
really does. He's
terrifying.
And he's good in Good Omens as well.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it's just,
Like the whole,
what a
he's
quirky
such
show.
good actor. He's such a good actor.
He is.
But I saw him. I think no, honestly, the first time I saw him was Harry Potter.
Oh yeah, yep.
He
He's
has
in
that
Harry Potter.
small role in Harry
Mhm.
Potter.
Yep.
And then I was watching Doctor Who and was like,
And then there was a
the
British
guy with the tongue and the licky
police
Yeah.
show that he was on, and Jodie Whittaker
detective.
was
Broadchurch, awesome
Yes.
show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Even the American version was good too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I watched him on that. Yeah, he's just awesome. So I'm definitely excited with him and Catherine Tate coming back. It's interesting that they're doing that for the anniversary. But yeah, I started with with Rose and God Eccleston, but I really loved Tennant. And then when Matt Smith came, I was like, I don't know about him, but I really loved him too.
Not at first. But
I
he got
didn't
there.
particularly like. Gosh, it's getting late. Past my
Capaldi.
bedtime.
Yeah,
Capaldi.
Yeah, I was.
He was
nobody
such a
really
fan.
liked him.
I've heard a lot of people argue with me about they really enjoyed Capaldi, but I just didn't.
It wasn't
like
his
he's
fault. I just don't
trying
think
too
I
hard.
don't think the writing was very good.
Yeah, the
for
writing
those-
wasn't great. The
it
whole like
just-
rock and roll sunglasses.
It just
like, I don't know.
it was now, and I like Jodie. I thought she had a lot of Matt Smith energy, but again, I
Bad
think
writing.
the bad
writing.
I didn't even watch the last season because I just didn't care. You
And
know,
that was
it's
it.
just
There were
like
no stakes.
even though they brought Captain Jack back, it was like okay, that's something, but I just like I don't really care. I just it doesn't, and it wasn't her. I loved her. I thought she was a great doctor. It just
And
the
I think
stories didn't
across
really
the board,
go.
everybody said it's just bad. It was bad writing.
It just it was just not, and the showrunner, it was a different showrunner, and it just it kind of fell flat. And I'm thinking that's probably why they brought Tennant and Catherine Tate back for the next for three shows to go to the next doctor. And I think he looks like he'll be good. So I will go back and watch. But yeah, I couldn't get through. I can't tell you. I like the character. I like the companions. I thought they were fine. I was just bored. There was episodes this is boring, and I
Nothing's
really
really
like Doctor
happening.
Who, but yeah, it just it didn't have all those quirky things that you saw with Matt Smith with bow ties are cool and I wear a fez now and all those really cool things that he did and the things that Tennant did, the little things that you remember. I can't remember her doing anything or saying anything that was like memorable.
Yeah.
Just they weren't memorable shows.
I mean, I'll watch Doctor Who no matter who the doctor is.
Yeah,
just because of loyalty, and it's like we said with Supernatural. Sometimes it's a hit, and sometimes it's a mess. And you got to get through bugs to get to the other ones.
Well, I think that's with
That's when
any
you
show.
fast forward through the parts, or you skip to the next episode. And
I think there's very
What's
few
your
shows that
version?
are on every episode that you could say, oh, every one of these episodes are really great.
Even Rebels had some low points.
Oh yeah,
My
there's some
husband's been
boring.
wanting me to watch Luther, and I haven't.
I've heard that that's good.
I keep hearing. I'm just like, I'll get to it.
Yeah, I love
It's got
Idris
Idris
Elba.
Elba.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're gonna wrap up in just a minute. Any questions? I mean, we're just kind of talking about shows we've been.
Yeah.
Like it's like, I don't know what questions you have, but if you have any,
Mhm.
feel
Any
free.
show we haven't talked about that we
I know.
Yeah.
I think we got to all.
Uh-oh, we got somebody. Yeah.
Solid show.
Mhm.
Over the Garden Wall. That's a great binge too.
I'm way behind in Letterkenny. We brought that up in the beginning. I'm way
Oh,
behind.
Moneypenny, yeah, it's supposed to be good.
Y'all seen Over the Garden Wall?
Mm-mm.
That is, it's a single season, but it is like just check it out. I don't know how to describe it. Over the Garden Wall is one of my favorite things I've ever just watched.
Oh wow.
Mm.
A little creepy, but very, very heartwarming.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The kids have found South
The
Park.
kids have found South Park. Now the world
Oh.
really will end.
They killed Kenny.
Don't worry. They'll get to Beavis and Butthead eventually.
Oh,
Well, they
it's-
tried
it's
to bring
back,
Beavis and
yeah.
Butthead back.
They have. They've tried to bring it back.
That's terrible.
And I actually have a funny story about Beavis and Butthead because, when it first came out, I'd watch it because it was terrible, but it was funny. And my daughter was about 2 years old at the time,
and I didn't really think she was playing. I didn't really think she was paying attention. And then all of a sudden, she would just be like going, and I'm like, I can't watch the show around her anymore, you know.
See, there are shows that I want to watch. Like I want to watch The Boys.
Oh, yes.
I've seen the first season,
Yep.
but I have too many kids and they're all around. Like, I just
Yeah.
do you know how hard it was to watch Bridgerton?
No.
Like it's just got like nope. Like
Nope.
We didn't watch the second season of Boys because it came out in the middle of 2020 and we just didn't have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah.
Because it just goes way, and it's like
I've got the
it's
TV
too
set up in my
real.
room. Maybe I'll watch it.
That's one of my favorite shows.
The Boys.
Yeah.
I think
I love it so much.
We'll get to it eventually, but
Yeah.
it was too much there.
on my list.
Seasons 2 and 3.
I definitely
I've heard it was kind of
understand that.
gory, so
It is-
that,
it is extreme.
that kind of
It's-
turned me
It's
off. I was like,
extreme.
Yeah, it's really bad.
that's what I heard, and I was like, I'm not really.
It's just
wanting
very
to-
bad in all ways.
Yeah.
But I like it.
But I thought it was good though.
I liked it.
Yeah.
And like Travelers, that one's on Amazon, I think. It's when they take the bodies of people in present day and try and change the
Oh, and
past.
Hannah's
I think
on
I've
Amazon.
seen that
That's
before.
a good one too. That's a spy.
Hannah,
story.
yeah.
There's
There
so
are.
many good ones. God, and you wonder why. It's like I haven't seen that one. My list is too big. All right, guys, we're gonna have to wrap up.
Yep.
You want to start with Sarah? Let me know, who you are and where you're gonna be for the rest of.
If you like gothic metal music, please come see us tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. We're playing gothic metal music. It sounds a little bit like Evanescence or Nightwish, maybe a little bit like Apocalyptica.
I will actually be back in this room at 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning, doing, I think it's Ask the Con Runners panel. So anything you want to know about the ins and outs of running a convention, you might be actually on that one too. Oh, okay, yeah. So we'll be together
We'll be there.
on that. Yeah, I know I have some others later on in the day. I don't remember.
Yeah, this is whatever.
Yeah, I have that Star Trek one, I think.
Yeah, I'll be back here at 9 a.m. also moderating that panel about cons from the other side, stuff about con runners. In the meantime, we have a table in the pre-function area for Multiverse Convention. We have candy, if anybody likes candy, and lots of information about the convention down in Atlanta. So come by, say hi, check us out.
I've got a panel tomorrow mid-afternoon, Women in Science and Tech.
Ooh.
And then tomorrow night is, I think, Ask a Mad Scientist.
Ooh.
And then Sunday afternoon is that even possible? The movies kind of take some
The answer's
liberties
no.
sometimes. Yeah, no.
All right, guys. Well, I have a panel tonight at 10:30 in Fountain View. Marry, date, or dump these characters. I think it's a PG version of F, Marry, Kill. Tomorrow, I have a 10:30 True Crime of the Carolinas. We're going to be talking about murder. Thanks for coming out tonight, guys. Thanks for coming and talking shows. God, I have a million. It's like my TBR
should've been
file,
taking
but like,
notes.
right? Like I feel like I need to go home and like add all this stuff to my list on my different shows. But all right, thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you at the next one.
Thanks.
Your con is in October, which is marching band competition.
Oh, that is unfortunate. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. It's just honestly, spring was too packed.
Tell me about it.
And it might be a smidge cooler in Atlanta in October. Maybe
The weather's usually pretty nice down there.
Oh, we're in Huntsville, so we're only 3.5 hours from Atlanta.
I know Michelle said we're going to try. I don't think we can make it this year.
Oh no, it took us 9
She
hours.
was like, your math is wrong.
Yeah. No, it took us 9 hours.
No, I'm in New Orleans, and so like I used to live in Charleston, so I could come up here. I could go to all the different lines of Atlanta a lot easier. Now it's a flight.
Yeah, we'll definitely watch it when it comes out.
I know. Yes. Oh, I've got.
My crowd way down.
Yeah. If I knew what the marching competition schedule was, then I would know.
People got something to do.
I know. We'll get there eventually.
So you can play Witcher 3. You haven't read the books. When you read the books, you find out that Witcher 3 is way more linear than the game lets on. They're like, oh, it's all open-ended. There's all these choices. No, there's a right wrong answer. And there's like a ton of inside jokes that like all of a sudden like you're like, why am I watching this new cutscene? And you read the books, you're like,
That's gonna be fun, I think, to read the book after.
They're awesome, but every now and then there's like, oh, here's a choice with consequences. You're like, it's fine. Cool.
Hey.
Hey, hey.
Oh, I'm good. How are you? Oh, me too. Rachel's having a party.
yeah?
Yeah, she's moving and she cleared out her liquor cabinet. She's all in the room.
Is that where, I don't know where, well, I don't know where anyone, but, I mean, like, other folks.
I have no idea. I'll be up here eventually. This is my mother.
Oh, hi.
This is Jessie. This is Patty.
Nice to meet you. I'm good.
Yep. Some good times. Yes. What time did you guys get in? 4?
Yeah.
We would have been here earlier, but we had horrible traffic. So we got back. Atlanta.
Oh,
You didn't stop the aircraft.
No, I'm done.
Make it look like there's a bunch. Thanks, Lily. Yep. This was more interesting than that movie. Roller. She what? It's time to go. Jason.
Okay, I was about to say, I know that this is not a solid seating.
No, you get to write what you want on your thingy. So he is a writer. How are you, my pal?
I'm good.
I know we got to touch base a little bit earlier.
Well, I mean, this is the first ConCarolinas that I've not been running around running shit, and it's kind of nice. I get to sell at the sit at the table and sell my shit for a change.
That works. But yet still,
I like to think I'm subtle. So
subtle? I don't think you or I either one have been described as subtle. Ever.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare us to bricks. And then they're going to put me on a panel at 10 o'clock. What do you think I'm going to show up with?
A beer.
Well, I couldn't bring the weed. Yeah, I can't really do that. Well, I mean, maybe gummies, but then I'd have to share with the class.
We were sitting over at the film festival with Bill,
Oh.
and we left early.
How's the other hotel?
I mean, it's fine. It's just it's another hotel.
And it's how far
Across the
away?
street.
Oh, across 8 lanes of traffic. That's awesome.
I don't know that that was the.
I could tell you the story behind that.
I mean, the shuttle's nice. But, I mean, it expanded the vendor room into our room, so which doesn't hurt my feelings because that room sucked because they always put Mikey in the. I mean, they'd already be over there playing tomorrow night.
He's playing tonight,
Oh, okay. Then tonight,
and we're missing it.
loud as hell. And you couldn't hear the movies anyway. So
Yeah.
but they had technical difficulties right off the bat. Had no sound. They love the films. The film track is so loved here.
Yeah, I find it interesting how the minute I start working for the con, the filmmakers are.
I mean, a lot of us are back there. I mean, I'm back every year because of other stuff.
No, but I'm saying like
And Jason's back this year. And,
Buterin.
the Antoinos are here.
So, since we're not started yet, there is a filmmaker here named Jason Buterin who did a film recently called Kill Giggles.
They know.
If you don't know him, if you do know him, great. Do y'all know the legend of Leech Lake? Do y'all know the signs out here
I bet they don't.
that say "Don't swim in the lake"? There are leeches. You have Buterin to thank for that. Because Angela, because one night, oh, by the way, they had been drinking.
What?
Harley and Buterin, a bunch of them are outside, torch and whatnot. And it's June in Charlotte. Everyone's hot. So Buterin thinks it'll be a good idea. I'm just going to strip down naked and jump in the lake. And in he goes. And he comes back out, and everyone's hooping and hollering, thinking this is a great time. And he feels good now. He's cooled off. He gets out to about 5 or 6 guys going, what do we do? Because he was covered head to toe in leeches. So once they figured out how to pull them off of him, the next day there were handwritten signs, "Don't swim in the lake, there are leeches." The next year there were permanent metal signs in
I
place.
have that picture on my phone.
That's both epic and sad.
That's Buterin laying on a fold-up table with nothing but his underwear on.
Yeah. Oh, she's like, I gotta see this shit.
He's such a funny dude. I love
So yes, if you ever think that as an individual you can't affect change, I invite you to look at the signs around Lake Leech. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Hey. Woo!
You can say it belong to anybody you want.
Right?
Eddie Van Halen's last guitar.
There you go.
There you go.
Sell it to anybody and everybody.
So yeah, I was telling you earlier, I got to interview Ari Lehman. Oh man, I was tripping shit. Because I'm a massive Friday the 13th fan, which you guys will hear more than your fair share of tonight on this panel. And we had a really good conversation. It's actually, he made a comment earlier. He's like, this is a lot different than a lot of the cons I go to. This one seems like a lot more intellectual and whatnot. I'm like, oh, we're going to have a good time.
Maybe
He's
it's
a
a
trip.
science track.
I like to think I can be intellectual and shit.
You can also not be intellectual.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think all of us can.
You've seen me at an Iron Maiden concert. You're not
Yes, yes. Spent the entire time watching your arm. Yes.
I just go into a trance, man, and I'm gone. This is my 3rd time seeing him.
I said that night, that was the second time in the Greensboro Coliseum, and they had not played there in 30 years.
Was it? Yes, right. It was World Slavery when they played the last time. Yeah, I couldn't go to that show. I was way
Saw
too
that show
young.
live there too. A band called Wasted opened for 'em, who I love.
Really?
Yes.
Nice. I thought the band that they had open for them did a pretty good job. I thought they killed it pretty well.
I expected to see gaming in here.
Huh?
It used to be gaming years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they moved that upstairs.
When I and Hartness initially pitched expanding to the other hotel, the idea was to move all of gaming over there and essentially make it a separate event, the ConCarolinas Gaming Expo. So you go in there, gaming, vendors, anything and everything to do with gaming is over there. And of course, the rest of the con being over here and grow it that way.
That sounded like a great plan.
Yeah, you see how it worked out, right?
Oh, nice.
What's that?
Bryn Mawr.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Biltmore, you were right up the street from me there. I'm over in Black Mountain.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You know that's where our next film's based.
No, I didn't know that.
The Boogeyman of Black Mountain.
You know a guy that lives there.
Yeah, now I do.
Yeah. Bitch. You giving me a call. Hey, Jason, you've never been in a movie. You want to be in a movie? Yes.
Slap pitching.
Hell yeah. Make it happen, baby. Make it happen. I'm too pretty to not be on film.
We're missing two people, and one of them's a moderator.
Yeah.
Haven't we been through this before this year?
Yes, actually.
And he took the effort to email us. If he shows up, dude, I'm gonna rag him hard. It's 10:02. I'm like, by all rights, we should all be drunk by now. Okay, well, is anybody not drunk? Okay, not many hands went up, but we can fix that. There's a bar upstairs.
There's several parties upstairs.
People just like, I got my energy drink that's not
Energetic.
It only has like 80 milligrams of caffeine, which is less than a coffee, but it's made of green tea. It's really good. It gives fire.
There's going to be studies in the future that says the beginning of the end of civilization was energy drinks.
It'll be the same people who did the studies trying to figure out how Ozzy Osbourne is still
It's
alive.
like Soylent Green has been given out to the masses. Yeah.
Liquid form, yeah.
Green tea sounds very healthy.
It's supposed to be. I don't know about all the stuff they add to it.
So is it okay? Hold on. S.M. Hillman. So let's see. Hillman. Sean Hillman. Okay. We'll open with introductions and talk about a movie that's supposed to be scary but isn't.
So you gonna moderate it? I'm 2-2. So
Damn!
so-
You're not Sean Hillman.
He's like, what? Why I gotta get pointed out? I just walked in to talk about scary movies.
Oh wow! Like this dude, basically had a PowerPoint without having a PowerPoint. Okay.
Sounds like we need to blow it up. Go, man.
Go. Awesome. So I just found out I'm moderating a panel. Oh well, this is what happens when you open your big fucking mouth. Hey everybody, welcome to what is this? What's your favorite scary movie? Because that's not cliche at all. What's your favorite scary movie? My name's Jason Gilbert. I am an author. I have a table out in Author's Alley. So as my sign says, come buy my shit. I write urban fantasy, alternate history, some horror. I also do a stream every Sunday called Terrible Movies with Wonderful People, where we watch bad movies. Are you Sean?
Yeah.
Damn. Where we watch bad
You must be
movies
Joe.
that miss the
Sooner or
mark.
later we'll all be
Movies
here.
we all love. We've done everything from Clue, believe it or not, bombed in the box office. We did Rocky Horror Picture Show, bombed twice. And we did Troll 2, which bombed for very good reasons.
Oh, you want me to talk now?
Yeah.
My name is Sammy Castle, and I am not an author, even though I have a book in front of me. Um, I am a North Carolina based filmmaker, actor, improv comedian, sketch comedian, general do around kind of guy. I do have our production company. My two production partners wrote this book, Carolina Haints, and I have copies if anybody wants to buy my shit.
Hi, I'm Angela Giddings. I write fantasy horror and sci-fi. I've got a short story and a charity horror anthology, A Woman Unbecoming. I also have a series called Dance of Ages, and this is the second book that came out relatively recently. And I have a hard sci-fi story in a Brave New Worlds anthology from Zombie Needs Brains. I'm also a filmmaker. I do independent horror with Sick Chick Flicks. It's too late in the night to say that. I'm also a co-director of the Sick Chick Flicks Film Festival, and I have a PhD in microbiology.
I am Joe Compton. I am also an independent filmmaker. I've done horror short films, horror feature films. I've worked on several. I worked in Hollywood for 18 months, which was a horror of its own. And I also run Go Indie Now, which is an independent network that promotes independent film, independent writers, and independent musicians and artists of all kinds.
So I had said earlier for everybody in here, I mean, obviously my favorite horror franchise is Friday the 13th. So just kind of going down the road, when someone asks you what your favorite horror movie is, what is the first thing that pops in your mind besides Teletubbies?
It depends on the day, but generally it flip flops back and forth between The Exorcist and Jaws.
Nice. Are you Sean?
Hey,
I'm off the
we
hook.
started without you, dude. But you can come on in and take over.
Here's the actual moderator. I just stole his identity, but as you can see, I'm getting it back.
My apologies. The last thing that's on ran long, and these all go an hour, and somehow they think I can go. I'm a science fiction writer, so maybe I can go back in time and be on time.
Go back in time.
Great, another damn writer.
I know, right?
Okay, reboot.
So, welcome to Scary Movies. Thank you all for being here. My name's Sean, and I'll be moderating today. Have we introduced each other yet?
We have. We
We've
even
done
asked
introductions.
we even asked the first question.
Yes.
Well, what was the first one?
The first question is when someone asks you, what is your favorite scary movie? What is the very first movie that pops in your head? And Sammy was saying it depends on the day.
Okay.
For him.
Yeah, Exorcist or Jaws is
Yep.
typically the number one.
I like bad vampire movies. Just generally bad vampire movies.
Including 400 Ways to Kill One.
And Twilight.
My actual favorite is called Laboratory Conditions, but nobody else has seen it 'cause it's a small indie short film.
Laboratory Conditions was a genius film.
Mine would be Angel Heart. I just love the idea of. I'm a big psychological horror fan, and I just love the idea of the twists and turns that movie takes. And you can't go wrong when you have a movie that has Mickey Rourke and Robert De Niro.
And Lisa Bonet.
Mine is probably a little known movie from the 80s called Changeling. Had George C. Scott in it.
Mhm.
It is one of the scariest movies I think I've ever experienced.
Nice.
So, all right. So that's a great way to start off.
You're welcome.
So, thank you. What makes so just briefly what makes a movie scary for you?
What makes a movie scary for me is the anticipation, knowing what's coming, knowing that that there's a failure on the way, but seeing that there's nothing the character can do about it. So I think one of the best examples of that is Rob Zombie's Lords of Salem. I don't know if y'all have seen that. but already, really, you're gonna shit on me already?
Yeah, I'm gonna shit on you. I'm gonna shit on you a bunch tonight.
Oh, great. Didn't know you were into that. Because you see this character going through all of these different situations in the film, and you keep saying, well, if she did this or if she did that, but then you come back to, well, no, that wouldn't really work. She doesn't have a choice, so you're kind of forced to walk down that path. So for me, it's having the freedom of choice removed from you. You're now in this with that character, and you're not given a choice but to watch that character go through what they're going to go through in that story.
I mean, I like that answer. I'm I think it has a lot to do with the ambiance
Mm-hmm.
of how you watch a film. The two probably two of the most scary movies to me in my mind. I both of them I scared the shit out of myself.
Mm-hmm.
The first one I was about 7 or 8, and I maybe a little bit older, but somewhere in that general area. And I had worked my mom wouldn't let me stay up and watch Elvira. Um, my dad, she was gone one weekend, and my dad said, "Sure, why not?" So I worked myself up and watched a movie called Pigs that is so dark you can hardly see anything.
Yeah.
Um, but because I'd set the mood, I cut all the lights off. It was the middle of the night. I was all by myself. I scared the shit out of myself watching that movie. The other one is many years later. I owned my own house. It was kind of in the woods. I opened up the sliding glass door to hear the crickets and stuff at night, and then I watched Blair Witch and scared the shit out of myself yet again. So, and some of my favorite times of being scared is in an audience full of really enthusiastic horror people.
Yes.
So I think it has a lot to do with how you watch the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. The if I'm going to be scared by a movie, which really doesn't happen that often, I have to be up late at night and I have to be slightly sleep deprived because otherwise it really doesn't work because my brain is always on and I start analyzing things, and the minute you start doing that, it really kills any sort of fear because your brain is already on. But laboratory conditions came close,
Mm-hmm.
and that was primarily because of the just the way it was shot, the atmosphere of it. It was all, and the way they built the tension was a nice slow build. So, not that I can remember. I mean, the only thing I used to get nightmares when I was a kid because of Bugs Bunny.
Oh God, Willy Wonka gave me horrific nightmares.
Your brain picks weird things to be afraid of. It's never necessarily the things you think would scare you.
Yeah, when I was 5 years old, I saw Fantasia, and my aunt loved to tell this story that the brooms freaked me out so much I jumped on the top of the seat of the theater and tried to run out. And so that was my first experience of being scared, I guess. But I don't remember that. But for me, it's reality. When something feels like it could be real, and you just kind of experience and go, wow, that could really happen. Like Jaws is a great example of that. Those kind of things kind of make me think about it a little bit more. I'm not a person who gets scared very often either, but because I know how movies are made,
Yeah.
So it's kind of taking the magic out of it. For once you know how the sausage is made, it's kind of hard to think about anything else. But I think when it's real, when like something like Faces of Death or something like that, those are the kind of things that kind of interest me in thinking about. I think about it a little bit more.
So to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, that's one of the things that I find terrifying about the 1978 Halloween, because they didn't start dipping into the whole supernatural aspect of Michael Myers until the later movies. So if you watch the original standalone, I mean, that could really happen. What's to stop a dude from putting on a mask and just start stabbing the shit out of people? So I agree with you 100% in that the kind of horror movies that could actually happen can be pretty damn terrifying.
The same could kind of be said about Friday too.
Absolutely, the
Until
first
very end.
the first two Friday the 13th, yeah.
And I'm not trying.
And that's an even better reason to watch them.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll have you a list of horror movies based around camps by the end of the week.
Yeah, and we can also talk about some of the haunted woods scary movies that
There
are
we
out
go.
there. You know, I can see that.
So again, before we get into some of the specific movies to share, why do you think it is we need to feel fear in our entertainment, our media? Why do we like scary stories, scary movies, things like that? You know, what does that fill in our lives?
Why do we watch comedies? Because we want to laugh, because we see that character's failure as humorous. Horror and comedy, at their bones, have an almost identical formula. There's a buildup, there's timing, and then there's a failure. Depending on how that's presented, it's either absolutely fucking hilarious or it's mind-numbingly terrifying. It's all in the story that you're telling. So my answer to that would be: is we watch and read scary stories to scratch that same itch that we have when we want to watch something funny.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of piggyback on that, it's a release. Um, there are just so many base emotions that we all feel, and uh, laughter and comedy is one of them, and fear is a definite one. And I think it's something that's morphed over the years, because when the first Faces of Death came out, that was horrific to us because we were seeing,
It was the tape that nobody had that you wanted.
yeah, the thought that you actually saw someone die on that tape.
Yeah.
But now we see that every night on the news,
Yeah.
or we see it down the street. So I think horror has adapted itself to change with the environment. So it's a release still, just a different kind now.
Right.
I think also horror, it's like the modern tragedy. You know, there are not a lot of stories that are allowed to have a tragic ending anymore. And horror, you're allowed. You know, you can get pretty much everybody dying, and then the final girl is the king of Norway from Hamlet, the one to tell the story. So I think there's an element of just tragedy underlying it, or if it's done really badly, comedy.
I think we also like to fuck with each other a lot. And say, I bet you this movie is gonna scare the shit out of you. Sometimes that does, and most of the time I go, yeah, right.
It's okay.
Cool. So let's start with some of the more modern stuff first. Something from 2000 to today.
Okay, this panel's done.
Something, a couple standouts.
I'll say A Quiet Place is one that I've really enjoyed recently. I think I think the element of that and the idea behind it was really well executed and really well thought out. And I think Krasinski as a director has something there. He understands how to get your emotions started and then mess with them very, very much. And I thought that movie did a really good job of that. Was it scary? That's debatable. But I think as a horror film goes, those are the kind of horror films where they're more intelligent, they're more thought out, and I think that's where the genre can really thrive, as opposed to trying to recapture things. X is another one that does the exact opposite. It plays on the campy side of things and tries to rehash something that we all remember very well. And I think those are the two that stand out to me recently.
The one I remember is Us from Jordan Peele. That
Mhm.
one for me was pretty. It was reasonably effective and actually getting almost to fear, but definitely creepy.
I'll present two, one fairly recent, and the other one not as recent, maybe earlier in that. Uh, uh, Getting back to the reality of things, the First Strangers is amazing, and home invasion flicks have been around in the horror genre for years, since Wes Craven, uh, and even before that. But uh, that that movie was genuinely kind of creepy and scary. The newer one is Barbarian,
Mm.
which I had heard a lot about, and modern day hype is one thing where you watch it, you hear all about it, and then you watch it and you go, huh, yeah, that was overhyped. Barbarian kind of hit the right notes, and it was something different. It was something unique. Unfortunately, it didn't make a lot at the box office, so we probably won't see another unique thing for a while. So I really liked it.
Might be a good job marketing that though.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
I mean, I'll also present too. If you're looking for more just the straight up traditional style slasher flicks, the 2018 Halloween, I thought was fantastic and terrifying. And again, they hadn't started in with the supernatural shit. John Carpenter said, okay, take Halloween 2 through Halloween Resurrection and forget they existed. This is the actual sequel to the 1978 Halloween. Halloween Kills, yeah. And then I haven't watched Halloween.
I'm in it,
Ends
and it
'cause-
sucks.
yeah. I mean, I liked Halloween Kills. I didn't like it as much. I felt like Halloween Kills kind of suffered from a bit like of what Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 remake did, which was okay, now we're just being cruel for the sake of being cruel. And there wasn't really a whole lot of storytelling. The other one that I'll present that just really gave me chills was Hereditary.
Yeah.
If you've not seen that, that'll make you shit bricks.
Yes.
It's a slow burn, and just when you think, okay, is something going to happen? Oh, God's does something happen. It doesn't pull any punches, especially if you're a parent. That it hits you in a completely different spot.
One I liked, I mentioned to Joe when we were talking about it the other day, was Brightburn.
Oh yeah.
I thought
Yes.
Brightburn is a nice deconstruction of the superhero mythology and turning it into a horror movie was, I think, kind of brilliant. And because no, I don't know if this is universal truth, but nothing is scarier than a little child that can, or a younger child that can just tear adults apart, and you're just defenseless against this, whatever it is. Children are scary, and children with supernatural powers are really scary.
Wasn't that basically like if Superman was bad?
Yeah, pretty much. A young Superman.
A young Superman, yeah. So I think that was. What about some of the non-American, some of the foreign ones that really stand out to you? I like the gosh, I don't even know what the Swedish name of it is. Let the right one in, or whatever the Swedish.
Yeah,
fruit-
yeah.
I thought that was
Let the right one in. Yeah, that was a good
Let
one.
one in. It was shorter than.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was.
Or Let Me In or something.
Let Me In. Yeah, that was it.
I mean, there's so much good like Korean horror. If you've not seen Pulse, the Korean version, not the U.S. version, crazy film. And Ju-on, the original Japanese Grudge, because the Grudge that we got was more Ju-on 2 in a lot of ways, but Ju-on was a nuts film. And then there's also A Field in England is if you're looking for some more expressionist style folk horror, A Field in England is actually pretty dark.
Um, uh, when you said that, the first thing that popped in my head was Troll Hunter.
Oh yeah.
Which is kind of part fantasy, part horror. But that movie, what that guy pulled off with a limited budget was amazing. Also, a plug for another Korean film, The Host,
Mhm.
which is kind of a sci-fi horror kind of deal too. Um, that's really good. That's made you feel weird.
Yeah.
As far as like that, what I've been watching is more horror series. So like Krakow Monsters, which is a Polish horror series, which was really kind of neat and creepy. Jin, which was one done in Jordan, was really really good. I think it's Diablero. There is one from Mexico that was actually pretty good too.
I like the Tale of Two Sisters from South Korea.
Oh, yeah.
That's that one always gets me. I'll when I had Netflix, that was the one I used to watch all the time. I love that movie.
And real quick, a plug for the Iranian one. A girl walks alone, at home alone at night, or yeah. The vampire flick.
Oh, and then would Suspiria be considered for me? Is Dario Argento?
Yeah.
That was a good one.
I still debate whether that's horror, but that's a whole other thing.
Well, I think had he been able to do what he originally wanted to do, it would have been horror, but for completely different reasons than what he was going for. As if you've ever watched the original Suspiria, the dialogue, the girls are all in their 20s and extraordinarily childish. Come to find out that the original script, they were all 12. And when he brought the script in, the first thing the producer says was, you can't do this with 12-year-old girls. You can't. No, you need to raise the ages. So all he did was raise the ages, didn't change any of the damn dialogue. So you have 20-something-year-old girls running around spitting their tongues out at each other and saying all kinds of childish stuff. And I think that kind of, I think had he changed some of the dialogue, then the murder scenes would have hit harder than they did in the film, because what they were concerned was the kill scenes in the film, that you can't fillet open a 12-year-old child on screen, you know.
Questions from the audience. Thoughts? What's your scary movie? Go to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that first one is maybe one of the smartest horror films in the past 30 years. The way they pulled off that reveal is good. That's what M. Night Shyamalan wishes he was.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Anybody else? I really like foreign horror movies. All the ones that were mentioned are fantastic. One of the ones that really scared the hell out of me was Wreck. REC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. The Hispanic zombie. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Miike out of Japan is just. I mean, when it comes to body horror, that dude does stuff that just makes you cringe.
See,
Audition. Yeah. I love Audition.
Yeah, Audition's crazy.
It is crazy.
And the Masters of Horror one that he did was really good too.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the name of it was.
There was one I have called Hotel, I think, or something. No, Resurrection. Reincarnation. And it's about a guy that is shooting a film in an old hotel about a serial killer, but what he's really doing is he's recreating what he experienced in his childhood, because it's based on a true story, and the hotel is haunted. by all the ghosts of the people that got killed there. So I thought it was a pretty wild film. You had said too that you felt like the original Saw was one of the smartest movies that you'd seen in a while. And one question that I had, if you don't mind,
Sure, go ahead.
is what film or film series do you watch where people watch it and say it's goofy fun and they've written it off as goofy fun, probably scared you as a kid, but now you look back and you just have a good time with it, but at the same time you still see an intelligent depth to it?
There's one that I had an argument with the podcast on, and it's Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Evil Dead series. I had this nice little argument they're friends of mine, so it wasn't like an argument, but I contend that Evil Dead 2 is one of the most forward-thinking films that has ever existed. It created so many things in the film industry, not just in horror and the genre, but it created certain things that didn't exist that Raimi created to make that movie happen. And so, everybody crapped on it just doesn't hold up, and I say, I watch that film, even if it doesn't hold up, I'll watch that film till the day I die and just enjoy it for what I know about it. For me, that's the series.
So my production partner grew up in Wadesboro, where
Nice.
Evil Dead 2 was shot, and we were actually producing a documentary about the area. The shed, the cabin's long gone, but the shed is still there. It's leaning. We filmed our first a couple scenes in our first movie there. And I completely blew his mind when I told him I was not a big fan of Evil Dead 2. I love the first one. When they got campy and over the top, it didn't. I mean, it's just and I'm an '80s movie fan. I love camping over the top, but Evil Dead 2, and I actually liked Army of Darkness a little bit better. I just didn't. The first one is good. Is the stuff that Raimi did, and the way they made that film is tremendous. But I mean, I like to. It's just not. I don't praise it like everybody else.
Angel?
I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies as a kid. So it's like the things I can remember from seeing, it's like occasionally I'd see like some of the older ones, like The Mummy and Dracula, like the older Dracula movies. And the only one I can remember from when I was young, and it's goofy and it's meant to be goofy, was Saturday the 14th.
God, that movie.
I love that movie.
Oh man,
in a weird way.
And that's the one I remember. That's the one that sticks with me.
So I'm a child of the '80s, like I said. My favorite, and I love a lot of those, Chud and Chopping Mall and some of that stuff. But my favorite is The Stuff.
Oh wow, yeah.
That yeah, that movie just for whatever reason hit it out of the park for me. And I think there's a lot of smart stuff in it, especially nowadays with how marketing is, and marketing can kind of take control of your life and how they do that stuff. I mean, somebody, a supervillain, if we ever got one, could literally kill everybody just through marketing, and that's kind of what The Stuff was.
I think Gremlins, the original Gremlins, was really good. I really liked the original Gremlins. Yeah, there's goofy elements to it. There's comedy to it, but I think that the world building in Gremlins is great, and I think that the Gremlins are more sinister in the first one than in this. I mean, I love the Gremlin who's like talking about shotguns and canned food in the second one. But I think they're a little more sinister in the original, and I really liked the creatures and the creature design and the mythology around it.
So this is where I'll gush over Friday the 13th because I've got so many friends, especially in the author community. When the lawsuit was going on, it's like why do you give a shit? It's Friday the 13th. And I'm like, guys, you really need to be paying attention to that lawsuit because it deals with intellectual property. But a lot of people have written off the series as just goofy fun. You're watching teenagers get butchered in the woods. And
That's my favorite kill of all time.
yeah, I mean, which one is that?
The tree with the sleeping bag.
Yeah, the sleeping bag kill.
That's my favorite kill of all time.
And I when I did the interview earlier with the guest of honor, Ari Lehman, he was the original Jason, the boy that jumped out of the lake and pulled the final girl in. And one of the things that came up was what Jason really is. And I covered this on a podcast in Montiato with Gary Mitchell a few months ago. Was we were talking about the Tommy movies in the series and how Jason is he's doing what he's doing because he was killed over neglect from neglect, and then he watched his mother get killed. It's revenge, and at the same time it's a trauma reaction. So if you think about it, Jason in and of himself is a physical manifestation and representation of trauma, and he doesn't want to be what he is, but because so much happens at Crystal Lake constantly that triggers him, he can't help himself. So with that mindset, I went back and watched through the series again, because I usually try to do that once or twice a year because I'm a slut like that. And it really put the whole thing in a completely different perspective for me. And gave me even more respect for the films for what they are.
So let's go ahead and go back to the older films. We've talked about a lot of them. One of my favorite is the original Thing from Another World. I think that's not necessarily scary, but actually I think that the human scientist is more, from an intellectual level, more scary because he's like, yeah, they're trying to come to, this being from another planet is trying to invade, but we should probably help him. And it's like, nah, maybe we shouldn't do that. And the other scientists and like that, I think it's a very good movie. But do you have ones from before 2000 that we haven't spoken about yet that really stand out for you? Anyone, just go ahead and jump in. I mean, there's a lot.
It's not that we don't. We're
There's a lot
trying to
there.
narrow it down.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot to work with there. I'll just, while they're thinking, I'll just say Trilogy of Terror. Not necessarily the first two episodes of Trilogy of Terror, but the little doll.
Oh, the Zuni doll.
The Zuni doll. I would not, if the lights were off in my bedroom, I would leap from the door to my bed. I would not let my feet touch the floor in that room at night. For a good year after I watched that film.
The original Creep Show.
Mm-hmm.
The birthday cake, the bit with Stephen King,
the cockroaches.
Yeah,
cockroaches.
The bit with Stephen King, he turned into the plant.
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen's bit, just that whole anthology, that anthology film. And I'm not big on variety shows and anthology shit. I'm not, but that particular anthology film still creeps me out.
Yeah, I think it really holds up still.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, and I think it has one of the best kills I've seen, the gravestone,
Yes.
where the guy like falls down in the grave and he's drunk, and then the dead guy who's risen up pushes the gravestone down over top of him, crushing him. This dude's like, I just walked on the end of some shit right here.
I'm a big Stephen King mark. So there's probably 3 or 4 in that group, whether it's Kubrick's The Shining, or Carrie, or Christine, or Cujo. Take your pick. I think all 4 of those movies were really well done and really well adapted. Christine has that 80s cheesy music, but my dad was a car guy and I was not, and I was a horror guy and he was not, and that was one of our bonding things. Was a horror car movie. So I think those four. I mean, there's been a lot of good Stephen King adaptions.
Yeah, Pet Sematary.
Yeah.
The original one, not the new one.
Sometimes better is dead or whatever. Dead is better. But yeah, that's those four I can think of off the top of my head. The Shining is super creepy.
Rosemary's Baby was really
Mhm.
creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one definitely made me thinking. You know, it's like that one developed actual creeps. Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good
Mhm.
sci-fi horror.
Yeah, yeah. That one comes to mind.
I think The Fog is one of
Yeah,
those.
that one
Yeah.
popped into mind too. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Uh-huh.
Adrian Barbeau.
Mm.
Prince of Darkness
Oh
Mhm.
yes.
is
Yes.
really messed up. But also, yeah, that there's a little bit of scare to that as well.
Mhm.
And I mean, like I mentioned one version of the thing. I will mention the other one. I
Yeah.
think that was. I guess as a kid when I saw it, I was just in awe of what they did with the creature, right? With all the various iterations of it, and very quickly, like a lot of movies will make a bigger deal about a person being taken over or whatever, but it's just like boom, boom, boom. They're getting, you don't even see them getting taken over, and suddenly they're like elongating that. And
If you play the video game Dead Space, the creatures in that game, I mean, they took a lot of inspiration from the thing. And that one is one of those films where the practical effects still hold up
Mm-hmm.
hard. I honestly feel like if they were to remake that and make it a CGI fest, it would just be a shit circus.
They kind of did.
Oh yeah, with the
Yeah.
with the sequel. No, the like even the bit with the dog, like you can tell it's a rubber dog. You don't care because it's done so well that you're more preoccupied with being terrified about what's happening to this animal than taking a second to look and see what you're really seeing.
yeah, absolutely. Everybody, what's some older movie that you guys like?
I'll go old school. And I didn't develop an appreciation of it till much later, when I found out what the dude went through to make it. But the original Wolfman,
Oh, okay.
the stuff that Lon Chaney Jr. did to himself,
Oh yeah.
is as someone who's been buried alive for 2.5 hours, for the sake of a movie, the stuff he did to himself, I can't appreciate it enough, and I don't know how to do that special effects and makeup and stuff, but he tortured himself to make that movie.
Having made a mummy movie, it's like trying to get somebody in. It took 4 hours to get the guy into the costume, and probably about 4 hours to get him out again at the end. So it's like those old costumes were not trivial.
What the hell were y'all thinking?
Well, and the thing is, you had to take as much care taking it off because you weren't done shooting.
Exactly.
Bill Mulligan still has that costume on a mannequin in his house, and I mean it's still in great condition. But you can, if you spend the time to look at it, you can tell that that took some real time on and off, and it probably took Bill just as much time to put it on a damn mannequin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It certainly gives you a new appreciation for Rick Baker and what he was able to do. Very, very long time.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, do we have a preference for the style of scary movie? Like, are you a slasher person? Are you a ghost story person? Are you I mean, I like sci-fi horror quite a bit. Is there a particular blend that really you prefer, or it really scares you, or really?
I think Sammy's answer in the very beginning of it depends on the day is a great one for that because I do love my slasher flicks and I think they're great. They don't particularly scare me, but if done right, they can bother me a little. Ghost stories really, like the first Conjuring film, I thought was fantastic. The other ones were goofy fun, but The first one, I thought they did a great job with it. It wasn't a bunch of overblown CGI special effects. The Haunting remake, I'm looking at you. Um, yeah, movies like that where you've got that ambience. That's why I like the Silent Hill series so much better than the Resident Evil series. And I love Resident Evil is because it's all about the ambience. It's all about being in the middle of a town or of a situation. You don't know what's coming, but you know something is coming.
I'm a, I mean, I love slashers too. I love sci-fi horror. I mean, we can go down the list. I'm a pretty big fan of psychological horror. Some of the stuff that just makes you think. In the Mouth of Madness with Sam Neill. Um, I had another one on my head, and it just went. Oh, Jacob's Ladder. The voodoo kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I like to be challenged a little bit. I'm not. I don't consider myself an intellectual by any stretch of the imagination, but I do like to think and and have some thought processes into it. Again, then the next film is something where somebody's just running around killing people, and that's great too. But I like psychological horror.
Yeah, see, I like things that I don't have to think for.
Because you think for a living.
I do. But I really have a fondness for very bad, very cheesy vampire movies. I can watch those like for if I'm watching to try and creep me out, like I said, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, that kind of you're in the wrong place and things are falling around you. Dagon was a good one. The one that was, speaking of foreign movies, that one was from Spain. That one was pretty good. Cults, I think, can get to me.
I think my heart says slasher, but my head says psychological. Obviously, like I said earlier, my favorite film of all time is horror film of all time is Angel Heart, and it has that kind of nice little psychological twist at the end. But it does have the creepy vibes, the voodoo vibes of going on there too. And I love the nostalgia of slasher films, even if they don't hold up. I grew up on them. For me, Netflix means, me and my friends from 8th grade till freshman in high school. Our Netflix was, we would find obscure horror film tapes and we'd trade them and we'd watch them all together, and that was our Netflix. And so for me, that's always going to be in my heart, and I really appreciate that education. And then, of course, learning how films are made, and especially how horror films are made, and doing them myself and making them, you get a real good appreciation for how much those films really did for filmmaking in general, and what they did for a lot of the industry itself. And so that's always going to be my heart. But I really enjoy movies that do make me think too. I think they're just because I just think that's being in my own head is probably the scariest place I could ever be. And so that's why I like them when a movie puts me in there.
Anybody, any thoughts from you guys? Any more questions, or do you have a favorite sort of flavor of scary movie?
Can't beat a good slasher film.
Yeah.
A good slasher film.
Yeah.
Right.
And two genres we haven't talked about hardly at all: zombie movies and found footage. Since Blair Witch, even though we kind of touched on that, there's some,
and we haven't also not really talked about monster movies as much. We haven't talked about body horror as much. I'm one of the, I guess I'm kind of a minority when I thought the Hellraiser remake they did was pretty damn good, because I feel like they really kind of went back to the type of body horror that Clive Barker was going for in the original one. And it was a lot closer to the Hellbound Heart novella than the original was in a lot of ways. But yeah, you start getting into that Cronenberg-esque body horror, The Fly, and it can be disturbing. it can be real disturbing because you're watching the human body have things done to it that even in slasher flicks, a lot of times, I mean, if you have the strength to lop somebody's head off, that I mean, it's gonna be a bloody mess. But then you watch some body horror movies and you're seeing Pinhead, for example, in the Hellraiser remake, stick the needle through the girl's throat while she's screaming and start twisting it, which changes the tenor of her voice. And you're just like, oh, damn. I mean, is that a thing? Do I Google that? Do I want to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how scary it is, but Leviathan is probably one of my favorite body horror movies. Maybe just because it's very 80s as well.
Yeah.
You know, not scary, but I just enjoy it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Dead Alive.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
The lawnmower.
Yes. That one.
Do you have a favorite movie maker among those? And is actually this is I'm gonna ask this as well. Um, is do you get better horror, better scary movies when it's further away from Hollywood?
Yes. And this is why I feel like over the past 40 years, Hollywood has tried to go safer and safer and safer and less controversial, or what could be seen as controversial with their movies. I mean, the MPAA really has. The MPAA has done a lot of good. The MPAA, in the same token, has done a lot more harm than good because, like, some of these so-called video nasties are really damn good movies. So I think that when you get to the indie horror films where they're not beholden to a ratings board, where they have some of the freedoms they have, where they can be free of a lot of studio interference, they can get away with a lot more things that were it a quote unquote mainstream film would be seen as controversial.
I think Angela could probably speak about this a little bit too. I am co-director of Wreak Havoc Horror Film Festival in Greensboro. If you get a chance, go to a horror film festival. Some of the best horror you will see is in short films. Period. Indie horror is alive and well and amazing.
Yeah.
I saw a film 5 or 6 years ago called Painkiller that still creeps me out.
Yeah.
Uh,
Buffalo City, Lost in Buffalo City.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Koreatown Ghost Story from Margaret Cho
Yeah.
is amazing. That we're starting to see some name actors do. We had a film with Doug Jones in it. That was like a Victorian horror thing. There was a serial killer movie called "I Love You So Much It's Killing You." There's Alfred J. Hemlock out of Australia. If you get a chance to go to a horror film festival, you will see some good horror films.
But they're the same.
Yep. And you won't see them anywhere else. That's the only place you're going to see them.
And it's the kind of things that you're going to see that you will not see in the mainstream theater.
Nope.
They can't get away with that shit anymore.
I'm a frequent cover. I cover Slam Dance every year since 2016, I guess. I've done it every year, and there's always really good horror there. But this last year, there was a film called Honeycomb that just blew me away because it was so avant-garde and so ridiculously creepy in the way that it's about 7 teenage girls who decide to live on their own and like create a commune, and they end up becoming catty to one another, and they have a ritualistic idea of how to deal with that, which is kill each other. And it's very, very interesting. And it was so different from anything that you had seen that a lot of people didn't get it. And that's what indie horror is.
Yeah, there was one that we had that was called, I think, Dog Eye or something, and basically the premise was it was from Mexico. If you took like the crust on the side of a dog's eye and rubbed it into your own, which is gross just in general, you started to see what the dogs see, which is like these ghosts, and it would drive the humans
Oh,
insane.
wow.
And they'd like, one guy did this to try and avoid seeing what he saw after he did that, and it was wonderfully creepy. And low budget, but the story was something you wouldn't see anywhere else, and it was
And look for stuff on your streaming services. What sis? I'm sorry. What was the movie that we watched about the kids that were living in the house that they didn't know about on Netflix? We just podcast about it. Huh? No. The other one, the same. You no. God, it was. I see you. Yeah, it's on Netflix. That's pretty. That was pretty original and pretty creepy. The thought that someone's living in your house and you don't know about it. Yeah. Um, so yeah, seek out your streaming service. Tubi has a lot of independent stuff on it now too.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's getting some play there. So
If you're a slasher film / sci-fi 80s horror guy, I have a couple friends from South Africa who made a film called Fried Berry, which is very, very campy and very, very weird. But it's very good. It's very. I mean, there's some nice little body moments in there that are kind of like horror-esque and very.
If you're down with slashers and you want to see a Jason film that goes back to just being damn terrifying, Never Hike Alone.
Yeah,
is probably the best independent Friday the 13th fan film I have watched, that whole series, because he just doesn't pull the punches of Jason, and Jason gets very little camera time until he's on. And he's relentless. He's basically the Godzilla of Camp Crystal Lake. You're not going to stop him, and he just made him downright terrifying. And as much as I love the franchise, Jason really hasn't been terrifying since like part 4.
and I think you can find those first two, Never Hike Alone and Never Hike in the Snow.
They're on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Yeah, Womp Stomp.
On free.
And
Vince
Never
is
Hike
great.
Alone 2 is going to be coming out. He's working
Vince
on
is
that right
great,
now.
yeah. If you want campy and slashers and never seeing my face, there is a movie on Tubi called Backwoods Bubba that I play the titular character.
How will we not see your face?
I'm covered in a red mask the entire time.
That's unfortunate because I would totally watch Backwoods Bubba because look at you.
You totally hear this redneck voice, but you never see my face.
No, he did one. Was it called Chatterbox?
Yes.
He was a serial killer, kidnapped this woman, had in the garage, and I asked him about it later. I was like, Sammy, what? Tell me about the script. He says, what script? They just told me to talk.
For 4.5 minutes. And to spoil the movie, I take the gag off the woman who is tied to a chair, and she just says, "Just fucking kill me." So I did.
Beautiful. I actually did. I guess we all did in college. Like college friends made a horror movie. The killer's named Hank. He wore a red ski mask and used a machete. But it was all camp, right? And I remember they made the first one without me, and I was like, well, you've killed off everybody. How are you going to explain it? And the next scene literally is one of my friends there. Well, Hank has killed all our identical twins. And
that's great.
I don't believe in anything anymore.
Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you guys for being on the panel. Can go ahead and let folks know again who you are and where they can find you.
Again, I'm Jason Gilbert. Even though my sign says "Buy my shit," that's not my name. That's kind of a hey, do this. You can find me out here at the in the author's alley at my table selling books. Tomorrow at high noon, you can come to a panel that I'm going to be on where we are talking about what to do after you're done writing your book. What are the next steps? Obviously, it's not going to be you hit the end and suddenly you're famous. Then at 11 a.m. Tomorrow, I'll be crafting an elevator pitch where we're going to talk to you about the best way to pitch your book where you're not sitting there for a full half hour explaining all of the lore of the universe you've created in your first novella. And then tomorrow night, I am interviewing Valentine Wolf. So you guys will definitely want to come and watch that.
Are you the designated interviewer this year?
I guess so. Maybe it's my looks, because I damn know it ain't my voice. It sounds like Fran Drescher if she had a penis.
Damn. My name is Sammy Castle. You can find all of our stuff at wreakhavocproductions.com or Sammy the Comic Book Man on Facebook. I have a Star Wars panel tomorrow at 2:30, and then Sunday I'm moderating 2 panels, one about Carolina cryptids and one about our favorite Mary Marvel mutants, the X-Men.
I'm Angela Giddings. You can find this one over at the Crone Girls Press table. So I've got a short story there. Yes, this one's on Amazon, along with the first one from the Dance of Ages series. You can find me tomorrow. I'm moderating the Women in Science and Tech panel at 3:30. At 9:30, Ask a Mad Scientist, because
look at
it. She will kill you.
Yeah, like a lot.
yeah, I've gotten the scariest way to end the world thing a couple of times. Like, yeah. And Sunday, I've got a 12:30. Is that even possible? So.
I'm Joe Compton. You can find me at Go Indie Now, all our socials, all our YouTube channel, where we do live shows, we do tape shows. I basically run a network that produces shows virtually every day. I'll be at the podcasting live streaming panel at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and then at 10:30, I'm going the complete opposite direction of this panel and doing View Askew verse and talking about Kevin Smith.
Oh, and I have 3 movies showing tomorrow in the film festival over at the Holiday Inn. I don't remember what times, but there are 3 short films we've produced, and one I'm in, or 2 I'm in.
You lost count, didn't you?
No. One of them is a cameo that is very memorable.
Yeah.
Or so I've been told. Sammy, do you want to do a porn? Is what I was told.
And with that,
thank you all for coming. Again, I apologize, I was a little bit late, but you're a great audience, great panels. Thank you very much.
we were gonna rag you so hard.
I know.
Jason was. Also, I have Carolina Hates books if anybody wants to buy them.
Buy my shit.
Come buy all of our shit.
Yes. It's good shit.
It's good shit. I have to raise
They told me I could write whatever I wanted.
Well, there you go.
I wrote
I mean, that's really a
express
bottom line,
delivery.
right?
Huh?
Yeah. This is what
Still
happens when
counts.
you get a microbiologist. You body part. Yeah, I see that. So, yeah. And this one is the indie published series that I'm working on. So I've got 2 out of the 3. How's it going?
Animation.
Good to see you. Good to
See,
you
yeah,
too.
like Dead Space, the Dead Space movie. I really like that.
I thought we were going to talk about like Gateway,
Yes.
like
I'm gonna go
Adam's Family,
meet up
the
with
2
Christine and we might
cartoons.
hit some of the things on the 3rd floor.
I
See Christine.
absolutely
Yeah,
love Paranormal.
she's here. I'm rooming with her.
Yes, and has maybe my favorite line in a movie ever of any kind. Wow. So it's
Yeah,
it's
well,
editing.
if I can ever get Christine to edit mine, you'll have another movie to say. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get my supplies. I brought some beers. Okay. And if that dies